Trying to make this live CD tonight. What we gonna do? Huh? Travel one boy. Four tape right up. Four tape right up. MC.
Yes. What's up, everybody? Welcome once again to another episode of What? The Crazy Community. And as we well know, we have had lots of craziness lately. Well, I don't know if it's lately, but it's been almost a standard to some degree, but at the same time, it's definitely been normalized. And to that degree, we often have difficulty seeing it, right? But now it's so far out of hand that one would have to be kind of nuts to not be able to see it. I would say, it wouldn't even make any damn sense. I mean, not that any of it made any sense, but that's a part of life. We're going to have a little bit of space to vary in our perception on things, but that's how it works, and I'm up for that. It's called being reasonable. People may not come to the same exact conclusion regarding these matters, but we can come to a reasonable overall view of it that will and conclusion that will allow us to come forward. Now, as you know, hold on. First of all, let me see who's in the building here. Oh, Shaka, yeah, of course you're here on time. Thank you, brother, because I need you to get up on this panel because I saw you live. And I'm sure you want to get some more of the heat here. Let me see. Love Me Fruit, of course, Marcus L. Andrea Burnett, Texas Bama. Okay. And where is Donnie? We don't see Donnie, but that's okay. We don't see Donnie. That's all good. We're gonna find Donnie in a second. I was shocked. I wasn't surprised. Stephen P, what's up, blood? Uh I was not surprised, but I was shocked. And first of all, I would like to say, I mean, we called this months ago. Not that many months ago, but months ago. I mean, I know when I was asked, I was like, I don't see the House of Consciousness lasting to the end of the year. And some folks was like, nah, man, it's gonna, but I can understand that because we've been used to them being a permanent structure in the community to some degree. So it's hard to imagine a world where they won't exist. But I'm like, yeah, shit fall down all the time and people move on all the time. And you just got to be with the moving on, you got to be with the cleaning up to be able to see how things move on. If you've never been part of cleaning up stuff, then you may not be aware how things are built and how things are destroyed, how things fall. Shaka, what's up, bud? What's up? You got you on mute or what?
Yeah, what's up? How you doing, VB?
Yeah. Good morning, brother. To you. It's morning
Yeah,
time. It's no, actually, it's afternoon. What the hell am I talking about? It's 4:30.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
4:30 for us. It's 4:30 for
yeah,
us in Europe, and for our compatriots and our comrades in the U.S. is what time? 10:30 a.m. to be precise.
yeah.
What's up,
We
David?
got we got
All right,
some
go ahead,
early
Shaka.
birds. Yeah, we got some early birds. I see the
Yeah.
usual team, all the good brothers and sisters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly. The good brothers and sisters are with us on this journey, and they have been with us on this journey. And the brothers and sisters here, they're in a unique situation because They saw us calling a lot of this stuff months ago, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Right? And they saw how much hatred came, particularly your way, but our way, my way, Hey Rue's way, for calling it like we saw it, just for calling it like we saw it. And
true.
now, look at it, look at it. It's
They do.
just
They're doing the same thing we used to do, E- e- even
they
harder.
say, yeah, they saying the same things we were saying months ago, but I think I don't know what the angle is on this, because I'm like, if you've been sitting back going at us for months for saying what is logical and rational and obvious, right? Then my only question is, why are you doing it now? You see what I mean? And on top of it, if you perpetuate some of the same stereotypes that are the problem, I don't think you're going to slip your way out of this fallen house. Which is why, what did I call this one today? This one is called The Conscious Community is a Downward Spiral. Get out. But that don't mean everybody going to be allowed to get out. So, Shaka, what you got to say about that, Blood?
Yeah, well, I know two brothers, except Sal, who won't be able to get out. One of them is from California, one of them is from Florida, and they've decided to cut till the wheels fall off. But that's a great question. Why now? What makes him do it now?
Uh-huh.
And yesterday, for those who follow yesterday's live stream, I mean the stuff that we learned. And one of the things that stands out is that Judas Nasty, known as Judah Nazareth, he
Mm-hmm.
said Garfield, child molester, Rob Boone, child molester, even called
Even what,
and
brother?
for
Say that again.
he even called Sanetta a child molester as well. You know,
Mm.
and the thing is, it's strange because many of you know already that recently Sanetta said that he will be putting up reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones. And then, a few days later, here comes Jesus Nasra calling, and oh, my bad. Sanada said Garfield's name and Rabon's name. Then he said he's going to be putting up reports of molestation, some fresh ones.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't come out yet, or something to that effect. And then a few days later, Jesus Nasra goes public, insults Sanada and his whole family. And then he says Garfield's name, Rabon's name, and he calls them both child molesters. So once again, those guys know some stuff we don't know that they've been keeping on the low. Now
Mm-hmm.
we know that Garfield uses a social media name, and I was wondering what is he hiding.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who don't know, I don't know if I said it, but I heard whispers about Garfield. So I'm like, all right, let's find out. Let me ask. But sometimes some secrets are well kept, but you know, some things may leak. But it's interesting. What reason does he have to hide his identity? What is
Mm-hmm.
he going to do now? Because Garfield went out of his way to try to invalidate me, using terms like Wendy Williams and stuff like that, and getting Butler Reggie to go at me, Batty Sean, and many different people. What is he going to say now? What is he going to do? Judah
Mm-hmm.
Nasserah publicly called him a child molester. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think anybody else did that. So, and Rabon, he's not on panels as often as Garfield Reed, but he's around every now and then, in a few different channels. Like he said, I violated him because he called me the B word. Then I called him the B word too. I think it's fair. But now
Mm-hmm.
somebody called him a child molester. I guess he's gonna say something that's more than violated there. But we'll
Mm-hmm.
see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And apparently, I don't know if this was the actual person themselves that came over here in the chat the other day. Judah. I call him Judah Doobie Doo, like Scooby Doo. Judah Doobie Doo. You know what I'm saying? Because he
Yeah.
reminds me of these kind of characters that kind of bumble their way through stuff. But um, somebody told me that he had the gall to throw out the word chomo on me a week ago or something like that, and I was just like,
What?
okay, ha ha ha. Somebody said that. I don't know who the hell said it, which is why when he came here yesterday, on the last live, I just blocked his ass because I'm like, yo, you got to do that on your own time. If there's any type of exposing the need to do, gets to doing it. Get out there and get to your job, Scooby Doo. You know what I'm saying? Like, get on the investigative tip. Get busy. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'm like, I ain't got no time for it. But but having said that, I don't think, him. I agree with you 100%. It seems like he's heard something on the wire, come up with some kind of information. Like, these people are discussing things. They're throwing information out that the public doesn't necessarily know, but this small group knows. These individuals know, which is kind of how it's always been. But uh, and so us on the outside, we get to find out as it develops. And that's why we're here again to take a look at some of these developments in real time, you could say. Or if not in real time, and in regular news time, 24 hours later, hours later as they develop. Um, yeah, but Shaka, you still here, bro? You still standing? No question about that. I mean, I had no doubt that would be the case. And back to the downward spiral. A lot of these cats, they, when you start off, if you take a look at the screen, you start off the spiral. It's not so rough, but it's wide. It's made wide just to catch everybody. You might be bored. You may not be focused. You may be, into some gossip here and there, lightly in the community. But as the spiral goes down, it gets tighter and the waters get rougher. The what do they call that? The vortex becomes, it becomes more intense. You see what I mean? It starts to pull you. And I would suggest that halfway down marker, if you ain't out of that bad boy, you just caught up in it. And so I would say a lot of the individuals that came at me and you, they didn't get out at the halfway mark. You see what I mean? Like, we were calling it, we were mild at the top. At the top, we were there. We were kind of still saying, yeah, Sarnetta couldn't have nothing to do with this, man. He's a good guy, he wouldn't do that. And then it gets down to the second bar, the second level, and we start hearing information coming. That would be the Chingy uh, spiral. That would be the Chingy level. I would call it there. So at the top, we're all there together. Chingy's in there. And he's dropping new information. And then when you get to the third spiral down, that's where we was like, uh-oh, there's a problem. Let's call Houston. And we jumped the hell out. We just said, we ain't with this shit. We people should have stepped up already. The people that's not speaking out, they are part of the problem. La la la. Then we get down to the fourth spiral, and we see, some people kind of mildly taking a distance, but you're still in that vortex. You're still in that spiral. Mildly doesn't get you out of it. It's like just being in it, but thinking about what to do. And I think now we've come down so deep into it that what we're seeing now is people that could have spoke up later, that knew stuff. And by the way, maybe you didn't know everything you wanted to know, but look at your own conduct in how things developed. A lot of these people, they just kept going on in that. None of them asked for any clarity. None of them asked for civility. When people came out and started talking about your daughter, like, Sarnetta did, things like this, making personal attacks, none of those people called for any type of justice, any type of acknowledgement, atonement from the people doing that. So they didn't have a problem with this kind of hateful behavior, angry behavior, people just doing dastardly things to individuals that have really done nothing but speak up about the issue. No one called for civility there, you see. And I think those people, they're the ones still caught up in the vortex, trying to find a way to get out of that vortex. But I'm here to say, yo, that ain't good enough. We don't want to see you anymore. We don't want to see you representing anybody. I mean, you got Judah Nazareth saying these things, and that's I'm having a good old time watching them say these things, but that doesn't make you a good black Hebrew. You see what I mean? Like, I don't consider that brother a decent black Hebrew, a decent Jew, a decent Torah follower at all. I don't see anybody that could be caught up in that, halfway mark in the downward spiral as being a decent anything. You can't be a decent Muslim, a decent Christian, a decent alien believer, even, and be in that halfway mark. That's kind of how I see it. So, having said that, should we go back into the video a second, bro, and see what it's looking like today? You there, Shaka? Well, I'm going to do it.
I want to clear that part up now. The last part is, I think you said something about Sonetter got me out of the Bible. Anybody with eyes and ears can see that I got Sonetter into the Bible. Sonetter is obsessed with learning the Bible. Okay, now if he wants to run and say things that are not, that I don't believe in, I make it clear. I don't say your Most High condones rape. Excuse me, grape. But when people start lying on me and slandering me, that's when I bring out the...
I mean, the fact that they even having this conversation right now is ridiculous. Everybody that's on any panel of anything representing blackness should be unilaterally against rape of women, children, men, period. Rape, period. That shouldn't even be a discussion. That shouldn't even be a part of what they call conscious community conversation.
Just like how you do your little edgy things and your little edgy titles and your little edgy streams. Somebody's getting molested. I wonder if Nepal's involved. I do the same thing you do. We do the same kind of banging. So if you're going to sit up here and allude to the fact that I don't worship the Most High, allude to the fact that I'm a blasphemer.
The only difference is that she knows these individuals in question. I remember people talking about Inky says something about Sonetta. Even the development of what's going on with Polite. Does Sonetta know more? Even the thing about having the black Hebrew, the bald head nigga, as they call him, on the panel. She was the one interviewing him. It doesn't make any sense. So it's not just about whether you're doing little titles. It's about, are you involved with these people, and are you furthering their agenda, or are you separating yourself from them?
For that
she didn't separate.
For that clown.
And Judah Nazareth actually defended. He defended Sonetta for having, even having people like this on the panel. So what is he talking about?
Sandy, the squirrel of what's it called? The Sandy Bottoms or Spon.
Oh, how recent in this video? It's 48 hours ago, bro. What's up? They got a more recent one?
SpongeBob, if you're gonna play with me with Naphtali, then I'm gonna play back. People could talk shit about me. Naphtali could sit her ass up on panels, saying Golden Girls and all kinds of foul bullshit. The minute I fire back, oh, Napa, oh, look at Napa, she's so rude. Fuck all of you. You can look at my channel, you sorry ass pieces of shit that talk about me. I have reached out with that sister with love to that sister. I put her on my show. I said,
this the same girl that when Shaka came out and said it was wrong for Sonetta to write those comments about his daughter, right? Sitting on his lap, just like a lot of kids do when they're this age, at such a young age. She didn't defend Shaka. She actually doubled down on those nasty ass comments, and now somehow she's like, got a problem with people throwing nasty things out at her. It doesn't make any sense. You're either down with that behavior or you're not. When you're not down with that behavior, it means you don't do it, and you also don't stand with other people that do it. and she stood with other people that did it. So what's up with this now?
Say, okay, let's squash the beef. And every time I turn the fuck around, I'm so fucking good in the Bible that she can't take the jealousy. Scripture says a woman who is jealous is a piece of shit. I'm paraphrasing.
Crisis. Did you catch this last? Shaka did a reaction to this last night on his channel, bro. But I didn't see all of it, but I saw some explosive marks. So I got some time today.
Love her, but jealousy is a motherfucker, isn't it? Now, all of you don't like foul language. Close your little ears. It's okay that everybody else can say the F word on here, but when the Napah gets up and defends herself, oh, watch your language. Like I said, I praise, I follow the unfathomable God, who is Yahweh. Ahad Bahashem Yahweh Shai. You niggas are.
We're gonna pick this up double speed because it's a lot of nonsense. So we ain't got all day. We got time, but not all day.
Bowing to me.
But what's up with the N-word? You know, that's the other thing. This is a constant thing in what they call consciousness. Most of these people are going to call Africans and African Americans and Black people in general derogatory terms, period. But the N-word is the word that the people who enslaved our people used. And for those that might be biracial or multi-ethnic, they use the M-word too. What's up with these people reusing and recycling these terms?
Because the Most High is with me, the Most High of the Tanakh. And I will tell.
And they doing it in the name of the Most High.
The truth about the Tanakh, and I will stay in the line with the Most High, and I will be covered by the host of heaven, and you all will continue to cry while I stand firm like the daughter of Yahweh, the daughter of Zion that I am. Now I will continue to bust piñatas, I will continue to break down the law, and I will continue to praise the Most High, Almighty Father in heaven, Mother in heaven, host of heaven. You don't like that, huh? Because the Most High doesn't have a gender. Who wants to come for me on that? Most High doesn't have a gender. Okay? He is the fearful one. That's why my name is Napah Shada. Allah Shadaya. That's
yeah. Anyway, please somebody give me some numbers to go by because I can't listen to all this. Let's see who else get up on the panel.
People were nomadic, Naphtali. You just learned something else from me today.
I don't need to learn any.
You said the Israelites. I said Abraham.
Well, I meant to say the line of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But the Israelites.
So you mean at the last minute in the fall of HOK, in the fall of the conscious community, because they've been associating themselves with pedophiles and rapists, right? They worried about debating the goddamn Bible.
Were nomads when they did the Exodus. That was nomadic. We went from one place and we went from different. Went to 42 different places, 42 different locations.
They still trying to figure out who they are. Are we these people? I can tell you how we these people, because look, it's saying in this book that we these people. It's like, yo, what are they talking about? They supposed to be talking about material things like rape, pedophilia, who was involved, who knew, why they keep selling it, the scamming, la la la. These are the real conversations. We could care less who your God is, and we don't even want to debate who your God is because that's yours. That's not ours. Everybody got the right to their own God. If you got this, good, you fine. You got that, good, you fine. What's the convo?
That's scripture. That's the definition of nomadic. We were on the way to the so-called promised land. As we did that,
I think I get it now. This must be the so-called Israelites having their debate about the problems in the conscious community, right? This is their way, so they get caught up in trying to debate. I mean, they don't even agree on religion, it seems like.
We were nomads. Is somebody going to try to dispute that? Because I think I have another debate.
Napah, can you show us where the Egyptians celebrated the Sabbath?
Not yet. Let me clean this up and then I'll get to you. Did you hear me, Naphtali? We were nomadic.
You know, in Napah, what does that have to do with the fact that you are teaching that?
But you seemed like you
that
thought we weren't nomadic.
Actually, that's the one brother right there I've actually heard make some sense at the bottom of the red cap. Just separately on his own show. I'm surprised to see him here, but like I said, I could care less what somebody's religion is. My question is, what are they going to do to separate themselves from deviant personalities in this community instead of promoting it, by lending their presence to it?
You said, am I exasperated? I thought we weren't nomadic. And by the way, when you said how I sound, I was actually running, jogging. I actually work out unlike you. I was working out and I was listening to Judah and I called in. So that might be what you're talking about.
Exactly. She been selling nudes, man. She been selling nudes. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? This woman is the one talking about, oh my, what can I even say? The woman talking now, who's debating the Bible, is the one whose nudes have been going for sale around the internet for the last 7-8 months, a year, I don't know.
When you're calling me ma'am and everything, I would love to meet you in person so I can stand next to you. We'll see who's a golden girl.
Okay, you don't want to stand next to me.
I've seen you. You're a bigot. You're one of those BBWs. But anyway,
no, I'm not a BBW. Nothing
right,
like that.
Anyway,
No,
so,
nothing like that.
like I said, I have you across the board in looks, in knowledge, in spirituality, in kindness. I was kind to you. I brought you on my channel. I tried to treat you like a sister, and you're a backstabber. Stop.
Yeah, I heard Queen's Throne go in actually the other day. You know, they got some nerve attacking her. It's crazy.
Bringing up Killer Priest. Does that nothing to do with Killer Priest? You're a backstabber, Naftali.
Can you please bring up one piece that I backstab you with? Bring up one.
I have a screenshot of you on Facebook. See how quickly I can do it? I have a screen.
Oh, really, Shaka? Nomadic is a code word for getting around for them. Is that real?
Screenshot of you on Facebook.
Okay, Elder. Elder.
I'm talking.
Sorry, Elder. Go ahead.
But I still look better than you and younger than you.
No, you don't.
Well, okay, everybody,
No,
let's laugh at Sandy the squirrel for a minute. You
Okay.
sound and look like her. You sound and look like her. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, that's. I know you're not talking
you-
about how people sound. You sound like you've been chewing on grass.
People say, oh, you're so mean, but you don't know this woman sits and talks.
All right, I got to go through this shit because I ain't got all day. You know what I'm saying? Where do we get to the part where the accusations come? Is it around here?
Because I'm tired of people acting like I do.
So now let me finish. So let me finish.
This isn't about you.
I'm like, where's this at? Because this is a long ass stream here.
That's more important than any of this.
No, I'm not here for any religious retreat. I want to get to the part where they start going in completely on each other. Let's see. Yo, Shaka, you got a number? Don't you got some notes on this, bro? Gotta see where. Is it halfway through? The halfway through mark? Wait a second. Where did this lunatic go ham on Sonetta? Wait a second. Yo, Shaka, what's up? Give me the notes, bro. I need the notes, man. I'll back up. Let me see. I gotta find out where they go ham actually. Let me see here. Where is this at? Is it around here?
You can meet me face to face and find out, nigga. You can meet me face to face and find out, nigga. Bitch, nigga. You can meet me face to face and find out, nigga. Bitch, nigga. You can meet me face to face. Stop trying to save this hoe and meet me face to face and find out, bitch, nigga. That's what men do. What's happening? What happening, bitch, nigga?
Yeah, I'm trying to find his avatar, man. Frankie, hold on. Where we at? Sorry about this, folks. Got to get to the main meat of this, then we can have some fun. Okay, Shaka, is it before Queen?
Dude's gonna be talking.
You brought up child abuse situations.
What makes you think that it's okay to keep throwing his abuse in his face?
Are you gonna let me talk to her, or are you gonna start jumping in, Auntie?
Answer her question. I'll get to you shortly.
I can't have a conversation if this nigga's gonna be cutting me off.
Look, how she asked you a question. Don't talk to me, talk to her.
This is why I talk about him. Nigga, your mama's a bitch. How's that in a hole? How's that?
See, and you're a trashy ass, thought ass bitch.
Yeah.
Because
Is that what you wanted to come up here and say? These people are weird.
Understand the difference.
This nigga just called me a hoe. You must be crazy.
Weird. I don't give a fuck. Get your plan.
Oh my God, it's way before Queen's Throne. All right. I believe it's somewhere around here.
I'm sorry. It sounds like I'm getting blamed for something. I'm not quite sure what's going on. What's going on again?
You forgot what I sent you a couple months ago, and you never said nothing about it.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot. I have to go ask. I do remember. I do remember you sending me something. But I forgot exactly what it was.
Okay.
Because you disappeared for like a couple of months, so we forgot.
I didn't disappear. I just, for some reason, I was blocked under your channel. So.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, this happened in the
Men were calling me a whore for 7 hours.
All right, here we go.
That's something in the ball. A goddamn fool. A silly nigga.
All right, here we go, y'all.
Oh, Frank Gary, bitch ass nigga.
What's my daddy? What's my daddy?
If somebody asked me that, if a dude was on the internet spreading a rumor that you had
All right, we on track, folks. Here we go. Sorry about that.
AIDS for months and months, get that up. And he was really trying to convince people, going to hospitals, talking to doctors live, trying to convince people that you had AIDS. Would you send that dude to give a message to your wife on the internet about her?
No, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of husband? They would say, what kind of wife? What kind of husband is this? And everybody wants to act like, oh, Nepal, look at how she's treated. The Most High is with me. Have you ever heard of Abigail? Okay, have you ever heard of Abigail?
Judah, can you play that video I gave to you in Messenger, please?
Yeah, play a video, because if it's something on Sonnetter where we were talking about your scholarship, it doesn't talk where you're making pictures with your husband took the time.
Now, keep in mind, we got 1, 2, 3, definitely 3 people on here. I don't know, Shaka, you might be able to help me out on this. That was going at us for talking about pedophiles, rapists, and scamming on the platform, and having back people on the platform that are involved with it currently, either have cases currently on it, or that Sonnetter knew in the past had already been convicted of these things. So let's go.
I'm to take my face, put it on a boxer, and then you sit up there talking about washed up.
And we talk about the downward spiral, and who need to stay in the spiral and go all the way down into the bottom of the stink hole.
HOK, and she tears down platforms.
Judah.
That's not the same. Sorry.
Judah. All right, everybody.
Most High bless Sonnetter.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up her
Most High bless Sonnetter. He cursed the Most High. See what I mean, everybody? She said Most High bless Sonnetter, but he cursed the Most High.
Hold on, I was trying to multitask, so I couldn't unmute time. But
And then I stand by him.
Well, listen, hold on, Nepal.
Are you done? Are you done speaking?
Oh, just real quick, let me say something real quick. Again, everybody, please put up prayers for Mighty Hebrew's wife. Man, this is a very serious matter. I was going to say this. Nepal was comment.
He talking about the bald head nigga again.
But dude was on the
According to Sonnetter.
internet spreading a rumor that you had AIDS for months and months. Get that up. And he was really trying to convince people, going to hospitals, talking to doctors live, trying to convince people that you had AIDS. Would you send that dude to give a message to your wife on the internet about her?
No, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of husband? They would say, what kind of wife? What kind of husband is this? And everybody wants to act like, oh, Nepal, look at how she's treated. The Most High is with me. Have you ever heard of Abigail? Okay, have you ever heard of Abigail?
Judah, can you play that video I gave to you in Messenger, please?
Okay.
Yeah, play a video, because if it's something on Sonnetter where we were talking about your scholarship, it doesn't talk where you're making pictures with your husband took the time to take my face, put it on a boxer, and then you sit up there talking about washed up HOK, and she tears down platforms. That's not the same. Sorry.
Judah. All right, everybody.
Most High bless Sonnetter.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up her.
Most High bless Sonnetter. He cursed the Most High. See what I mean, everybody? She said Most High bless Sonnetter, but he cursed the Most High.
Hold on, I was trying to multitask, so I couldn't. unmute. Yes, Sarnetta, yes.
Ask Judah Nazareth a question. Would you do that and send a message to so-and-so for that? Judah, let me ask you a question. You call I 1 time, 2 times.
Judah Nazareth was the dude, or it was his platform. He said all of this stuff, or curse their God. How can you have all these people from different religious backgrounds and you out there cursing people's gods?
3 times. Would she ignore your fucking call? Would she pick up?
If she was married to you, she would. If she was married to an abusive ass man who tells her shut the fuck up or sort stuff, she would. If she was married to a man who treated her like shit in front of everybody, she would. If she was married to a man who curses the Most High and calls him a bitch, she would.
They heard this months ago. They heard it months ago.
How's that, Sonetta? Yes, she would ignore you if you blaspheme the Most High and she believes in the Most High. And if you disrespect her publicly, she damn sure would, sir.
And it was this platform that it happened on.
She don't believe that she disrespects nobody. So when she overtalked me, you motherfucking right, I'm gonna tell you shut the fuck up.
I got an interesting relationship.
Oh my God.
Let him talk, bro. Don't interrupt.
My bad. Quiet. You constantly.
No, Judah's not gonna kick me off. I know you want me to be disrespected. This isn't Sonetta's channel. I don't get kicked off on this channel, Macaulay. I don't get kicked off on this channel. I just get kicked off on Sonetta's channel. Judah's not gonna kick me off for Sonetta. Sorry, Macaulay. Sorry. I should have let him put that anyway.
Just to make it clear, I don't care what anybody's religious association is. I don't go by what a person says their religious association is. I go by how they conduct themselves. And unilaterally, anybody that's claiming to be about anything religion, especially, or any culture that we're supposed to hold up and stand up, they should unilaterally be against people scamming, unilaterally be against rape of children, unilaterally be against rape of men and women, regardless. They should give no space. They should share no platform with people that give space for that.
In your mouth. I should have let him do that picture of me.
I'm trying to help you. I'm telling you to take this off.
You're not helping me. How about don't mention me? The only way you could help me is stop and don't mention me.
Nepal, that's your husband. Have some respect.
She don't got no respect.
You don't know anything about this relationship, so please shut.
Have some respect? Where is the respect to have?
The whole fuck up, sir.
You got your whole business on the internet. What you talking about?
Hey man, her husband right here. Just let them talk. They
now everybody respects Sonetta. Now see the weirdness. Everybody's over here talking about how he cursed the Most High. Now I'm supposed to see y'all are stupid. Oh, please let your husband speak. You niggas are crazy.
There go the N-word again.
He hit the panel to disrespect me, fool.
No, I really didn't.
Then don't bring me the fuck up, Sonetta. Don't do it. I told you you're gonna stop disrespecting me publicly, King. I'm going to show you tonight.
Low key, Sonetta, is this how you handle your women? I think she can fold you easily, bro. I'm no disrespect.
Well, low key, you need to get yourself kicked in the balls and shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, oh my God, what is this? All of this, none of this can be about the conscious community, anything conscious. They claim that they're a part of that community.
Nigga, just let me talk, man. You can't put no battery in nobody back. Shut your bitch ass up. So this is what I came on to do.
There we go again. You see? So these people are in the downward spiral somehow, some way. The ones you hear speaking, you hear them saying the B word, the N word, right? You hear that, right? They've been sharing platforms together where these individuals that we're talking about that have been accused of rape, convicted of rape, or going to trial or taking pleas for molestation and rape of children. I mean, what's up with this? And then the N word, the B word.
I hear Judah.
She's checking you. How am I, bitch?
I hear Judah.
No, bitch, I'm checking you, nigga, because you're in another man's business. I thought you were an Israelite.
Yeah, Benjamin, chill, man. Stay out of there.
Like, God block my shit.
All right, cool.
You gotta learn how to mute motherfuckers, Judah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Control your panel, bro.
I'm multitasking.
Yeah, Smoke. This was 2 days ago, bro. Shaka covered this last night, but I just wanted to get back on it for a second.
Got 2 arms, goddamn.
I'm trying to talk. So the reason why I'm up here is because I heard you, Judah, saying, yeah, son, never disrespect our God, disrespect this God. Let me make something clear to you, Judah. When I disrespect y'all fucking God, I'm separating you. I'm separating all you raggedy motherfuckers from real Israelites. I'm not talking about real Israelite gods because you niggas don't worship the same fucking God. You a fucking demon. Your God is a fucking demon. You's a fucking liar. Your God is a fucking liar and a bitch ass made nigga. That's who the fuck I be dissing.
What? This is like a, I mean, you know, should they be, again, the question is, should they be allowed to slip out of the vortex, the downward spiral? Should we allow them to continue later once all of this is exposed? Like enough has not been exposed already for people to make a judgment? You know, do you want this in your future? Do you want these types representing us? Because even though they call it the conscious community, the entire world, you know, has access to this and confuse them with being representations of the black community, of African Americans, of African people, of our conversation.
Not Tazoriak, not Daniel Allah, not fucking Divine Prospect, not Zion Lex. I respect them men right there. I don't respect you motherfuckers.
Zion Lex, the same one that comes out on the video talking about, I got a videotape. Sayonara and Nepal, y'all better get y'all stories straight. What happened down here in Florida that day? Or I'm going to release it. I mean, he respect that? He respects that. What is there to respect about that?
I don't respect your fake ass God, nigga. So I'm separating that shit from real niggas.
How you going to bring people together if you don't at least allow people their own religious beliefs? Whatever it is, you don't have to talk to them about it. And if you want to debate them about it, you can have a respectful debate that doesn't, you know, go at the core of who they claim they are.
You niggas ain't real. I want you to understand that. Because I see the way you represent your fucking God. So how the fuck I look like respecting this motherfucker when you niggas don't respect him? Fuck your God, nigga. Not fuck Tazoriak, not fuck the Israelites. You niggas are not Israelites to me. Understand that shit.
Tazariak, the brother that was asked, why am I even saying brother? The man who was asked, has he been accused of raping his own niece? Something like that. And his answer was, I have no recollection. This man respects that, huh? He respects that answer. Yeah, he respects that answer. The answer was, I have no recollection.
So that's why I do what I fucking do. I'm listening to you motherfuckers right now. This ain't no Israelite shit. This ain't no Israelite shit.
This ain't no Black American, African, any type of talk for us. This is something else.
And I'm gonna include Elder Yara. I'm not talking about Elder Yara. Me and Elder Yara had our little thing, but I'm not including Elder Yara in this bullshit y'all niggas do. Separate. I'm separating him.
Yeah, but everybody's an N-word though. At the same time, everybody's an N-word at the same time. You see?
From you motherfuckers. I'm separating the mighty Hebrew from you niggas. They got different gods, nigga. They worship different gods than you niggas. They don't behave like fucking animals and demons. And y'all the first ones that call motherfuckers demons. You motherfuckers the biggest fucking demons on the fucking internet. Got it. And that.
Okay, Stephen P., where was that at though? That wasn't in Florida where that happened? The tape Zion said he got of Nepal and Sonetta having some kind of beef or whatever that he claims to recorded. Where was it?
Ali, I'm surprised you over here with this bullshit. You don't see Christina Nick over here with this shit?
Okay, the second location of the crime, Cali.
Cause he
called me over here to. He called me. I thought me and Nepal was gonna have a. Hold on, Sonetta. You already know.
Niggas.
Hold on. Have you watched
with
this?
These Hebrew Israelite fucking names.
Sonetta, relax. If you see
no, that was a Hebrew Israelite. What are you talking about?
Only he
Hold on.
Nathalie, she's gonna start explaining to Sonetta why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites, y'all. I want you guys to take notes. She's gonna try to explain to this guy who you say curses God why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites.
He brought my name. Hold on, Nepal. I came over here because I thought you and I could have a nice dialogue to set up a debate.
Yeah, explain to your daddy. Everybody explain to your daddy.
Who's my daddy?
If somebody asked me that, and it wasn't my husband, I said, it's none of your business. Everybody knows me. If a dude asked me that, I said, that's none of your business while I'm over here. I have a husband. But you want to explain, well, Sonetta, this is why, because I want to make sure I can come back on and do my presentation. Well, this is why, Sonetta. This is why. I thought it.
But isn't that what most of these people was doing? Isn't that what most of these people was doing when we was talking about all that crap over there? We were saying, they're worried more about being able to get on the man's platform to do their presentations than standing up for what is right then at the moment when they find out yet another girl has been hurt.
He cursed the Most High. I thought he cursed the Most High. Why don't you curse him out?
Okay.
You always full of shit. That's why. You always full of shit.
What's Sonetta? What?
And for the record, I've never been on Sonetta's platform, so do not throw me in there with the pow at all. Never been there, and thank God, I'm proud of myself for that,
What God do they worship? What God?
I could have been there, though.
How do they worship?
Hold on, just for a second. Hold on, man. Okay, I'll let you speak. Let me just say, I'm going to say this. I'm on the Sabbath. May the Most High kill your motherfucking family.
May he kill your
mother. This motherfucker. May the Most High kill your goddamn children. May the Most High kill your motherfucking children, nigga. May the Most High kill your motherfucking mama, nigga. And any motherfucker that separate, that join with this motherfucker. May the Most High kill your motherfucking open ass family. Fuck you. Fuck your motherfucking children. Fuck your motherfucking dog. Fuck your old ass mama. Fuck your dead ass daddy. May the Most High kill all the motherfucking bitch ass child molesting bitch motherfuckers. Fuck the motherfucking Cesaria. Fuck you fucking punk motherfucker. Fuck Daniela. Fuck Brian Prospect. And fuck Zion Rex. And fuck all you Mason ass nigga. Bitch ass niggas. I'll kill all you fucking faggot ass niggas. You child raping faggot punk motherfucking niggas. You niggas is a bunch of goddamn faggots. You niggas is fucking dogs. And you motherfucking demons. Now the pop. Who you gonna stay with? This motherfucking demon? You gonna stay with this old faggot ass nigga in the park? Now I'm gonna curse on your motherfucking ass too. Now answer that, the park. Alright? I death curse this fucking faggot ass nigga. This motherfucker gonna die of goddamn AIDS. Motherfucker, now the park. You got a choice. I'm gonna curse on you children too. You got a choice. You stay with this fucking punk midget leprechaun ass nigga.
The Most High has already protected me from Sonetta.
That's your motherfucking choice. May the Most High kill you.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Judah?
Get the fuck out of the motherfucking panel. Fuck you and this leprechaun motherfucker. May the Most High kill you and your motherfucking family. Fuck you and the fucking faggot ass midget motherfucker. Get the fuck off my shit. That's how I'm giving it up.
Judah, you good? You
good?
Bro, let's
talk. I'm not fucking good. Let me turn my goddamn camera on. And Mandy, you garbage pussy having ass bitch. Fuck you and your motherfucking kids, bitch. How about that? And whoever else wants smoke, may the Most High kill you and the motherfucking little garbage eating motherfucking devils that you raised with that diseased ass pussy. That's what I'm talking. That's how Judah Nazareth give it up. Fuck that little motherfucker.
But weeks ago, when Sonetta was on his panel saying F his God, he didn't have any words. Like what's changed since then? What has changed? And in that little bit of time, he was out there calling people out that was saying Sonetta is out of his mind for doing that. That was condemning Sonetta for doing that. He was actually out there defending Sonetta. So what changed?
Fuck Frank Gary. Fuck him and his midget ass mama. And his whore ass daughter. That bitch sucking dick and selling pussy. Alright, that's how I'm giving it up. Fuck that nigga, he ain't gonna do shit. Fuck a motherfucking faggot ass raw boy.
Facts. He helped put the video out in Nepal. You know what I'm saying? What's going on here? I call it implosion. I call it the downward spiral of the HOK, of the so-called conscious community.
Child molester ass nigga. Fuck Garfield, child molester ass nigga. Fuck you and your motherfucking mama. And me a nigga grape your motherfucking daughter, nigga. And toss that worthless bitch in the goddamn alley somewhere. Nigga, go flag my page, bitch.
So he called Garfield what? What did he call Garfield? A pedophile? Is that what he did?
That's how I'm giving it up. Fuck you and your motherfucking faggot ass, child raper ass, fucking child molester unit, motherfucker.
Yeah. Okay? See, y'all are stupid.
Israelites to me. Understand that shit. So that's why I do what I fucking do. I'm listening to you motherfuckers right now. This ain't no Israelite shit. This ain't no Israelite shit. And I'm gonna include Elder Yara.
But look, if he's not an Israelite, who is he to say what is Israelite? What difference does it make? It has nothing to do with if this is Israelite. This ain't none of that. This has nothing to do with no conscious shit. Nothing.
I'm not talking about Elder Yara. Me and Elder Yara had our little thing, but I'm not including Elder Yara in this bullshit y'all niggas do. Separate. I'm separating him from you motherfuckers. I'm separating the mighty Hebrew from you niggas.
Why? Why is he separate? For what?
They got different gods, nigga. They worship different gods than you niggas. They don't behave like fucking animals and demons. And y'all the first ones that call motherfuckers demons.
Have you seen the mighty Hebrews criminal conviction paperwork? Have you seen what it says on there?
You motherfuckers the biggest fucking demons on the fucking internet. Got it. And Naphtali, I'm surprised you over here with this bullshit. You don't see Chris.
This sounds like Nino Brown about to go to court, about to try to put divert the blame over to somebody else. He brought all these people out. He's brought all these people out himself. Sonetta did.
Christina Nick over here with this shit. Cause
he called me over here to. He called me. I thought me and Nepal was gonna have. Hold on, Sonetta. You already know.
Niggas.
Hold on. Have you watched
with
this?
These Hebrew Israelite fucking names.
Sonetta, relax. If you see
Naftali's a Hebrew Israelite. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Naftali, she's going to start explaining to Sonetta why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites, y'all. I want you guys to take notes. She's going to try to explain to this guy who you say curses God why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites.
He brought my name. Hold on, Nepal. I can't give a fuck. I thought you and I could have a nice dialogue to set up a debate.
Yeah, making it
exactly. Sonetta putting cases out on all of them.
Explain to your daddy. Everybody explain to.
But we still gotta wait for Polite. Is he gonna put cases out on all of them?
Your daddy.
Who's my daddy?
Polite, his right hand man.
If somebody asked me that,
the dude about to take a plea or go to trial for what? For what? The rape of a 14-year-old girl. It's coming up in just in 1 month. In 1 month. The plea is coming when?
And it wasn't my husband. I said, it's none of your business. Everybody knows me. If a dude asked me that, I said, that's none of your business while I'm over here. I have a husband. But you want to explain, well, Sonetta, this is why, because I want to make sure I can come back on and do my present.
You're right, Donnie. That vortex, those waves, that vortex, that downward spiral must be strong right about now.
Well, this is why, Sonetta. This is why. I thought he cursed the Most High. Why don't you curse him out?
Okay.
She was worried about him cursing the Most High, but she wasn't worried about the dude going to trial for molestation of a 14-year-old. It's like, what the heck is that? Where was the outrage with the mighty Hebrew? She interviewed the mighty Hebrew. He's been convicted of molesting a minor. And we're talking about the acts that are quite violent acts, according to the paperwork. She knew that. She interviewed the brother. It's like, what is this?
I'm full of shit. That's why. You're all full of shit.
What's Sonetta? What God do they worship? What God do they worship?
Hold on, for a second. Hold on, man. Okay, I'll let you speak. Let me just say it. I'm gonna say this. I'm on the side. May the Most High kill your motherfucking family.
May he kill you.
All right, let's get ready. Let's get ready for the Nazareth roller coaster ride. This must be some prolonged, build-up going on that he's about to spill out here. He was out there attacking other people that spoke out against this man before for all the same things. And now all of a sudden, at the last minute,
Support this motherfucker. May the
No, I'm
Most High
not.
kill your
It's not
goddamn
my.
children.
I'm not. It's not
May
my
the Most High
family.
kill your motherfucking children, nigga. May the Most High kill your motherfucking mama, nigga. And any motherfucker that separate, that join with the motherfucker. May the Most High kill your motherfucking raping ass family. Fuck you. Fuck your motherfucking children. Fuck your motherfucking dog. Fuck your old ass mama. Fuck your dead ass daddy. May the Most High kill all the motherfucking bitch ass child molesting bitch
What about his goldfish?
motherfuckers. Fuck the motherfucking Tazaria. Fuck you, fucking punk motherfucker. Fuck Daniela. Fuck Brian Prospect.
What about his hamster?
And fuck Zion Rex. And fuck all you Mason ass nigga, bitch ass niggas. I'll kill all you fucking faggot ass niggas. You child raping faggot punk motherfucking niggas. You niggas is a bunch of
Yeah, he on the internet and got guns blazing now at the last hour. You know what's up?
goddamn faggots. You niggas is fucking dogs. And you motherfucking demons. Not the paw. Who you gonna stay with? This motherfucking demon? You gonna stay with this old faggot ass nigga, the paw? Now I'm gonna curse on your motherfucking ass too. Now answer that, the paw. Alright?
He must have a crush on Nepal or something. He like, you got to make a choice now. What? What about? Oh, y'all got to make a choice right there. Even you too, man. Even you too. Where's your choice?
A death curse this fucking faggot ass nigga. This motherfucker gonna die of goddamn AIDS. Motherfucker, now the paw. You got a choice. I'm gonna curse on your children too. You got a choice. You still this fucking punk midget leprechaun ass nigga.
The Most High has already protected me from Son
That's your motherfucking choice. May Most High kill you.
No, but you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Judah? You know,
get the fuck out that motherfucking panel. Fuck you and this leprechaun motherfucker. May the Most High kill you and your motherfucking family. Fuck you and the fucking faggot ass midget motherfucker. Get the fuck off my shit. That's how I'm giving it up.
Judah, you good? You
No,
good? Bro, let's
I'm
talk.
not fucking good. Let me turn my goddamn camera on. And then, you garbage pussy having ass bitch. Fuck you and your motherfucking kids, bitch. How about that? And whoever else wants to smoke, may the Most High kill you and the motherfucking little garbage eating motherfucking devils that you raised with that diseased ass pussy. That's what I'm talking. That's how True Nazareth give it up. Fuck that little motherfucking fucking punk faggot Frank Gary. Fuck him and his midget ass mama and his whore ass daughter.
Midget.
That bitch sucking dick and selling pussy. Alright, that's how I'm giving it up. Fuck that nigga, he ain't gonna do shit. Fuck a motherfucking faggot ass Rob Bourne, child molester ass nigga.
Rob Bourne, he called Rob Bourne a child molester. Now, this is the one that Sarnetta said he's coming with more paperwork. He just said that like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. He said that. We haven't heard much from him since then, but has that information, have these people heard more about it? Let's see.
Fuck Garfield, child molester ass nigga.
He said Garfield too. He said he was coming with paperwork. There's no paperwork here. See, these were all the same people dissing Shaka and Dugu Komet, my aunt forever, for asking these same questions, for daring to even stand up and ask these people these questions months ago, half a year ago, even more than like 7 months ago.
Fuck you and your motherfucking mama.
Where'd this dude get the courage from?
That man nigga grape your motherfucking daughter, nigga, and toss that worthless bitch in the goddamn alley somewhere. Nigga, go flag my page, bitch. That's how I'm giving it up. Fuck you and your motherfucking faggot ass, child graper ass, fucking child molester unit, motherfucker.
Oh, he got it from Yahweh. Well, damn. Was it Yahweh walking with him months ago, weeks ago? What the hell happened here?
You're the motherfucking goddamn head honcho child molester, nigga.
Go ahead, Judah.
That's what I'm talking about, nigga. That real shit. Fucking got on, brother.
I'm about to get off here, man.
The smartest person on the panel is the one saying the least. Just take note of that. I'm just telling you flat out.
Brother, hold on. I ain't done, hold on, brother. All right? Motherfucker goddamn Tazaria.
If I was on that panel, which I never would be, I would be quiet as a mouse. Wouldn't be saying shit. In my brain, I'd be like, well, goddamn, what the fuck's going on here? Huh? Okay. My name Bennett and I ain't in it.
It's goddamn beard oil. Fuck that nigga. And fuck that nigga's old punk ass leader trying to push a jab on people. Fuck that nigga. Alright? I'll tell that bitch ass nigga to his face. I don't give a fuck how big that nigga. I hit that bitch ass nigga upside the head with a goddamn brick. And send that bitch ass nigga to job you on where you about to belong.
Damn, comb that hair, man. What is going on? You just wake up or some shit? Like,
now listen to this old punk faggot ass nigga. And when the Most High kill this nigga's motherfucking daughter, nigga, I'm gonna fucking laugh, nigga.
He must have smoked some goddamn something. I don't know. What the hell happened here? Okay, here comes Sarnetta. All right.
Now what you gotta say, sucker ass nigga?
Do your Hebrew Israelite shit, nigga.
You goddamn right. I ain't no motherfucking Hebrew Israelite. I'm an Israelite.
Nigga, you fake and you phony.
Nigga, your mama fake, nigga.
That's why you mad.
Your mama fake, nigga.
Crazy.
Your mama fake, nigga.
This was the same dude defending Sarnetta weeks ago. Just weeks ago. He was defending him, saying he don't understand why people coming out against him. Like that's wrong, calling them all traitors. Oh my goodness.
Look at
your
you,
mama fake, nigga.
On the street.
Bitch ass nigga.
Told you.
So your mama was fucking the random niggas, nigga, because she was on drugs, bitch ass nigga.
I told you. You stand different.
Your mama was fucking, nigga. Where your daddy at, bitch ass nigga?
Corner, nigga.
Where your daddy at? Get the fuck out of my motherfucking nigga.
And you mad because I'm
right, motherfucking child molester ass nigga. Oh, bitch ass nigga over here, goddamn brother play over here raping little girls. This old punk ass nigga over here dancing and shit. Celebrate, motherfucking pervert. Use the goddamn head honcho.
She would. If she was
Israelites to me. Understand that shit. So that's why I do what I fucking do. I'm listening to you motherfuckers right now.
Let's hear it back fast.
This ain't no Israelite shit. This ain't no Israelite shit. And I'm gonna include LD Yara. I'm not talking about LD Yara. Me and LD Yara had our little thing, but I'm not including LD Yara in this bullshit y'all niggas do. I'm separating him from you motherfuckers. I'm separating the mighty Hebrew from you niggas. They got different gods, nigga. They worship different gods than you niggas. They don't behave like fucking animals and demons. And y'all the first ones to call motherfuckers demons. You motherfuckers the biggest fucking demons on the fucking internet. God, and Naphtali, I'm surprised you over here with this bullshit. You don't see Christina Nick over here with this shit? Cause she
chronic nasal drip.
He called me over here he called me. I thought me and Nepal was gonna have a hold on, Sarnetta. Already know.
Hold
on. Have you watched
these Hebrew Israelite fucking names?
Sarnetta, relax.
Naftali's a Hebrew Israelite. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
Naftali, she's gonna start explaining to Sarnetta why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites, y'all. I want you guys to take notes. She's gonna try to explain to this guy who you say curses God why she's over here with Hebrew Israelites.
He brought my name. Hold on, Nepal. I can't give a fuck. I thought you and I could have a nice dialogue to say.
He been having Hebrew Israelites on his panel more than anybody else. What have they been saying? They've been saying they hate Africans. Nobody defended that. No, none of these people stopped them and said, yo, that's wrong for saying that. None of them said that. You see what I mean? None of them stopped any of the xenophobia. None of them wanted to focus on the rape or the pedophilia. They kept going up on the panel. This is months and months and months and months these people knew this stuff and did nothing about it. Now, they worried about him being on a panel with Hebrew Israelites. What sense do that make? You've been on his panel the whole time.
Yeah, Megan, explain to your daddy. Everybody explain to your daddy.
Who's my daddy?
If somebody asked me that, and it wasn't my husband, I said, it's none of your business. Everybody knows me. If a dude asked me that, I said, that's none of your business while I'm over here. I have a husband. But you want to explain, well, Sarnetta, this is why, because I want to make sure I can come back on and do my presentation. Well, this is why, Sarnetta. This is why. I thought he cursed the Most High. Why don't you curse him out?
Okay.
You always full of shit, that's why. You always full of shit.
What's Sarnetta? What God do they worship? What God do they worship?
Hold on, man. Okay, I'll let you speak. Let me just say. I'm gonna say this. I'm on the side. May the Most High kill your motherfucking family.
May you kill your
mother. This motherfucker. May the
I'm
Most
not
High kill your children.
my family.
May the Most High kill your motherfucking children, nigga. May the Most High kill your motherfucking mama, nigga. And any motherfucker that separate, that join with the motherfucker. May the Most High kill your motherfucking open ass family. Fuck you. Fuck your motherfucking children. Fuck your motherfucking dog. Fuck your old ass mama. Fuck your dead ass daddy. May the Most High kill all the motherfucking bitch ass child molesting bitch motherfuckers. Fuck your motherfucking Tazaria. Fuck you fucking punk motherfucker. Fuck Daniela. Fuck Ryan Prospect. And fuck Zion Rex. And fuck all you Mason ass nigga. Bitch ass niggas. I'll kill all you fucking faggot ass niggas. You child raping faggot punk motherfucking niggas. You niggas are a bunch of goddamn faggots. You niggas are fucking dogs. And you motherfucking demons. Not a pop. Who you gonna stay with? This motherfucking demon? You gonna stay with this old faggot ass nigga in the park? Gotta put a curse on your motherfucking ass too. Now answer that, the park. I death curse this fucking faggot ass nigga. This motherfucker gonna die of goddamn AIDS. Motherfucker, not a pop. You got a choice. I'm gonna curse on you chosen too. You got a choice. You still this fucking punk midget leprechaun ass nigga.
The Most High has already protected me from Sarnetta's
That's your motherfucking choice. May the Most High kill you.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Judah? You know, Judah,
fuck you and this leprechaun motherfucker. May the Most High kill you and your motherfucking family. Fuck you and the fucking faggot ass midget motherfucker. Get the fuck off my shit. That's how I'm giving it up.
Judah, you good? You good?
Bro, let's talk.
I'm not fucking good. Let me turn my goddamn camera on. Nandy, you garbage pussy having ass bitch. Fuck you and your motherfucking kids, bitch. How about that? And whoever else wants smoke, the most I kill you and the motherfucking little garbage eating motherfucking devils that you raised with that diseased ass pussy. That's what I'm talking. That's how True Nazareth give it up.
These the people Sonetta had on this panel the whole time, man. This is crazy. I'm not talking about Octavius though. I'm gonna keep it real about that. You know, I've had some conversations with him, and he never seems to come off that disrespectful at all, or saying it half of this. But in any case, let it roll.
Fuck that little motherfucking fucking punk faggot Frank Gehry. Fuck him and his midget ass mama and his whore ass daughter. That bitch sucking dick and selling pussy. Alright, that's how I'm giving it up. Fuck that nigga, he ain't gonna do shit. Fuck a motherfucking.
All right, bro. Let me see. There's somebody on the panel here. Ayil Adam Israel. Yo, you could come up. I just got one rule. When we're talking over here, we don't use the kind of language they're using, you know, and we don't use the kind of tone. We can have a good dialogue, so let's do that. Let's take out some of the energy that they throwing out there. You know what I'm saying? Come on up, bro. How you doing? You up there? Let me turn the music down a little bit for you. Yeah. Good morning. How you doing, bro? It's a brother, right?
I'm black. Yeah.
Okay, how you doing, bro? Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah,
you got something to say about this?
I do, but long story short, I'll put it this way. I'm a Hebrew Israelite myself, and I was actually watching this live stream live, and what I wanted to chime in on this situation. But what I wanted to ask you was, will you still be about in an hour? Because long story short, I'll show you this. But one second.
Okay.
I'm just about to eat my food.
Oh, no worries, brother. Yeah.
So what I wanted to do is ask you, would you still be about in like an hour's time? Because I'm just about to have dinner, and I gotta go season some. I gotta make tomorrow's dinner and after that as well. So is that, and I realize I'm gonna be about an hour. So I was asking, would you? So do you think you'll still be about in like an hour's time? Because I really want to chime in this situation. And
I think so, bro. I think a lot of us going to get up on the panel and discuss this a little bit. So you're welcome to come back. Can I ask you one question? Where you located? What nation?
I live in North London in the United Kingdom.
Well, there you go, brother. Good to have you on, man. It's good that we mix it up from different countries and things like that. You know, it's very important because we all see this over the net. So I'd like to hear your words on this. No doubt, brother. You're welcome anytime.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Bennett. Yeah, I'll try to tap the link again in like an hour's time. Yeah, because I really do want to chime in this situation because I wanted to. I mean, I think I've been subscribed to you only for about 7 days. But I was watching you and the French guy on Friday. I wanted to chime in, but again, I was busy and I couldn't. But yeah, I really want to chime in this situation. Yeah, but yeah, thanks for holding on. Yeah, I'll try to tap in like an hour's time.
Oh, you're welcome, brother. Thank you too, man. Thank you.
Thanks, thanks. Yeah, I'll tap back in like an hour's time. Thanks, peace.
Okay, bless. Yeah, now you see, that's great that we had the brother come up. We need more people to come up, speak their minds, chime in on the conversation, because what a lot of these folks don't recognize is that people around the world are watching this and see this. And it's not fair that we don't allow people in on the commentary. You know, we need to have people that are allowed to come in and comment on it, especially if they've had to watch it. You see what I mean? I'm interested in knowing how does it affect our overall diaspora when we see this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Divinely inspired. Welcome, brother. You in the house. Yeah. So yeah, come back, brother, anytime. Now let's get back to this crazy rant. I don't even know if I can't even call it rant, because isn't this just normal for them? Isn't this just what they've reduced the entire conversation to? I mean, well, let's go. Let's continue it.
Faggot ass wild born, child molester ass nigga. Fuck Garfield, child molester ass nigga. Fuck you and your motherfucking mama. And me a nigga grape your motherfucking daughter, nigga, and toss that worthless bitch in the goddamn eye.
He just said, made a black man rape his daughter. I mean, you know, this, don't get me wrong, they have desensitized the community to this type of language. But I'm not so desensitized that we can stop here and say, what the heck is wrong with this man? We're supposed to be fighting against rape, against molestation. And this man is wishing it on somebody. I mean, that is just the foulest thing,
Somewhere. Now go flag my page, bitch. That's how I'm giving it up. Fuck you and your mother.
And he calls that being a man. You see, he calls that being a man, saying that. That's his version of finally being a man, finally speaking up. He's going to use his power and his words and his platform to wish that another person's child gets raped. That's his version. That's his way of representing himself, his religion, or whoever he represents. It's definitely a representation of himself.
The fucking faggot ass, child raper ass, fucking child molester unit, motherfucker. Use the motherfucking goddamn head honcho child molester, nigga.
Go ahead, Julie.
Menticide. You're right, sister. Menticide. No question.
Hey,
That's what I'm talking about, nigga. That real shit. Fucking got on, brother.
I'm about to get off here, man.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I ain't done. Hold on, brother. All right? Motherfucker, goddamn Tazaria and his goddamn beard oil. Fuck that nigga. And fuck that nigga's old punk ass leader trying to push a jab on people. Fuck that nigga. All right? I'll tell that bitch ass nigga to his face. I don't give a fuck how big that nigga is. I hit that bitch ass nigga upside the head with a gun.
Yeah, it's not all Hebrews. In fact, I don't even like the fact that these people are made to be representatives of some sort of Hebrew people, period. I don't like that. I find that that's wrong, because there's a lot of Hebrews, different parts of the world, different ethnicities. They don't all have this view of things, and they definitely don't all represent these things. This way of promoting themselves. They would in fact condemn it, and that's what I would like to see. And not just Hebrews condemn it, but just everybody condemn this stuff.
Goddamn brick. And send that bitch ass nigga the job belong where he about to belong. Now listen to this old punk faggot ass nigga. And when the most I kill this nigga's motherfucking daughter, nigga, I'm gonna.
Oh, you welcome, Marcus L. I mean, just keeping it real. This is wrong. This is totally wrong. And we don't want to get into any type of xenophobia about just trying to make it seem like this is an issue for one group. Nah, let's get out of that. Shaka himself, he lives in France. He's not a part of any of this. He's been calling this stuff out. But these people try to use the fact that he's in France and try to make it seem like it's a certain group of people can't speak about African Americans or whatever. They just always try to separate people that way. So you can't fight against xenophobia by being xenophobic. So Hebrews don't deserve to have all this put on them. But the ones that are involved in it and know about it need to speak out just like everybody else.
Nigga. What you gotta say, sucker ass nigga?
Do your Hebrew Israelites.
Now we get to see Sarnetta's clapback, and see more from Sarnetta. Sarnetta is a central figure because he's the one who's actually given a platform to many of these people. Nobody would know about most of these people if it wasn't for Sarnetta, which brings his own ethics and morals into question. Now he's been called out, and he has for things that should be obvious. There should be obvious concerns. People have said, why do you keep continuing to bring people back on your platform, like the mighty Hebrew, who has been convicted of rape, which was of a minor? Why did he promote Polite, even though he knew Polite was scamming, even though he knew Polite had already been involved with minors? That's coming out of his own mouth. So this is the man. We're going to give him a little bit of space for his clapback, but just keep in mind, he might only be clapping back for himself and not really for the community.
Shit, nigga.
You goddamn right. I ain't no motherfucking Hebrew Israelite. I'm an Israelite.
Nigga, you fake and you phony.
Nigga, your mama fake, nigga.
That's why you mad.
Your mama fake, nigga.
Crazy.
Your mama fake, nigga.
Look at
your mama fake, nigga.
And look, Sarnetta came out, and he has a tendency to talk about people's mothers, wives, and all of the same things. So Judah is giving the same kind of fire back at him. But the thing is that when he threw that fire out my way, I told the man, Nah, I don't have nothing against. I would never talk about his mother. I would never talk about his kids, his family members, none of that. And you know what? That was the coldest answer you could give him because it allows him to look at himself. I don't have to become what he is. I can actually understand that there's a complete difference between how he represents himself as a man and how I do. I don't take shorts like that, and I won't. It's just too destructive. I'm not trying to put myself in the same turmoil, my own spirit.
On the street.
Bitch ass nigga.
Told you.
That's when your mama was fucking the random niggas, nigga, because she was on drugs, bitch ass nigga.
I told you. You stand different.
Your mama was fucking, nigga. Where your daddy at, bitch ass nigga?
On the corner, nigga.
Where your daddy at? Get the fuck out of my motherfucking nigga. And you mad because I'm right, motherfucking child molester ass nigga. Oh, bitch ass nigga over here, goddamn brother Ply over here raping little girls. This old punk ass nigga over here dancing and shit. Celebrate. Motherfucking pervert. Use the goddamn head honcho. What you say, son, nigga? You got files on these niggas.
But when people said it months ago, what did Judah Nazareth do? Judah Nazareth actually defended Sarnetta. He knew most of all of this stuff, and he steadily went along to defend this man. So what makes him come out now in the last hour?
Damn, did the man just jump off his own? Damn, Judah, go.
Okay, this then went this then went a whole other direction.
I'm telling you.
This was supposed to be like I mean, me was being the pop was just supposed to have a conversation about
man, fuck that nigga and his motherfucking whore ass dog. I put my motherfucking testicles on that bitch's forehead.
Judah
fuck that nigga's motherfucking daughter. Man, hold on, man. Listen, Israelites, listen, man. Nigga trying to make some separation. I'm the fuck.
Exactly. That's why I say, Shaka, downward spiral. We hopped off of this train months and months and months ago, almost over half a year ago. And the whole point is that you can't beat them with their tactics. You got to hop off that train. You got to, stay above it. Don't go down. Don't go low. I hate to quote Michelle Obama, but she said, when they go low, we go high. And you know what? In this case, that was actually the right move. No need to become what they are. No need to become what they are. That's not how you fight this.
The motherfucking Tazaryak, that old bitch ass nigga paid something $300.
How you fight this is by being a better example, by being a better example of a man, of a person, of a human.
Damn.
All right, so that nigga compromised. Him and that pork chop eating ass nigga General Yana. That nigga ain't following dietary laws. That nigga fatter than a motherfucker. And I'm sorry, this is my Shabbat. You're supposed to keep it clean. But they be gonna have no motherfucking child raper with a goddamn pedophile ring coming to tell some F my God. Nigga, fuck you ain't no God. Ain't that goddamn white man dick you sucking, you punk ass nigga.
Damn.
All right? Why the hell was I put this dick in your mouth?
I mean, to me, I'm sorry to say it, but it sounds like he got some issues of homophobia deep down inside of him. I mean, of homosexuality deep down inside of him. Like he's projecting it, but a lot of times when these cats project it, they do it as a cover themselves, for their own thoughts. And he's been on record saying he's had homosexual thoughts himself, and now he's out capping on it. It's like, it's phony, it's delusional. It may be real, but I won't say phony. It may be real, but I don't know. Like I said before, there's a lot of issues.
Good bitch ass nigga. Yeah, nigga, I'm getting up like that. You and your bitch ass came off that goddamn trailer, nigga. Israel doctor.
Yeah, you right. Love Beefru said, I understand you bit it, but sometimes you got to cuss these people out. Yeah, I've been there myself, but it's not a norm. It is not a norm. We cannot make this a norm.
Cost you niggas.
Hey.
And for these folks, it's a norm anytime they on their platform.
Goes on this channel. You better suck a dick, nigga. Suck a rabbi dick, nigga.
Judah, we need you. I need you. I need you. Y'all gonna set up the base, but I need you. We got you. We got you. Nobody we ain't standing with nobody that blaspheming the name of the Most High, no kind of way. That's a fact.
Venom, you got to hop up on the panel and put it in the back chat. You don't have to say anything on the panel, but But you could throw it in the back chat, then I could take a look at that clip.
And that's what I rock with Judah Nas. So, let that be that, bro. We got it.
That shit was wild.
Yeah,
no, it's not wild. This dude came on my channel talking about some F the Most High and this, that, and the other. Like,
no, you did what you're supposed to do.
I've been chilled out. I never talk crazy about Sonetta like that.
But why he wait? It's like a damn month ago Sonetta said all of that stuff. He went back on the man's platform and defended him. What's up with that? That's so weird. You don't have to believe in these people's religion to see how wrong that is.
When these niggas saying he had AIDS and talking about his family and talking about his mother, I stayed all that. Why? Because I don't move like that. But you're not going to put me in the same box with these old wicked ass niggas who don't believe in the Most High. They saying Sonetta got AIDS and this, that, and the other. What do? I stay out of that.
Judah,
he disrespects me.
You see what he said? It sounded like he said when other people that are not Israelites get on Sonetta's tip for saying these same things, he doesn't say anything about it. He stay out of it. And that's wrong also. That's wrong. This is where the division comes in, where they're dividing people. And why would you want to divide people that are stronger when they're united? Why would you want to divide African Americans by their religion? Why try to make religion your political movement? You see what I'm saying? And this is a serious failure in what they're doing, because African Americans, I'm one of them. How can we be stronger when we're divided on our politics? Our politics, what does that have to do with our religion? It don't make any sense. I mean, I don't get it. Your religion you can have with you any time of day, any place you go. Your politics, that got to be different. You got to be unified when you act out. With your neighbor, you don't live in an Israelite community. You live in a community with many different people. You gotta be on board for taking action on certain behavior, regardless of what the person's religion is.
Oh, like I'm one of them punk ass niggas, like I'm fucking Jabari, or them old hoe ass soft ass nigga. No, I'm a real motherfucking man.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, salute Craig B. I would say he's not a real man. Actually, I mean, he's a real man. He exists in that thing. He's an adult male, but as far as a man, I don't see what he's doing as being having something to do with manhood. Malehood, okay, you could debate that if you want. Humankind, yeah, he's a part of the human species, the part of the human race. But man time, nah.
Nigga talking about my wife and shit. This nigga got over here selling pussy on the goddamn Harlem streets.
We got it, bro.
You have a choice. You heard it. You heard this old weak ass leprechaun ass nigga say he brought you out the Bible. This what you gonna stay with?
Okay, first off, let me speak.
Okay, that sounds like a goddamn yes.
First of all, regardless of what your religion is, somebody talking about your mama, your kids, and all of that, I'm going to stand with you against them, regardless of what your religion is. You see, that can't have nothing to do with it. That's just common, basic respect. That's the lowest common basic respect you could give another person, to not talk about their family just because you're having a little religious debate, a history debate.
Ask me a question. You asked me a question. You see how you feel? That's why when I was screaming earlier, that's how I felt when you were saying that that I turn against the Most High, that I blaspheme the Most High. I love the Most High, and I've never said that I've turned against the Most High. I do a show with Sonetta, and I talk about the law. I've never called the Most High the B word. I've never blasphemed the Most High. However, when I'm on panels and Sonetta says that, I'll say, no, this isn't about the Most High. So I'm getting up here and speaking for myself, because what I know is everybody has to stand before the Most High on their own. Everybody. I don't believe that doctrine about, you lay with a Hebrew Israelite man, you're saved. So I'm getting back up here to speak for myself. I do not blaspheme the Most High. I don't even talk about other people's gods.
Yeah, she's been capping for Sonetta over a whole list of things. You know what I'm saying? And that bears the question. She keeps calling him her husband. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not a religious expert, but how is she a Hebrew Israelite and her husband's not a Hebrew Israelite? I mean, I don't get how that works. I thought they had more stricter practices. I'm not saying that's how it have to be. That's not my belief. You know what I'm saying? I if it was my way, I say everybody got the right to their own belief. But I'm just curious about that. She been capping for Sarnetta for a way longer time, just consistently over a whole host of issues where she could have easily said, what you're doing is wrong, especially if she's speaking up for herself. Did she do that? Nope.
Dr. Feel Good.
Not until suddenly now. I mean, what's up with the last hour? Is it other things going on we don't know about? Are people about to be indicted for stuff? Are people investigating these people's connection to each other and crimes that may have been committed? Other people that may have been hurt? I'm just saying.
Who I don't believe in. What you say?
No, sorry, reading what Shawma said. Sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, why are you trying to separate yourself now from Sarnetta?
Anyway, Sarnetta says what he says. You're gonna have to deal with Sarnetta directly. But I got up here and I turned up.
The Most High gonna deal with his ass. He'll kill that nigga daughter.
Well, I turned all the way up because the same way you felt, I felt that way when I heard you saying, oh, Sarnetta got Nepal the Bible. Oh, Sarnetta, Nepal worships Baal. Those are the things you said when I was working out. I called in, and then for her to hit the link, I don't like fake people. I'm gonna say this. I have always continuously shown that sister love in the behind the scenes. But see, people, when you act sweet and nice, and that's not always.
Venom, hop up on the panel. You don't have to speak, but you can use the back chat there, and you can drop that link for me.
It's true. The actions you do are not sweet and nice. And then when she tried to come out of her face saying, oh, we know what kind of pictures you had, it was on. And that's when I start talking about her. And I'm not going back on my word. Y'all can say what you want to say. I don't take pictures like that when I'm married. My husband is present, whether he's Nabal or
I mean, when you're married, she just got finished saying everybody got to stand in front of the Most High himself. So was it the Most High with you when you was putting those pictures out? Then what does it have to do with you being married? That's supposed to be a standard, period. I mean, I don't know.
Or the most righteous husband of all. I've always had a husband present. Before I got married, I let people know clearly that I'm a sister who doesn't. I don't go around flirting with men and sending pictures, all this shit that she tried to push, and that bird face, that bird neck nigga.
And Judah Nazareth had the nerve to have something to do with spreading them damn pictures. And and now all of a sudden he's Mr. Standing with the Most High.
That baby bird face Quinath, he got up here trying to talk about, oh, you're used up. And then for him to get on the phone and Sarnetta to sit with him, I don't care what anybody says about me.
Sarnetta cursed out Kadah's wife. Man, that's what he said. That's what he did. And he went back on his panel. See, the easiest thing you can do, you don't control what other people do, but you control what you do. You control what comes out of your mouth, and you control your physical actions. Hopping up on the panel of a man who has just cursed at your wife, cursed out your wife, or cursed any member of your family, the easiest thing you could have done is not go back for more. Not go back. Do not give any power to that person. Separate yourself from that person. But do these people do that? I mean, I'm guessing Nazareth, Nepal, going to be right back on that panel again. I'm guessing it. I'm just saying it. You got to prove me wrong this time, because
I stick by Sarnetta time and time again, and he continues to disrespect me and show what kind of
And what the hell she learned then? What she learned from it? Yeah, you went by him. You stuck by him. You capped for him. And so did you learn the lesson this time, or are you just going through a moment again?
I think he just disrespects me as a wife. He shows what kind of husband he is. Now, you screaming at him and everything, people say, this is what they'll say because they're sick. They say, why did you stay on that panel? Why did you not defend your husband? Did anybody not hear how Sarnetta treats me every time I'm on his show? Does anybody not hear how he hit the panel and talked about me and tried to exalt a woman who he can't stand?
But look, she wants people to defend her, but she didn't defend other people when she was aware of outright wrong this man had committed and done towards them. the same type of act she's talking about. Sarnetta went on panels and cursed out so many people, done so many foul things to people, actually try to use his bullhorn to get to put people, get people to basically cap for him and maybe even attack others for him. Did she stand up there and say anything was wrong about that? So she's complaining about the same behavior she played a part in.
How he tried to make her like, oh, Naphtali, why are you over here? This is the same woman he wanted to put an eggplant in her mouth and calls her all kinds of bitches behind the scenes. But
Nepal,
you scream, no, wait, you scream at me. Wait a minute, brother, I'm going to finish. Y'all scream at me, but you don't see.
Yeah, she playing the victim, bro. Divinely inspired. She playing the victim.
She's supposed to be so righteous, and the only reason I'm torn is because that's my husband. But what about her? It would be so easy for me to curse somebody out if I already had a husband who wasn't. She's sitting there, well, Sarnetta, let me explain. I would have said, nigga.
What you know about that, bro? You said Nepal is paying Cynthia's bills. Okay, damn.
You don't tell me anything. Fuck you and fuck your life, just like Judah just did. But you guys act like, oh, Napaso. No, these bitches are wicked. Okay? But I'm going to be all right. Because the Most High is going to stay with me. All those curses you put on, I'm sitting here shining under my Father. Yes, I said Father. Under the Most High, Yahweh, you could laugh, you could say what you want. I don't blaspheme the Most High. I talk about the Torah and the law. Period. In the context of the conversation, it sounds like that.
Get away from that nigga, Nepal.
No, don't do that. Don't do that right now. We can talk about.
All right, so this is the dating game part. Everybody get to chime in on who you think Nepal should date. You think she should? Everybody, put a 1 in the chat. Not that we give a goddamn, but put a 1 in the chat if you think she should go back to Sarnetta, and put a 2 in the chat if you think she should stay away, like Judah Nazareth say. Me, I could give a goddamn. They one and the same if you ask me. Yeah, put a 3 in if you think they one and the same.
Offline. We can talk about that offline. We can talk about that offline. I'm almost done. Hold on. She could get up. Y'all, we talk about Torah. You can't, look, you're not supposed to play favorites. If that was, she's got a husband who has nothing to do with Sarnetta, but see, y'all, they want to make sure they can hit the platform. I don't give a fuck. I respect Sarnetta as a husband.
This is some delusional shit. Yeah, but they are in the vortex. They are in the downward spiral together. They held hands halfway down. Keep your ass in there. Go all the way down in the bowl too.
But when you continue to bash me and get up on the internet, this is the shit that happens. And they want to act like, why'd you go to kill the priest? Why'd you niggas and you bitches see what goes on with me? And I keep standing strong. Nobody was up here. Can you believe Fopi and even Naphtali? They were against Sarnetta, talking about he's wicked, and Fopi was saying Sarnetta has AIDS. And then this nigga's going to get up here and say, I have a message from Sarnetta. The fuck is going on in this la la land? You have a message from Sarnetta, and he's gonna get up here and say, Judah, what you do? You're not gonna disrespect. I warned Sarnetta as a husband 9,000 times. Please stop trying to disrespect me. So now I stand with Yahweh. I was in the right.
This is the wife of the leader of the conscious community, or the beholder, the king of the conscious community, the self-described architect of the conscious community. This is his wife.
Look, I'm a righteous woman. You do not get on here and start talking about fuck your God, and then Naphtali don't talk about, well, Sarnetta, I want to explain while I was here because I want to make sure I can do my Canaanite presentation next week. No, you were supposed to curse him out. He's not your husband. Now what about that?
Okay, let me say this, okay? Are you done?
No, I'm never done with your ass, because guess what? The curses that he put out, those curses are for you too.
Yeah, Donnie. Behold. The Caguilera. She needs to get in that movie, Get Out. Or we must be in that movie, Get Out or something, man, you know.
Those are for your raggedy ass. Those curses are for your raggedy ass and your elder. Your elder rubbing Sarnetta's knees. Oh, I just got a message from the boss. The boss said I'm supposed to get on here and continue and bash Nepal because he.
All right, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank God.
All right.
But then Sarnetta can.
Oh shit!
Energize a bunny.
Sarnetta can do whatever he wants, right?
You need to kick her. Just put her in the back chat.
Kick me, why? Why? Why do you need to kick me?
You spoke at length.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk.
I don't know why, son. I'm sorry. I don't know why, son. I don't know why you over here, man. I'm sorry, Anthony. Son that keeps coming back. Yo, when all these niggas is banging on this goofy ass nigga, I now stayed out of it. This nigga's just the most disrespectful goddamn demon I ever seen. And upon you need to make a goddamn choice. The choice is right now. You can't be a daughter of Most High.
No, the choice is going to be with the Most High. Just like Abigail, the choice is going to be with the Most High.
My husband died, Nepal. Most High killed that nigga. That's Sarnetta, Nepal. A goddamn fool. A silly nigga. You gotta make a choice. This nigga wicked as hell. Come on, man.
Yeah, she said she made her choice. Read the same book. She made her choice with the Most High, man. So y'all gotta encourage the sister, bro. Like at the end of the day, I get it. I don't agree with everything Nepal has said, but I don't agree with anything every Israelite says. I'm just saying, if she's not blaspheming and going against the name of the Most High, whether we have differences of scripture and interpretation, whatever they might be, bro, we can't do it like that. I'm just saying, it's your platform, Jude. I can't tell you what to say and not to say, and that's what I'm not doing. So please don't take it as disrespect, because I'm not doing that. I'm just saying this is what it got to be. Don't ask her. I'm just saying for the other.
She telling a man that disrespects daily to don't take something as disrespect. It's like, okay.
But don't ask her nothing about Sarnetta. She said don't do it. Don't ask her nothing else about Sarnetta.
I wasn't.
I'm just saying she's already said she got this. That she got a personal private matter she got to deal with.
Right.
So we can't put her on blast and be like, make no choice here.
I'm not trying to.
I'm not speaking to you right now, bro. I'm just saying in general.
She done put herself on blast. What is this? What is more putting yourself on blast than going to YouTube and constantly having these rants?
Like, don't do that right now. So she already said she don't blaspheme the name of the Most High. She don't go against the Most High. We don't have to agree with everything she's saying. And I'm not caping for you weird ass niggas out here that's listening. I'm just saying there's a way in Israel we do things. We can't just do that when we feel like
Thank you.
We gotta do it. You're right. Every
She ain't married to an Israelite though. Hold on, she's not married to an Israelite.
I'm talking about my marriage.
Natalie's actually
deal with each other.
I'm gonna go on mute. It's Natalie's turn to speak. I apologize, y'all.
Because most of the times when there's problems between women in Israel, it's because it's some man or men involved, and that's a fact. I've done enough counseling to know it's some men involved. Let the two sisters, because eventually they either work it out, and if they got husbands, they're gonna take that matter up with their husbands. See, this is what Paul was talking about. Was like, if any woman have an issue, let them take it up with their husbands when they get home, and that's exactly what they're saying.
Yeah. It looked like Judah Dodds was doing all of this just because he tried to get with her. It ain't got nothing to do with common decency or anything. It's like, here's my chance.
I heard sister Natalie said she relies on her husband. All praises to the Most High. This is what Nepal is saying. Let Israel do Israel the right way. We got to be able to say that.
I apologize, and I rescind. May Yahweh forgive me. I rescind my curse on you, Nepal. But he's still on the panel, and I never heard disrespect like this towards our God. It's just like, this nigga waking up.
That's a damn lie. He heard this shit on his own panel weeks ago, a month ago. What? Oh my God!
You can't tolerate that at all, bro.
All right, but I just want to speak my piece though, because I've been very disrespected on this panel.
How many times Sarnetta curse out their God, yo? You talking about he never heard this before?
I came on this panel because I thought hitting the link, she and I could have had a really nice dialogue about if I was, let's just say, it's a joke. If it's offensive, then listening to your back, listening to your arguments, listening to what you teach, listening to how you dialogue, it sounds like you worship Baal. Guess what? Are we 12 years old?
And that's why you get
Yo, just want to put this out there. It's probably some people that saying I'm doing this just to get hits or views. Yeah, so what?
Oh my God, please.
I got an agenda, man. I got someplace I'm trying to go.
Are you 12? Are we 12?
And if they don't want that, then why are they going to the internet with it?
We are grown women. You get up here and you tell me, no, I don't. I worship that.
If they listen to me, my advice will be, don't go to the internet with none of this. But they don't listen to me,
That's it. That's all you have to say. It ain't that dang on.
I told you that on Sarnetta's channel, and you keep saying it.
Look, woman, I'm talking. Be quiet. That's why they say tell women to be quiet. You need to be quiet.
Stop lying, and I will be quiet.
Oh, first of all, I'm not lying, y'all. It's a conversation and a debate. All you gotta do is just prove yourself.
I've already told you several times I don't worship Baal. You're a wicked woman. You're a sneaky ass bitch.
I'm not. Okay,
you're a sneaky bitch. I call it like I see it.
Can you
I don't
please-
hide behind a little squeaky voice trying to act sweet. You're a lying bitch.
Who is the serpent in the
Let her
garden?
talk, man. Let her talk, please.
Who's the serpent in the damn garden?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well there you go. Evil ass woman.
Yeah, Shaka, I'm just reporting the news, man. Where would I be if I don't report the news? You know what I'm saying?
You asked the Torah Knights that question. They say worse. They say Jesus is a penis.
Look,
so you in the wrong spot trying to do all that.
Look, I'm talking about you right now. But guess what? You can't. I don't care about any of that. What I do care about is the fact that you're taking things personally. Now we can talk about differences in doctrine, but when you try to say things personal and try to slander me and say things about me and my reputation as well is not true, I don't like that. Now you're slandering me.
I proved it.
You did not prove anything.
You had your titties pressed up against his chest and you were talking shit about me.
Ma'am, I have never talked anything about you. Jude, I shared a video with you. This video is from at the very beginning of me coming around and listen to what this woman had to say about me. She said she was there to support me.
Yeah, where they reading this shit from, Divinely Inspired? Where they getting this stuff from? I mean, but we have to inform still, this is what it is,
Play the video, because you talking about a little video. Post, play what she said about me. Play it, Judah.
Is it from my channel? I hope so, because I'm gonna get the video of you sitting on the panel saying that why do all these men have her picture while those men were calling me a whore for 7 hours and you snickered and giggled. You want to start playing videos?
Go ahead and play the video, Judah. Thank you.
Yes, play it. Let me get the video.
Southern,
where
I don't even know why
you
you're
were
here, Southern. No, man, just Shabbat, man. You maybe get out of character and be wicked on the Shabbat. And I gotta repent to everybody and apologize.
He probably wants to get up here and curse me out.
Well, y'all,
he loves to do that in public. It makes him feel.
Did Judah Nazareth just repent for all those things he just said?
Like he's a king to curse out his wife in public.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. I'm finna address your husband. If he don't like us so much,
no, I need.
Hold on. If he don't like us, tell him to keep his punk ass on his channel.
Why don't you shut the fuck up? How's that? Why don't you shut the fuck up? How's that? This isn't your channel, and you don't even have to be here. You don't even have to be here. Don't tell me what to tell my husband. You made a mistake. Don't tell me to tell my husband anything. Why don't you shut the fuck up? You sorry piece of shit. Stop addressing me. If you wanted to say something to some nigger, you didn't have to tell me, say your husband. You worry about your own self. Okay? Don't be a bitch and ask me to tell you something. You tell me yourself. You don't need to filter through me. You don't know who you're talking to.
I'm not Judah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Jessica, we're going to get some views on this one. Get some retention. We're going to get some likes. Get the likes up, too.
Play the video that she's trying to make herself look good. Play the video.
Take your ass back where your husband is there.
Why don't you mind your own business?
I'm about to get monetized just from these nuts out here. What is this?
Okay, Auntie. Hey, Auntie, can you mind your own business, Auntie?
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to share the video. Hold on. You take down Hadassah's email. I'm trying to write it down, but I'm multitasking. So hold on. I'm about to share Sister Daphne's.
Elder Yara got some background noise coming.
Yeah, I saw Prime on there. That's I'm like, Prime. He's saying the least, though. I'll give him that much credit. He's not saying the least, but I mean, hey, he's up there. Let it be. He's a Hebrew Israelite. He got let him talk his talk and square it out with them.
Mute him.
Y'all right. Can you write that down because I can't. I'm trying to share the screen. Hold on. After we hold on.
Yeah, Judah Nazareth ain't with the beef sector though. He ain't with it. Nah, that's not what he's known for. Nope, not at all. You know what I'm saying? He's too good for that.
I'm showing it. I don't understand why Southern is over here after the complete and utter disrespect he has for everybody on the panel, including me, who never got involved in none of the bullshit or be.
Her husband want to be a crackhead. Oh my God!
Tell me if you guys can hear the audio. Can you hear it?
We can't even see it. Oh Lord, have mercy.
I think about a.
Anybody hear it?
I mean, I don't know, Rob Rack. I mean, me myself, I don't know none of these people. I like Prime though. From my own conversations with him, he seems like a pretty civil brother. Easy brother to conversate with. But I mean, hey, everybody got their angle on things.
Wait, can anybody hear it? Am I sharing? I can't see.
Yes, we hear you.
All right. Oh, someone,
Keep in mind.
I'm not watching for the religious content, but all the humorous religious stuff they throwing out there, like Jesus is a penis and all of this stuff they throwing out there. I'm actually here for the downward spiral of the conscious community. That's what we focusing on, the downward spiral, and why these people seem to be like jumping off Sarnetta's, his panel, his claim to fame, his type of business, why they want to separate themselves at the last hour. Why wait for the last hour? A lot of these people on here was attacking us when we was finding out this shit 6-7 months ago, saying we ain't with it, calling it out, saying it's foul. These people was coming at us. Now they going at Sarnetta for the same stuff. I don't know.
This was when she was, hold on, let me preface it. This is when she was supposed to come on Sarnetta, and she didn't like the way Sarnetta chose a picture of her that she didn't like.
No. Go ahead, play the video.
And she didn't come on the channel. And she went to Fopi. Wait a minute. Hold on, Judah. She went to Fopi and started talking about me, and she was live on Fopi when I was talking about it.
Play the video.
Oh yeah, we'll play it. All right, let me get the video. You're talking about.
I'm playing mine.
Play it.
Yeah, that is. We all heard about Rob Rack. Oh my God, I think Shaka got a video. I think Ching Ching came up, and Ching Ching, somebody went to some places on the internet with some really interesting pictures. I mean, I actually had to tell Shaka to not play it because my eyes was just like, oh,
play it.
My stomach.
This was 2 years ago.
That video ain't playing good.
He got this Hebrew woman, and
she's not the one,
brother.
Yo, you should put it.
You said Chris Harris was rocking with Rob Rack too. I mean, it seemed like they know each other. They all know each other. They all, I don't know. I'm not into religion that way. I keep my religion personal to myself. You won't ever hear me talking about my beliefs because I believe myself that they're supposed to be personal, and you're supposed to know me for my conduct. Not for what I call myself.
The link in the background. I'm on my computer. I can share it from my device.
Because she talked about BBL.
Yeah.
Plus, on top of that, I got friends and family members from different religions. You know what I'm saying? And colleagues from different religions. So, so I can't really come out like this the way these people be doing, man.
Put the video link in the background. And I'll play it on my
computer. Your elder saw me in public, baby. My breast. My 34. I'm actually baby. Baby, go to my breast.
David, 100%, brother.
34E. My waist is 27, and my.
Oh my gosh, she talking about my waist is what?
Hips are 38. 34E. 27 waist and 38 hips. Don't be mad.
Yeah, I can share it. Put the link in the back chat. I'll play it from my computer.
You're big. You're big.
Yeah, David. Chris Harris came on Shaka's platform one day and cursed me out. And you know what? When he left, after he cursed me out, I was like, damn, why does this feel like I didn't get cursed out? Like something was strange about that. And I'm going to tell you, it felt like some girl had cursed me out. Victor!
You're big. You're big.
I never brought you up your side.
You're big. You talked about me first. You called me a golden girl, remember? You called me a golden girl before I started talking about your weight. You forgot?
That's a lie.
So you weren't sitting on Fopi calling me a golden girl?
I got your comments. Play the video, y'all. Play the video. She said this from 2 years ago. She said this from 2 years ago. Remember, she said that she
was a year ago. I don't think it wasn't yesterday.
She said she helped me get on. So this is the beginning. Let's see how.
I'm waiting on you to share it.
Yeah, with Chris Harris. He ain't calling this beef too. He's calling it. I mean, we did intelligent conversations about the crap, the scamming, the pedophilia, and the rape going on Sarnetta, that the person Sarnetta invited on his panels were involved with, including himself, it turns out. And Chris Harris called that beef tube. That's what he called beef tube 7 months ago. You see what I mean? 6 months ago. That's what he was calling us, beef tube. But where's he at with these clowns? Where's he at? He's never around for the other stuff.
All right, we finna share, y'all. We finna share.
Sharon, please. Sharon, we're talking about her. Yes, her scholar.
It sounded like he was just capping for Sonetta when he was saying what we was doing was beef tube. Now they all doing it to some degree, more or less.
All right, just waiting on you to. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna make it big. Hold on, make it bigger. Hold on.
Garfield, my brother Garfield. Now, Garfield told me this, I think, about a month ago or something. He said, yo, Sonetta, I'm telling you, this girl over there, she's bad, brother. She's bad. I don't know if this the one he was talking about, but I know he was telling me that, yeah, he got this Hebrew woman, and she's
not
bad,
the one,
brother.
No, that was the other sister that.
Damn, what they going back in history on the dating show or something?
Yeah, I thought it was the other sister. It was her.
Garfield, my brother Garfield. Now, Garfield told me this, I think, about a month ago or something. He said, yo, Sonetta, I'm telling you, this girl over there, she's bad, brother. She's bad. I don't know if this the one he was talking about, but I know he was telling me. I hope not.
So she's telling on herself. See the video she made on me? She's not the one. She's not the one. She's not the one. She's not the one.
That, yeah, he got this.
Damn, they got their entire history on YouTube. I mean, what is up with this?
Hebrew woman, and
she's not the one.
Brother.
No, that was the other sister that's in
context. The context certainly isn't there. That speaks about that in Ezekiel 16.
That's
context is not there.
The whole Bible is about the Israelites being with the Canaanites, and that's why they keep.
Yeah, it's a very ethnocentric book. I agree with you on that.
I agree with you, brother. Marquise L, I agree with you 100%, definitely.
I agree with you. It's Garfield. I agree with you. Can I ask you one question?
Garfield, this is your show, honey. You
can ask you one question, sis.
You can have the floor.
Calling men, honey. Calling men, honey. Calling men.
Facts, David.
Men, honey. Thank you for playing this. Thank you for playing this. Thank you for playing this. Calling men, honey.
I agree with you. Naftali, I agree with you. Naftali, it's Garfield. I agree with you. Can I ask you one question? Can you come and join the Dagger Squad, man? Can you come and join the Dagger Squad, man? Can you come and join the Dagger Squad, man?
All right, so if you see,
damn, they all shooting their shot. What?
Say she tried to help you. All she did was you got it. I don't know.
But this is another problem. I mean, when you have people that claim to be organized, having organizations and things like that, and their real purpose is to try to grab women inside of it or turn it into a dating service and things like that, that's foul as hell, because that's called sexual harassment, to be honest with you. And, you know, this is a lazy practice. This is what a lot of women have been talking about, how guys trying to work with them, but they're not working with them for the content of their character or what they bring to the table in terms of the subject matter or issue. They just want to get with them.
You can start the video, but the thing is that she when Sonetta was talking
who saw that video? Anybody? Judah, did you see that video? No, wait a minute, Judah, did you see her on Dagger Squad? Anybody? Or did you see us debate? See, let me tell you, she just showed that all praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. You saw her flirting with Garfield.
You got a brain, Sister Jessica, definitely.
She with Garfield, flirting.
They have your ass up on here. You're all that, the whole process.
With the man talking about, honey, it's your house. This is you. And then you see she made a video. Everybody just saw. I gotta yell over you. Everybody just saw that you made a video about me. You saw that she made a video about me from Sonetta's channel, saying that I'm mad. She just cut herself.
Definitely, sister. You're right, Jessica. I mean, it has been in it, anyway, they're going down. It's got to be done with. It has to be finished, and so a new standard has to come to prevail.
You just cut yourself. So thank you. You just cut yourself. No, you. So you open the man's channel talking about it's your channel, baby. Oh, it's your channel, honey. Oh, honey, it's your channel. Who talks to a man?
People, honey. What are you talking about? I called you honey.
Well, you're a married woman. You might send the wrong message calling a man. Don't you know? You're an Israelite woman. You might send the wrong message calling a man, honey.
Oh, honey,
it's your channel, honey. Oh, honey, that's how you message.
Oh yeah, sorry about that, Angelica. What the heck is wrong with me?
You flirt with everybody. You flirt with all these men. Oh, go look at her. Go look at her. Go look at her on Zion Lex. Go to Zion Lex. Go to Zion Lex channel. Go to Zion Lex channel.
They actually arguing about who's been throwing it around the most.
Go to Zion Lex. Go to Zion Lex's channel. Everybody listen. She's scared. Go to Zion Lex's channel. Don't keep on screaming over her because she wants to talk over me. Go to Zion Lex's channel and see what she has.
Yo, brother, the question you asking here is like that's on the brothers that pick like that. You know, that's the example they setting too. You know what I mean? It's not just the sisters. They are going for this themselves, you know?
Go look at what she has on Zion Lex's channel as a married woman. She has a flesh color top on. She has a flesh color top on. It looks like she has no top on purpose. She has her hair. You look like you. Go look what she has on Zion Lex's channel. Please. Somebody pull it up. Don't get the video. Let's look at what a married.
Well, I've noticed something, you know. Movements, in my view, I've had to think about this because it's not just this so-called conscious community where I suspect people with mental illness. I'm not saying they've been diagnosed. Mental illness is a big problem. And in fact, it's a way bigger problem, form of illness than a lot of the other things that people discuss, you know, but because diagnosis is hard to get and access to mental health facilities and doctors and even a psychologist, it's hard for people to get, you know, but I suspect that people like this have been used to harm social movements, you know, because they can be huge distractions and create a lot of chaos and turn the dialogue in a direction where it's just like this. Look at what we're looking at.
Why would you go on Zion Lex's channel? Why would you go on Zion Lex's channel with that type of top on? Why did you go in there with that on? You want to talk about me? Nobody will ever see me acting like that with men when I'm married.
Yeah, we do see side by side with Taylor Priest in his house.
First off, I was on tour. I was singing.
Oh, you was on tour. Is that what we call it now?
Yes, we call it. There's proof.
What you take the link for a tour?
I was in the.
I mean, what do they want to accomplish with this? What are they trying to accomplish? What's the goal? What they trying to figure out?
Fucking studio. We were in the studio. What are you talking about? I'm in the studio.
Always in the studio.
I bet you I wasn't calling him. I bet you I wasn't. I bet you. Get the video. Get the Zion Lex video.
You can be with
so
a man.
Anyway, as I said, you flirt with everybody. You flirt with everybody. You're always up in men's faces. Everybody knows you. You flirted with Sunnetter. You flirt with Garfield. You flirt with Philip.
Damn, Google Hangouts. That's way back.
You flirt with Zion. You flirt with everybody. You flirt with
everybody. And you
show me. Show me.
You flirt with Killer Priest.
Show me.
You flirt with Killer Priest. You right there. Where's your husband, man? Why wasn't your husband there with you at the studio?
He told me to go on tour.
Oh, so he told you to go on tour.
I'm a singer. I'm a singer.
A woman leave her husband to go with a man that's not married and to go on a tour with him.
Don't you go? I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. Do you go to work every day? Hey, do you go around men every day? Don't you have a job? Don't you go around men and sit with them for 8 hours? Hold on. Don't you go to work every day? Is your husband there when you're at work with those men? Is your husband there for 8 hours when you're at work with your husband? When you're at work with men, do you go to work every day? You never went to an office? You never had an office job? You never had an office job?
Angelica, it's a Danish word called Lort. And you know what it means? Shit.
What do you do?
You never had an office job? You never went to an office with men?
Girl, what do you do? I never
Facts. It definitely not only does it sound like it, it looks like they fighting over they fighting over men. Then some of the men, it looked like they fighting over the girls.
Work husband, you never worked in an office,
sweetheart. I work with
you're full of shit. You sit in niggas' faces all the time. And you were up on Quinop with your titties pressed against his chest.
No, I was not.
You were up on Quinop drunk. Quinop said you're drunk.
That's all you had when you went
Quinop said you're drunk. Quinop said you were drunk. Quinop said that you were drunk. Quinop said that you were drinking. Quinop said that you were drunk. You were drinking.
What's up, Storm?
And you had your titties hugged up to Quinop. So don't talk to me about shit. You are a liar. Oh, Garfield, honey. Oh, honey, you're full of Garfield. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You're a full of shit bitch. All you do is flirt with niggas. You flirt with everybody. You always smiling. You always smiling in some man's face. You're always batting your eyes. And Judah, remember when you would say that Amber? Judah, remember when you would say the sister would use her eyes to seduce men? That's Naphtali, always batting those fake eyelashes. Oh, brother, smiling with that gap tooth, smiling with those gap teeth. Oh, brother, thank you, with those swirl teeth, smiling with those swirly ass teeth. Oh, brother, thank you. Oh, yes, brother, thank you, honey. Anything you say. Oh,
For real, yuck.
oh yes, brother, please put the screen up. Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that for me. Oh, brother. Oh, thank you. Oh, honey. I'm Naphtali. I'll be on your channel tomorrow. I'll be sitting on your lap, Garfield. I'll be sitting on your lap, Poetry. Oh, Zion Lex. Thank you so much, Zion. I'm so happy that you let me on with my squirrel lady. You're full of shit, bitch. You're a slut. Nigga, stop the fuck up. Your mama's a side chick, bitch.
Don't you need to be sitting down and be married with your own ass?
Bro, we can't even hear your mic. Your mic low as hell.
I wish I could stop. I wish I could stop it, but you know what? This is evidence. You know, they should have stopped this a long time ago, but it's something to be said about the fact that they won't stop. They can't stop themselves.
Go sit your
I know.
You feel old and raggedy.
Yeah, right. Got it, BB. Thank you, Lizzo. Thank you, Lizzo. Thank you, Lizzo. Thank you, Lizzo. Thank you, Lizzo.
Why do you have pictures of her?
She called her mother a side piece. You know?
That's weird.
Thank you, Lizzo.
Girl, shut up. Don't go there. I don't talk about you. Because I don't care.
Yeah, you do. You do talk about me.
Who said something about this? Who kissing ass? Who was that kissing ass?
I swear to God, OnlyFans, somebody do.
And Octavius like, hey man, we can't hear your mic, bro. Turn it up. Turn it up. He give more evidence. You know, he's like, let's hear the evidence.
Nobody care about your
You can't say the fuck off the phone with men. You calling up everybody, Killer Priest, Sodnetter, Garfield. You can't say the fuck off the phone with men.
I never. One person I can definitely tell you I never called. I never called in my life Garfield. I never called Killer Priest, and I never called.
Goddamn lie.
They called me.
You're a damn lie.
Oh yeah. My husband told your husband stop calling his fucking name.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Napa.
You're a liar. You are a liar. You are a liar.
No.
All you do is lie. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar.
And guess what? Your husband was
You're a liar. You could try to save yourself. Look, you could try to save face. Get the fuck out. Shut up, Naphtali. I should have left Sodnetter put that eggplant in your mouth. I should have told him when he said he was gonna do that picture. I should have said, go ahead and do it. But I said, no, don't do that.
He told me he wanted to do a response to what we did. But guess what?
With
we
the
had a conversation where we was like, we gonna squash it. What are you talking about? I don't want to do a picture. Do a picture.
You're a liar.
No, I don't care.
Instead of a debate, I think y'all need some boxing gloves, man.
Exactly. Yeah, Octavius. Y'all need some boxing gloves, man. Yeah. But they do. It would be done already. But they don't really, because none of them need to be doing any of this.
No, I don't want to get back. I want to get back somewhere. She's just what you won't do with your fast ass running around, your hot ass running around every nigga. You're not gonna do like me. You're the only woman. You're the only woman on the internet. You're the only woman on the internet calling yourself a Hebrew Israelite, saying she's married, but all we do is hear.
And guess what? Guess what, Storm? She might potentially go back to Sodnetter.
Voice in the background every now and then. You're the only bitch running around the internet talking about I'm a Hebrew and you in every nigga's face. You run around the internet. You name a nigga on the internet, and name a nigga on the internet, and Naphtali has been in his face. If you name anybody, name it. Yes, she's been in his face. Killer Priest, yes, she's been in his face. Garfield, yes, she's been in his face. Will not, yes, she's been in his face. Pull up. Sodnetter, yes, she's been in his face. So shut the fuck up. You need to get in order. Go somewhere and sit down and have your husband lead you. Always up here. Where's your husband? Where's your husband? Where is he? Why are you up right now? Why doesn't he go? If he's such a good husband, why is he I'm such a bad wife? Why are you still on the internet? Why are you still on the internet arguing? I'm such a bad wife.
That's a good point now. That's a good point.
Yeah, she's a full of shit bitch.
Yeah, you supposed to get me. You supposed to be getting stroke right now.
I thought you were such a good wife. You're not the first one either. You're not the first one either.
Octavia's loving this, boy.
Because he's ashamed of you. He's ashamed of you. Where is your husband? Where is your husband? Are you the woman at the well? Are you the woman at the well? Are you the woman that Jesus talked to? Where's the husband? Go get him. Wait. You are the woman that.
Yeah, Marquise L. This is a lot of narcissism in there, and a lot of other stuff. I mean, it depends on who you're dealing with. Yeah. But look whose panel it is. Look whose panel this is. He happy to have this up on there. I mean, it's his choice. He's the one delivering this to everybody. It's Judah Nazareth. It's crazy.
At the well. Hey, where's your husband? Go get your husband. Go get your husband. Hey, go get your husband. Woman at the well. I'm gonna start calling you woman at the well. Woman at the well. Hey, woman at the well.
Yep, they all come through Filthy Frankie. That's his panel, the leader of the conscious community, the inventor of it. The architect.
Woman at the well. Go get your husband. Woman at the well. Hey, woman at the well. Woman at the well. I love this princess. Woman at the well. Where's your husband? Hey, woman at the well. Where's your husband? Where's your husband? Woman at the well. Where's your husband though? But where's your husband though? But where's your husband? Where's your husband? Well, Quinat gonna save you now? See, Quinat isn't gonna come in here now. We all know what's suspect. Usually, you see Quinat in the panel. When she's in distress, family, when she's in distress, usually Quinat is the panel for her.
This all is an example of what not to do.
She's in distress. Usually you'll see Quinat in the panel when he's a husband. But now he won't hit the panel because then we'll see that I'm right. We'll see that Quinat is always coming to her rescue. But where is your husband? Where is your husband, woman at the well? Why is it always you? Where's your husband? Woman at the well. Woman at the well. Woman at the well. Woman at the well.
Yeah, where's anybody's marriage certificate? They calling people wives. It's like, I mean, what is this? What is this? Does any of this look like husbandship and wifedom? Any of that, whatever it's called. This is just looks like, I don't want to say it, but.
Where's your husband, woman at the well? Go get your husband, woman at the well. Where's your husband, woman at the well? Woman at the well.
Yeah, Sarnetta is definitely prolific.
Woman at the well.
I mean, we got circus acts from all over, and the biggest circus act is headed to court in Florida for charges of raping a minor. That would be polite.
And not one of them is yours. You're right. Where's your husband, woman?
And we're going to continue to see the downward spiral up until September at the very least. But most likely a couple of months after, it's going to have ramifications for all these people.
Where's your man at, woman at the well? Where's your husband, woman at the well? Where's your man at, woman at the well? Where's your husband, woman at the well?
She don't have a man.
Oh, here he is. Hey, Charlie. Hey, Charlie.
Please.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. Where's Bosley and Angel? Where's the other two angels? Hi, Charlie.
Telling me, you know what something was telling me?
Hi, Charlie. I don't care what something is told you, Charlie. Charlie's angel. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing, Charlie? Is this Charlie? Is this Charlie from Charlie's Angel? Is this Charlie from Charlie the Angel? Oh wow. Where's Bosley? Where's Bosley and the other angels?
Can I please?
Oh yeah. How you doing, Charlie?
What's up, Ty? You in the house? What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Yeah, 2 Piece King. Yeah, I came over here real quick
My
to
goodness.
let you know
Yeah.
Sarnetta got Zion Lex over there on his channel after this man then exposed him with Polite being in Miami and all of that. That dude is over there right now teaching the people want to know, are you a messianic Israelite? This what I'm trying to get people to understand is the sickness and the pattern, and that these people, they do all of this and they go right back, and the hypocrisy is just, it's astounding. I don't know if you knew that, but I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh, brother, I did not know that. And we're going to take a little diverse.
Pure buffoonery.
All right.
So the most prolific thinker that we can all agree, foundationally speaking among us, who every single black movement has absorbed his teachings, is on record saying, look for me in the whirlwind, the rise of a black Messiah.
All right, I got one of your brothers in the audience. As you can see him on the screen, Brother La. Peace and blessings to everyone on this live feed. Good afternoon, y'all. You know that brother personally.
Yeah,
And,
I want to say something for the record, because we never got to do this.
Right.
Brother La is somebody I know from the streets.
Right.
What the heck? You right, bro. And let me do me a favor, brother. There's a tape where this brother Zion Lex says that he has a recording of Napa and Sarnetta. And where is that taking place? And what's the context of that, if you don't mind reminding?
Yeah, it's on Zion's page. I used the link, but he said when they was down there arguing, he had his phone and he was recording them arguing, and he was like, y'all don't want me to tell the public what y'all was arguing about. So all this stuff was around the same time. They was all down there, and of course they was arguing about what happened with Polite, because they was down there partying. Like Inky said, you pull up the documentation when the article came out about the DNA warrant was revealed to Polite. Sarnetta was down there within that week. They was partying, and that stuff happened. I wonder if Sarnetta was at the same hotel that Polite was at. Because all of this was going on and Zion Lex never told. But see, this is, number one, none of these people they not real Hebrews or anything, because we can take this to a street level. If I said to you, Mr. Ben, if I said F you, F your mama, F your blah, 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 and they bipolar, if I said that about your family, that's fighting words, and me and you will never be cool again, right?
Exactly.
So how can Sarnetta say all this stuff about their God, and then they go right back after that as if it don't pertain to them? It doesn't. See, what they're doing is allowing Sarnetta to create this dumbness that it doesn't matter how many different groups of religious people that you're talking about. They all linked in by that Bible, and they all, in their mind, in confession, they worship that same God. So it don't matter if he ain't dissing the group that Zion Lex is from. It's the same Bible and the same God. So they keep going back to Zaria, all of these people who that show they have no respect, and they feel, and this will make Sarnetta's ego go out the roof. They would rather, they'll take disrespecting of their religion to go on his platform to talk to a couple of people. Right here, Zion Lexington sold himself out for I think it's how many people that's watching? Because I'm on my phone. How many people watching?
It says, let me see here. What does it say? How many people? 387 people.
He done sold his God out for 387 people watch him, and he ain't getting paid. He ain't gonna get no benefits. He ain't gonna get no TED Talks. He's not gonna go into some big Christian platform, and they gonna whirlwind them around the world. All of these people should be ashamed of themselves. And he mentioned that Marcus Garvey and all this. Nobody care. This is the confusion like you were saying earlier, this is what Sarnetta does. This is I'm giving you the spiritual aspect again. They don't realize that Sarnetta was predestined to get in the way of black people liberation. Religion already did its thing. When the negative forces of the Bible was trying to keep white supremacy going, right? And they kept doing that for a time. But once the cycle started changing, then the spirit force of the Bible now started putting in. Remember, it was telling us that Jesus was white. Once that time of the cycle of that had to fall away, then they start putting it in the preacher's mind to say that Jesus was black or close to being black. And that right there was the rebirth of Christianity, white supremacy, in the form of now saying Jesus is black. Now that quote been in the Bible over almost 2,000 years about Jesus having woolly hair, but the powers of the negative force of the Bible made everybody overlook that. Right? Once once 1962 got here, February 5th, things started changing, and now all of a sudden they start focusing on Daniel chapter. I forgot what, I think it's Daniel 9. It has the same thing about woolly hair, whatever. Then they said Jesus was black. And now all of a sudden you see all this black information that different teachers was putting out there. Now they're using that again to keep people going. Now Jesus is black, Marcus Garvey, all this stuff. And then they the spiritual forces now started corrupting all of the religion. Because Noble Drew Ali used to call himself Isa, which is the Arabic word for Jesus. He believed he was Jesus, right? Elijah Muhammad believed he was Solomon, and another prophet, I think, Elijah, and also the last name being Muhammad. Malcolm X said that, rest in power. And then, Dr. York said he was the angel Michael, he was Jesus. All these people saying that. Just look around here, you just do a regular search, and Farrakhan, they calling themselves Jesus since like in the 2000s. So this is a spiritual control mechanism that's misguiding our people from coming together. We can't come together because of the tribalism spiritually. We're supposed to come together once our mentals are at a certain point. Remember, I told you, people do what they think. So what Sarnetta is being used is to keep confusion going. That's why he keep allowing these people to come back, which makes no intellectual sense. But go ahead.
Hey, brother, you just broke down what sense it makes. Yeah, but maybe it's not intellectual, but it's definitely spiritual. Like he's bringing these negative elements to the forefront, and it doesn't make any rational sense why Zion Lex would be on this man's panel after he's basically openly on YouTube extorted him. Now, have we heard the tape that he put out there that he said that he has?
Nope.
Exactly.
Nope. He gave them mercy, and again, this is what they do. They do scare tactics. It was on a Friday when he said it. He said, "I'm gonna give y'all over the weekend to come up with whatever excuse you want to have," because he made it sound like he was gonna drop it fresh that next Monday. Monday came, nothing happened, and now 2 years later, nothing happened. That means when you do that, that means y'all had to cut a deal to make Sarnetta cut a deal with you to not put it out. And now you on his panel, everything is cool. The same way Sarnetta came at Polite, threw things out there threatening him. Oh, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Then that never came out. Then now if you go to DMG, he was on a podcast yesterday, DMG talking about how he went out to Cali and Polite gave him a rental for the whole time he was there and put $2 grand in his hand because he knew what Sarnetta had already threatened. Then when he went to Miami, he said he did the same thing. Got him a rental spot, got him a spot in the hotel, and put $2 grand in his hand. So that's what they're doing. They're paying each other. It ain't even paying each other half the money that they owe each other. Whatever the agreement is, this is extortion. That's what this is. This is hush money, and it's business as usual. When you get a chance, I just put up the last part of our the live I was on with you on the 12th when you did the Brother Polite live. We was building on that.
Mm-hmm.
I add a whole bunch of clips. Everything I talked to you about on that whole live, I put all the clips in it showing you what Polite been doing over the years, and people just seem to forget about that. So, but that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to come through real quick and send true peace to you and to the chat and stuff. I got to get going. I got some things to do, but I just wanted to put that out there. And people need to learn the pattern. Once we learn the pattern, then you understand what's going on. All right?
Facts. I appreciate you, Todd. Thanks for coming through also, brother, and breaking that down.
No problem.
It's a group effort, you know, and no matter what people's personal beliefs are about their religion and things like that, you know, there's no amount of money that somebody could pay me or anything else that would get me so out of pocket where I got to talk about their mama, their family, their kids, any of that, their religion. Who, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, to me, it's just a no-go. We should all be on board with that. Like, it's just no reason for this. And here we got this brother Zion Lex back up there. You see what I'm saying?
Back up there. And I'm gonna say this too before I go. People need to realize some things. Number one, the planet Earth doesn't have a religion. Animals, insects, mammals don't have a religion. And spirits don't have a religion.
Mm-hmm.
And people they need to let that sink in for a while. Spirits use religion to control people and get praise and honor and worship, but spirits don't have a religion. And today, realize that. Ask yourself, why do you have a religion? And look at the chaos that's coming from it. People been trying to. It's like trying to dismantle the riddle of the Sphinx or something. Somebody giving you a hard ass Rubik's cube that got 1,000 different colors, and you trying to figure out how to unravel a Rubik's cube. That's what they don't understand. They look at the people who claim to be masters of religion, and look what happened to them. They all end up in the same pot. Nepal, I'm listening to you with Nepal, they insane. She's a female version of him. He attract these type of people. All of us do. You can take it to, I'm gonna make it simple, take it to relationships. You know, you are all what you attract. Look at who you attract in your life. Look at that person on the outside. It's a reflection of you. Like they say, birds of a feather flock together. So if you like the party and all the time, and you toxic, and every time you get in a relationship, you bring somebody that likes to party and be toxic, and you like, why I keep inviting these type of people, or how come every time I get in a relationship, this man abuses me? I always get people that's always beat me up, or I always keep getting chicks that always want what's in my pocket, because it's something in you that's trying to tell you this is not how it goes. And people that all in religion don't realize that the religion itself is toxic, divisive, and destructive. This doesn't mean that the people that's in religion who are positive and are good people, that's not what I'm saying. We talking about what you attract and what you attracted to. Look at the history of the religions. Look at the people that came from it. And I don't care how many people that want to try to defend religion being positive, when you look at the numbers, it's more negative coming out of it than positive. Same thing with Islam. Islam started out with a person that married a 6-year-old Muhammad and consummated his relationship with that 9-year, when she was 9. Then started out with the sword killing folks, enslaved African people for over 1,000 years with Islam. And look at where we at now. We think Islam is cool because we seen Malcolm and a couple of good brothers around the way, and you have family members that was in religion. That's not the whole scope. Go look at the history of it, and then tell yourself, why I'm following Islam? After all of the murders and crimes in the slave trade, they started the first, because it was 3 slave trades. The Arabs had the first one. So we have to look at the history. Same thing if you went to a school and the school was dumb and did you dirty and all that, you wouldn't take your business or your children back to that school. Treat religion the same way. With that, I'm out. I love all y'all. I'm gone. True peace.
Yeah, love to you, brother. Appreciate your words, man. Right on time with Tar. Everybody, let me put this in the link, Tar's page, because Tar be coming in dropping some real hard facts and sobering facts, because I'm gonna be honest with you, listening to these folks, listening to them, and welcome, Andrea. Thank you, sister, again Good to see you. And that's some wise words. When you believe in things you don't understand, then you suffer. And look at what we got. You see. But everybody, go over to Tar's panel or his page. I'm sorry, and subscribe because he got some solid information over there. And he's been coming around supporting different people's panels, like Shaka, my panel, and of course we try to do the same thing because it doesn't matter what our slight, I don't even know what difference I might have from Todd because I haven't heard one yet. But I'm in agreement with everything he's been saying, and I'm just happy to have good people like him come on the panel and share their views because when we listen to this chaos out here, actually just listening to it and putting ourselves in it, that's exactly why I called this one live conscious community is a downward spiral. Get out. And it's because a lot of times we think that we can be in it and bring reason to these people by joining their panels and arguing and trying to debate them on these things. But actually this stuff there is a spiritual element to it. For lack of another word, I will say spiritual element to it. Because when you listen to all the negative views and you get all the negative energy that is possessed there, you can't help but to not get a little dirty yourself. And my message is get out while you can. Get out. Like really, like the movie Get Out. You know what I'm saying? Like, because at some point you can actually, become part of it. And that is what you don't want. You don't want to be part of it. You don't want to actually be part of this. You see what I mean? You don't want to be stuck in there where now it's your brain being manipulated and it's being manipulated, but you can't get the muscle in your body and your brain to order your body to get out, to just take the physical act of like get out while you still alive, and but there's people that still want to meddle around with it. There's people that still want to find a way to say it's justified. On that note, I want to salute everybody that's not going over there, that's standing up on their own platforms and is just speaking clear language, because this is just it's gonna subdue and it's gonna drown everybody that's a part of it. That's my view of it. So on that note, let me see here. Let me drop the panel. Let me drop the link to the panel for anybody that wants to come up and add to the dialogue. I don't know if we need to continue to watch these bozos to get the point. We've seen enough today. It's like it is just so damaging. Let me see. Let me read some of the comments. Also, they want to blame the actions on God cursing them. Yep. We seeing that. What else? Let me go back a little bit because there's some other comments here. Don't let your ego get in the way of your change and growth. Yeah, that's from Marquise L. Exactly. The ego is a hell of a drug. What Jessica say? Hold on. My pearls just broke. They on the floor. Lord, let me gather them. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just watching this low level spiritual crap is really what it is. It does that to you, Let me see. Tar, in the past, he said some things that has impacted my life for the positive. Don't sleep on Tar. Yeah, for real. I agree 100%. I mean, the brother has some really clear cut views and prolific understanding of this chaos, because when you sitting in it, it gets to you, it gets under your skin, and it's like being haunted. No, please, my ears are hurting. Yeah, for real. Texas Bama. I'm saying the same thing. I don't know if we need to even see it. We don't need to see more of this crap today. But for argument's sake, I don't know. I'm a little curious. Nah, forget it. I'm not. I can wait a day. I don't need to hear what Zion Lex is talking about with Saad Netter. We already broke it down. We don't need to hear it. It's just some of the most pathetic. If it's not their language, it's just the mere fact that their actions show them to be to be on something, something of no good to people. Even though it's looked at as entertainment, it's still giving you a negative spiritual content. Yeah, brother. And you know what? Sadly, is a lot of people look at it as something as a community, as like as the black community, as uh you know, bringing unity, this content that they bring, so there are some people that see it as something serious to watch, something they can get educated from, you know. I think it's dangerous, I think it's dangerous, to be honest with you. But it was hilarious though. I mean, yeah. It was hilarious to see them go at each other. It was hilarious because, I mean, let's be honest, we got to laugh at it in some way. It's a reaction. Laughing at it is a reaction, but truth being, that shit is just horrible. What they presented to the world and presented to us as black people is horrible. It's really just like the lowest you could go, and they don't seem to be finished. That's the crazy part about it. They don't seem to be finished, and I will argue they're not going to finish until the downward spiral takes them out. This is their legacy they leave. This exactly, incognito. This is their legacy. This is the legacy that they're leaving. When their offspring look up information on them, when they leave this earth, this is what they will see. Facts. This is exactly what they will see. But I don't think they in the right frame of mind to even understand what you're saying, brother. Like really, you know. And they reap what they sow. They reap what they sow. In this case, I'm that terrible neighbor to watch the house burn down and hit the record instead of. But you know what, sister, you're not terrible because we have to speak up about this, so we don't have a choice but to address it. So and get this, even if you said, get out of the house, it's a fire, get out of the house, would they listen to you? No, they wouldn't listen to you. So we telling people to get out of the house. Will they listen? Some of them not going to listen. Some will. We've seen some people step off. You've seen some people step off. But I think right now they're getting to the point where the ones that go on those panels, very few of them going to be able to walk away without getting burnt, if not, getting burnt alive in there, for real. Because, the more and you stay, I don't see anybody walking out of this one. And I hope that people don't just allow them to walk back into spaces and claiming to be about something positive, because sometimes, when you hear these things about people, you got to say, no, you can't come into this house. You got to stay outside. You can't come back in this house. You can't come into my house. You got to atone, and atonement takes a long time. It doesn't take just the words, I atone, I apologize. No, you got to do work on yourself, because look how much you have shown. Look how much terrible behavior you have sat up there and argued is normal and okay and justified. So I see these people as just being another case in history of people that got to be called out for the larger body to move on in health. These people have no history of reforming from their previous actions. They all got to go. Yeah, especially the ones we've seen up there, doing a lot of talking on that last panel. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I don't think they should be allowed back in, because they have issues. They got a lot of issues. And when you have issues like this, you should dedicate your life to fixing them first before you go back out there in public. And what I mean is these YouTube streets, like it's not looking good. Zion Lex goes in on Sarnetta on Brother Polite. All allegations. Video mark 4400. You talking about the live right now? You talking about the current live? Let me. Okay, let's see here. Maybe there is something in there. Let's see. 44. Okay, but I don't know if I could pull it back. Let's see here. I can play it though. You talking about this same one right here, Stephen P? I mean, Stefan, you talking about this one right here? Oh, okay. It's not alive. Okay. Yeah. Send me the link. You got to get on the panel because I can't see those links if you're sending them in the regular chat. Hop up on the panel. You don't have to speak, but you'll be able to use the back chat then. Then you can give me the link in the back chat. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the live that he's talking about. Yeah, he wants me to search. Okay. Okay, he wants me to search, and let me see. Zion Lex goes in on Sinetta. Let me do that real quick. Boom. Let me go to this one. Zion Lex goes in on Sinetta. Let me see. Zion Lex goes in on Sinetta. Zion Lex goes in on Sinetta. On Brother Polite. Okay. Goes in on Sinetta. On Brother Polite. Boom. That's on Zion. Okay. Here we go. So let me forward up to 44. Yeah, let me
Load you up.
Forward up to 44 and see what happens. Okay, let's see here.
That Sarnetta talked about your kids. Who are you talking about? Huh? You ain't talking about Tasia, right? You ain't talking about her, right? You ain't talking about Tasia Barnes, right? I know you ain't talking about her. I knew her before you polite. You ain't talking about her, right? The one you call Renente, you ain't calling her your daughter, are you? Don't do it. Don't make me fucking do it, nigga. Huh? Little Dr. York, don't make me do it, nigga. Little fucking Dr. York. You ain't talking about her, right? The one that you call Renente. Huh? Nigga, that ain't your daughter, nigga. Cut it out. Don't make me bring her sister right here in front of me. Her sister is my wife's cousin.
By the way, Brother Sarnetta, I want you to come close to the screen because I know you're watching. See, I've been in your studio, so I know what it is. You got multiple desktops. So what a lot of people don't know is Sarnetta will be queued into his own live stream, but he's also free to air hustle to other live streams because he has a dual laptop. All right. So I know you're watching this, and I want you to come closer, homie, because I want to tell you something.
Yo, before we get this started, I want to say thanks for everybody for coming on, checking out the stream, and supporting my page. I got some good things coming up later, so I'm working up to that slowly. But click the like button, and I appreciate all of y'all.
You know, I'm a man of honor, and apparently you don't respect that. I did say recently in coming out on doing these videos on Brother Polite that I could say much more about the night of me and Polite's debate where we debated on rape at the Beverly Hills penthouse. I did say I could say much more. So I want you to come closer as I say this to you, Brother Sarnetta, and I want you to look in my eyes because one thing you should know about me, I don't bluff and I don't fuck around. So I want you to look in my eyes. I hope you and Sister Nepal get your story straight and tell it before me because I'm about to tell everybody everything that happened that night.
This is the video we were just discussing with Tar.
You see? So that's what happens when you play games. You see, but unlike you, I'm not going to speak the lies. I'm going to just talk the truth. And my son is a witness. And we have other witnesses, buddy.
Thanks, DJ
So
Craig.
I just want to say this to you, Sana, because you know already what I'm going to say. So I want you to say, I hope you and Sister Nepal agree on what y'all going to lie about happened that night. And I hope y'all do y'all video first. Because this week, I'm going to tell the people the whole story. but I'm gonna enjoy my weekend, hoping that you have enough time to call her and figure out what y'all gonna say. But I'm gonna come back on Monday and I'm gonna tell the people the shit that happened after the debate, which even Linda, you know, the mother of the victim that Polite raped recently, even she knows the reason why the debate stopped. Brother Sarnetta, do you care to tell the people why the debate stopped with me and Polite? Why did you and Nepal start fighting, Brother Sarnetta? You want me to tell that story tonight? What happened with the story of rape that made that such a bad night for all of y'all? Why did you and Nepal have a fight that night, Sarnetta, that spilled over into the hallway, and she even threatened to call the cops on you? Oh, shit. You really want to play with me, Sarnetta? You really want to play with me? So let me talk to you, homie. Come closer. Get your story right with Nepal, because on Monday morning, I'm going to let everybody know everything that happened that night. So just make sure you got your story ready with Nepal. Make sure you got all the details of what happened, because on Monday night, I'm going to let everybody know what else happened in that motherfucking penthouse.
And he ain't let everybody else know nothing about what happened in the penthouse. And like Stephen P says, this is the same night that Sarnetta put out the insinuation about the mother of the child, which Polite is on trial for, or taking a plea for, raping, excuse my language, molesting. He put out a video insinuating on this same day that that the woman was a call girl, which was really weird to insinuate, because why even insinuate that? What's the point in it? What would the point be? You know or you don't know, but why would you hold that information back for so long too? I mean, you know, again, another instance of how these players tend to put out information not when it would benefit everyone, the public to be able to know what's going on. They seem to let it out at time much later when it suits them best. But let's hear it again.
You ain't talking about Tasia, right? You ain't talking about her, right? You ain't talking about Tasia Barnes, right? I know you ain't talking about her. I knew her before you, Polite. You ain't talking about her, right? The one you call Renente, you ain't calling her your daughter, are you? Don't do it. Don't make me fucking do it, nigga. Huh? Little Dr. York, don't make me do it, nigga. Little fucking Dr. York. You ain't talking about her, right? The one that you call Renente. Huh? Nigga, that ain't your daughter, nigga. Cut it out. Don't make me bring her sister right here in front of me.
This is the video Sarnetta comes out on Polite, basically saying that he's a pedophile, or insinuating that he's a pedophile. He's saying he got information about it. Everybody knows Sarnetta said this. Now, months and months and months later, leading up to the trial, under pressure, Sarnetta takes all those words back and said that he only said it because they were banging on each other. They were angry at each other, which is very suspicious. But in any case, let's hear Zion.
Her sister is my wife's cousin.
By the way, Brother Sarnetta, I want you to come close to the screen, because I know you're watching. See, I've been in your studio, so I know.
The man saying this, Zion Lex, to the left, is up on Sarnetta's panel now after he said this.
What it is, you got multiple desktops. So what a lot of people don't know is Sarnetta will be queued into his own live stream, but he's also free to ear hustle to other live streams because he has a dual laptop. All right. So I know you're watching this, and I want you to come closer, homie. because I want to tell you something. You know, I'm a man of honor. And apparently, you don't respect that.
Where's the location, Stefan?
I did say recently in coming out on doing these videos on Brother Polite that I could say much more about the night of me and Polite's debate where we debated on rape at the Beverly Hills penthouse. I did say I could say much more.
Aha, Beverly Hills.
So I want you to come closer as I say this to you, Brother Sarnetta. And I want you to look in my eyes, because one thing you should know about me, I don't bluff and I don't fuck around. So I want you to look in my eyes. I hope you and Sister Nepal get your story straight and tell it before me, because I'm about to tell everybody everything that happened that night. You see? So that's what happens when you play games. You see, but unlike you, I'm not going to speak the lies. I'm going to just talk the truth. And my son is a witness. And we have other witnesses, buddy. So I just want to say this to you, Sana, because you know already what I'm going to say. So I want you to say, I hope you and Sister Nepal agree on what y'all gonna lie about happened that night. And I hope y'all do y'all video first. Because this week, I'm gonna tell the people the whole story. But I'm gonna enjoy my weekend, hoping that you have enough time to call her and figure out what y'all gonna say. But I'm gonna come back on Monday and I'm gonna tell the people the shit that happened after the debate. Which even Linda, you know, the mother of the victim that Polite raped recently, even she knows the reason why the debate stopped. Brother Sarnetta, do you care to tell the people why the debate stopped with me and Polite? Why did you and Nepal stop fighting, Brother Sarnetta? You want me to tell that story tonight? What happened with the story of rape that made that such a bad night for all of y'all? Why did you and Nepal have a fight that night, Sarnetta, that spilled over into the hallway, and she even threatened to call the cops on you? Oh, shit. You really want to play with me, Sarnetta? You really want to play with me? So let me talk to you, homie. Come closer. Get your story right with Nepal. Because
damn, he still got more facts he's spitting out.
On Monday morning, I'm going to let everybody know everything that happened that night. So just make sure you got your story ready with Nepal. Make sure you got all the details of what happened. Because on Monday night, I'm going to let everybody know what else happened in that motherfucking penthouse.
Did he let everybody know? I mean, I haven't heard a damn thing since it. Anybody got a video where he's telling everybody what happened? Did he ever release the video? Did they get, I mean, what's the story? Who did Sarnetta say what happened? Did Nepal say what happened? Has Zion Lex said what happened? I mean, to me, it's terrible. And once again, this is the same Zion Lex that's up on Sarnetta's panel right now. Yeah, if I go back here,
again,
here he
all
is.
of these things that have been happening.
He's up on here talking right now
that
on the same panel.
Playing out, and I'm not speaking right now of my experiences on my book.
That's
I just
Sarnetta
mean
on the left.
In the general community,
that's Sarnetta on the left, and that's Zion Lex on the right. And that's the live chat.
Everything that we're seeing is a general testimony to, for me, the need for us.
Whatever. The need for us to come out with the facts, you know, and stop releasing the facts when they, you know, stop manipulating the people, man. Stop manipulating the public. I yield. What's up, brother? How you doing? Welcome. If you can hear me.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me on again. Yeah. I'm right. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome back, brother. No worries. Thanks for
Thanks,
joining.
yeah. Thanks.
What's your thoughts on this?
I'm trying to think. I mean, with the whole what's the word? The polite thing, I think that guy's disgusting. I question why, with evidence of what he did, why he didn't get convicted straight away, and how he's still out 2 years later, because he could commit the same offense multiple times again.
Hey,
in regard,
right there, not to stop you, but you raised an excellent point. He is still free man. He's charged with sexual assault of a minor. That means if he is actually guilty of it, which we all believe he is because of the evidence, he potentially could be assaulting other people while being a free man. And not just sexually assaulting, because let's be honest, how did he put himself in the position to be able to sexually assault anyone in the first place, you know? And he seems to have a big pull, a big mental pull or mental hold on people that are around him. We already saw what's the brother's name? Crypto Roots talk about how Zion Lex is really able to manipulate people. I mean, not Zion Lex, Polite is really able to manipulate people, you know, just with his words. So I even wonder how just how his wives, children, just the regular people around him are doing, let alone others. But go ahead, brother.
I mean, him. I mean, it is what Sarnet done to. I mean, not Sarnet. Polite done to Crypto Roots. That is sickening. That is like here it is. I don't like criticizing the deceased, but I have to criticize Crypto for not asking about Sarnet's Polite's background, sorry. Because my thing is this is gonna sound harsh, but I have to be honest. If someone steps to me with a proposal to make more money, I'm gonna ask their ethnic background. I'm gonna ask, and if they're black, I'm gonna ask them what country are you from. If they say they're from Nigeria, Ghana, or Congo, the deal's off. Because
but I mean, we don't know the background of any of those people. And is it normal when you buy products that you ask the background of the people? I mean, people buy products from me. They don't know my background. I'm buying products from people every day. I'm going to stores every day. I'm not even concerned about the background. I'm concerned about what I'm buying, the product, whether I get it, how the shape of the product that I buy, how professional the person selling me the product was, you know, the service. Why would people?
I mean, that is true. I mean, probably from my view, what it is, me being from Britain, a lot of Nigerians are scammers. So I'm surrounded by African scammers here in Britain. So it's like,
okay. So you mean that's from your personal experience? I get it.
Yeah, because I think an African scammer tried to scam me a few months ago. Some woman tried to offer me some crypto thing. I asked her, okay, what's your ethnic background? She didn't want to tell me. I said, this conversation done. Because I think she was a Nigerian scammer, and it's like, she didn't want to tell me where her parents was from. I said, okay, this conversation is over.
Brother, look, but we all know that scammers come in different shapes, sizes, and colors, and nationalities, ethnicities, all of that. So, but as far as this thing, right, we don't even know. I don't know. There's nobody who came up and showed a passport or a birth certificate, a passport and a birth certificate, because the passport will be the real thing if we want to know Polite's nationality, right? We would need to know that. We would have to have his passport. But nobody's come forth with any passport, so why assume he's Nigerian? Has Polite, I mean, and Polite is a prolific liar. So even if he said he's Nigerian, what does that mean?
I mean, well, because what is he's fluent in the the Kanu. There's a language around the Kanu. There's an area in Nigeria called the Kanu area. He's fluent in that language. He made a rap song in that language in 2012. And I remember I watched the video where someone was saying that he has an accent and everything. I realized, you know what? He's from the Kanu. I think it's the Nok or the Kanu region of Nigeria. And it's like the way that he had one clothing on one time.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I realized the rap song that he made.
I know plenty of. I put it to you this way: bring the receipts. If you got a video with him rapping in some sort of ethnic language from Nigeria, I say bring it forward. But I mean, I don't want to put out false information, and I don't want to put out information that I can't back up myself. You see, so I don't want to discuss what his nationality is. It doesn't matter. Everybody in this audience that we're talking to understands that Sonetta's a scammer. He's been part of it. What's his nationality got to do with it? I mean, all of these people. Where's Garfield from? What's his nationality? I mean, he's known as a scammer. I mean, what did the nationality of any of these people have to do with it?
I mean,
they're all from different nationalities. They all got different stuff popping off, different religions, different nationalities, different ethnicities. I mean, maybe you could say Sonetta's American, but then you will always pivot to, okay, somebody else said he's Dominican. You know, now you could go to Zion Lex, you could say he's African American, but then someone's going to pivot on him being a Hebrew Israelite. Then you could say, but what does any of that have to do with it? Why not just focus on what they're doing, their acts? Since we all know they share a platform together, regardless of those differences, what's the common denominator with that platform?
I mean, well, who it is? I mean, I don't know, because it's that who it is that in regards to that the names that you mentioned. I'll be honest, Garfield. I'm cool with Garfield. I was actually on Garfield's yesterday, and
yeah, but listen, brother. A lot of people will say don't trust. A lot of people would say don't trust people from the Caribbean. There's a lot of different types of little split ups here, but I'm not here to talk about Garfield's ethnicity. I don't care personally about his ethnicity. Why? Because I know plenty of Caribbean people that I grew up with, that are my homies, my blood, and they're decent people, come from decent families, and that's it. So, I mean, my issue has never been where somebody's from. My issue is what are their acts? What are their acts? So all right, but let's move on, because we both know we don't have Polite's passport, and we both know that he's a scammer. So we can't prove any of that really right now. So what's the next part? What's the next thing you want to talk about regarding this? What else bothers you?
I mean, trying to think.
Well, I tell you what. Listen, dude, there's let me ask you a question then. What do you think about the fact that Zion Lex just sat up here? We just watched the video said where he's going to out information about Sonetta and Nepal, his quote unquote wife or ex-wife or wife again, and what happened with them pertaining to when they were together with Polite. They had an argument. What do you think about Zion Lex going back on Sonetta's panel after he basically tried to extort him live on YouTube? What do you think about that?
I mean, put this way. I have to be careful with how I respond to that, because I'll be honest, myself personally, I get on very well with Nepal, and I knew Nepal before she got with Sonetta, and that was like back in that 2020. I first met Nepal. I get on very well with Nepal.
Yeah, but brother,
what you just said, that's news to me.
I'm not. It doesn't have anything to do with getting well with anybody. I get along well with a lot of people, but this issue is beyond how well we get along with them personally. I'm only asking about their acts. What do you? So let's leave Nepal out of it then. What do you think about the fact that, because we're talking about Zion Lex, he's the one who said, he's the one who was basically extorting Sarnetta, claiming he has information about him in Nepal, about Nepal and Sarnetta that pertains to the moment they were together with Polite. You know, he alluded to the fact that this has something to do with Polite's case. Now, what do you think about the fact that he's back on Sarnetta's platform now, and the information never came out?
I'll be honest. That's news to me. That's news to me. And obviously,
let me rewind it. Let me rewind it. Hold on. Let me just.
Now you know all of that. I heard it all. Because I was listening in. I'll be honest. I don't know what to say about it, because it's just.
Okay.
I mean, remember primarily I hit the link to. What I really put is not me trying to change the subject, but I wanted to hit the link because I wanted to chat about the Judas situation. I mean, this situation, I'll be honest.
Right. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. You wanted to rap about Judah and what's going on over there. Go for it, bro.
Because it's not me being rude or anything. If I was just watching, if it was a thing where you never mentioned Judah, I'll be honest, I would never hit the link.
No, brother, you're free to speak about it because you're not changing the subject. We've been talking about what's up with them. So go for it. You good?
Yeah. Thanks, brother. Thanks. Put it this way. Long story short, I'm a Hebrew Israelite as well. On the 24th or the 26th, it will be 10 years me being a practicing Hebrew Israelite. Long story short, how can I say?
Mm-hmm.
I first came across Judah Nazarian around January of 2020. I hit his link, exposed all of that. Thought he was a decent dude and all of that. Watched him to about July of 2020. And long story short, you was actually right. Long story short, the real reason why Judah has so much spite towards Sarnetta is because Judah all throughout, I think, 2019 or through a lot of 2019, he was going around to early 2020, were trying to get with Nepal. He really did like Nepal. Nepal just wasn't feeling him. And he told Nepal around April or something, or 2020 or May or something like that, don't go on. Because Sarnetta started to bring a lot of Israelites in on his channel around 2020. And he just happened to find Nepal being a female Hebrew Israelite. And
we watched that. We watched that actually. We watched that actually. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
Okay. And Judah basically said to Nepal, don't go and Sarnetta, blah blah, this and that. And I realized afterwards the reason why he told her not to go to, because I think Judah thought that Sarnetta would make a move on it. We'll make a move on her. Judah's nightmare basically happened, and since then he's been scorned all throughout 2021. I can't say all throughout 2021, but long story short, he used to take jabs at Sarnetta. He made a video to referencing Nepal saying "come back to Papa." Example, like you see when Judah was saying, "Oh, you want to be with this dude?" Like, he's just envious and spiteful that Sarnetta to the woman that he wanted to be with. But Judah, the problem with Judah's not realistic. The truth is, Nepal's not gonna fly to Japan and be with you. Is that you can put the dollar into the yen, it's like 19 times less or something like that. It's like Nepal's gonna go to Japan and work for 19 something that's 19 times lesser than a dollar. It's like Judah's not thinking about these things, you know what I'm trying to, and Judah already has wife and kids.
Right, but look, bro. Let me not. I'm sorry for cutting you off here, but look, whatever they do, That's on them. That's just if they have some imagination that they think that can happen, and Judah has that imagination, that's great. And whatever her Nepal's imagination brings to her, whatever she thinks is possible, that's great because that's their personal space, right? But here's the question I got for you, because you're a Hebrew Israelite, right? What do you think
Yeah.
about the behavior in general? How they're represented it on and you saw that. They're here cursing each other out. And this didn't go on for 5 minutes. This is not like oh man, I lost my temper for a second. This is 4, 5, 6 hours of cursing people, ranting. What do you think about that? And they both claim to be Hebrew Israelites. What do you think about that?
Well, put this. I mean, I like Nepal. With Judah just the problem with Judah is like he's just very spiteful. I mean, put it this way: when it comes to a lot of Hebrew Israelites, I'll be honest. I think it's that.
Okay, so let me just cause see, don't get me wrong. I don't want to stick on them, but let me just ask you this. Fair enough. Regardless of what the questions were, you wouldn't speak about what you think about Nepal and her words and how she conducted herself on that panel anyway, right? Even
No,
if you saw,
I'll chat to her in private. If I had any issue with Nepal, I'll chat to her privately because it is. I've
right,
got a few
but that's
disagreements with
okay.
Nepal, but just
But that's okay, brother. I get you, and I respect that you would do that in private. But I just want to keep it real. I don't want to talk about one of them, because for me, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm looking at the whole behavior, the whole thing, just all of it, all of what I saw. You see what I mean? And so, I don't want to take sides because I just think it's like, hey, at some point, regardless of what somebody's saying to you, you have a choice yourself. Do you continue to be a part in this? Do you continue to keep cursing people out? Do you continue to have this debate openly in this manner, or do you just separate yourself and move on? You see what I mean? Like you couldn't just come up here and I won't just be on any panel with somebody that's cursing me out or saying dastardly things or things I don't like. I'm not going to take that route. If I see you being disrespectful, I'm out. I don't have to I don't have to respond right then and there. Maybe I might lose my temper for a second, but I'm out of there. You see what I mean? Because I'm in control of myself and what I do. And so on that, I hope you understand me. I'm not capping for either one of them. You see what I mean? Nepal or Judah Nazareth. You see what I mean? I just want to talk about the entire episode, everybody there. The fact that they were willing to be a part in that. You see? So you got anything to say about that? Just the entire episode? How did you feel watching that? Just the whole thing. How did you feel? Not about one particular person, but how did you feel just watching that as a Hebrew Israelite? And that all these people claim to be Hebrew Israelites. Do you think that was conducted in the right manner or in a helpful manner?
I'd say no. It wasn't in a conductive or helpful manner. No.
Okay, I got you. Okay, that's all right. That's good to know, brother. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm sorry if you. I hope you don't hold offense. It's just that I don't want to. I don't want anybody to think that I'm giving a pass to anybody on the panel. You see what I mean? But I can also say I don't know any of them personally, so I also respect your view. You don't want to speak about Nepal in public and things like that. You think it's better in private, and I hear you on that. I appreciate that, brother. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah. Put it this way. In regards to a lot of Hebrew Israelites, I'll be honest. I think things are messy with a lot of Hebrew Israelites right now because there's a lot of lies and a lot of confusion going on with a lot of Hebrew Israelites. In my 9-year journey, is that I've seen is that put this way, there's that thing called because I think I've heard you say you're in DC, and there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites in DC in the DMV area, and Baltimore as well. Put it this way, a lot of Hebrew Israelites believe in that 12 tribe chart. I don't believe in a 12 tribe chart because I believe Jacob himself was a black man who had 4 sons. Not 4 sons, 12 sons between 4 of his black cousins. So that means 12 of his sons were all black, and they're trying to say that Latinos are Israel. Nah. I believe all Israelites are black. I don't believe that Latinos and Hispanics are Israelites, and it's that there's a big debate about that, which really annoys me. A lot of people think that West Africans are Israelites. I personally don't think they are. So it's that there's a lot of lies and confusion going on, which is very frustrating for me personally.
Okay, I got you. I mean, I don't subscribe to it. I mean, if you listen to listen to Shaka, he has more. I'm often a panelist on Shaka's platform, Shaka and Dugu Komet, and he often has these conversations about the beliefs of the different Hebrew Israelites and things like that. And you and myself, I don't usually debate these things myself, although I don't understand it. Period. How we can have this conversation without doing the DNA. Because when we talk about who is who and where we come from and all of this stuff, I mean, I don't think only focusing on our religious beliefs is helpful and figuring that out, you know. So usually I let the Hebrews have their debates, and I let other people that want to debate it, you know, if it's history or if religion is fact, or if it's you know, whatever they want to call it. Me, I lean more on the scientific side of it. You see what I mean? And I also I don't discuss my religion in that case because I don't really think it's so important in how I treat other people. And but at the same time, if this is somebody's belief, I say, okay, this is your belief, but I demand that I'm treated with respect too, regardless of my belief. You see what I mean? Um, I don't stand for anybody that doesn't respect me the same way. You see what I mean? So anything that brings about any type of xenophobia or separation in terms of us being brothers or sisters, I don't go down that route. So yeah, brother. Um, yeah, man. So yo, let's come back when we're talking about the Hebrews, but I do or talking about the belief system itself. They talked about it. They did. I agree with you. They were talking about the belief systems and debating them while they were busy cursing each other out, talking about people's mamas and you know talking about who did what girls were a part of what, when they date certain guys, and you know, and then Judah Nazareth, his belief, whatever his belief was, what he was saying about people, that's what I don't like that. You see what I mean? And I also don't like about putting people's private stuff out there in the public. You know, I think that was just deplorable. The fact that whatever their beliefs were, that they would even do that. You know, I think whatever belief they have, they didn't handle things in the right way. You know, so I'm gonna leave it on that, brother. I appreciate you coming on, Ayil. You're welcome to come back anytime as well, brother.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yo, let's get everybody say thanks to Ayil for coming on and sharing his views. Let me see. Now I'm gonna try to close out. Well, first I'm gonna invite anybody else up on the panel want to say their words before I stop and get back to the rest of my day. I got my son coming over here, so I'm gonna have dinner with him, my oldest son. We're gonna kick back and do some family stuff real quick. But I got a few more minutes. Anybody want to hop up on the panel and say their views? You know, what they saw today. The topic was conscious community is in a downward spiral. Get out. And for me, I say get out because why would you want to go down? Why would you want to go down to the point of no escape, to where you harm yourself, hurt yourself? And I think it's gotten to that point where we can see that persons that continue to hang around on that platform and engage, they, you know, a lot of bad things seem to be coming out about them. Their integrity is being questioned. We've heard for a long time things like xenophobia coming out of the platform, misogyny coming out of the platform, anti-black comments. Like how could you hate on, and how could you be all right? Agil, you still there?
Yeah.
Because you're a Hebrew Israelite, so I don't know which denomination you will be. But this is a question I got for you. I just reminded myself. Tazariak. You know Tazariak, right?
Yeah.
Now, Tazariak has often said he hates Africans because what they have done to my people. That's his words, right? Now, he's also um, a person that got to America via the transatlantic slave trade, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. Now, my view of history on the transatlantic slave trade and Africans who sold other Africans into slavery is that they sold each other. It's a practice. It was a vacuum. One may have participated in it, but then the other reacted because the Europeans wanted slaves. And they would play different groups against each other, giving them power based on old beefs prior to slavery. They would give one group weapons and say, hey, if you give us slaves, we'll give you these weapons. But if you don't, we will give the other group these weapons. You know, that's my view of it. When I look into my DNA chart, I got representation from different groups. So my question is this: how would a person like Tazariak know that he doesn't come from one of the groups that sold Africans into slavery? Since that's his reason for hating Africans. What do you think about that?
I mean, the way I'd answer that is, there's a possibility that we'll put this us as Israel. We believe that we are what our dads are. So, example, Joseph had the tribe of Joseph was started from Joseph having children with a Sudanese woman. So is that so? With the tribe of Joseph, is a fact that they got African maternal DNA, and with I'm not so sure. A lot of us as Israelites, we believe that we got a lot of what's the word maternal African maternal DNA, but we don't. A lot of us reject that we got African paternal DNA, meaning that we believe that we don't have African in our dad's family. Maybe maternal in African in our dad's family through an African woman, but we believe that we're Israelite through our dads, basically.
Right, I understand that.
With Tazariak, I believe that is a situation where he probably believes that he's more focused on being an Israelite, maybe rather than thinking about maybe any African maternal DNA type of thing. It could be that situation. It could be a situation where he might. It could be a situation where he's not bothered about having any African DNA in him.
Right. Yeah. There's definitely a little. It sounds to me like there's some confusion there. Also, when we talk about these things, we really need to be more pointed, because we can't generalize all the groups. They're different ethnic groups. They all together, and a lot of them, by the way, is I did a stream. I don't know if you see it, but I'm gonna do a live on this, and I'm gonna invite you back, and I want all the Hebrews to come back. Any Hebrew Israelites that you have, but also anybody else in general. It doesn't matter. It concerns us all. To come back and review a stream that I did about the DNA of Africans. And the reason why it came to mind is it didn't even have anything to do with religion. It had something to do with Chief X, actually, and his going on the record about what he claims the pharaohs were, their descendancy, and North Africans, saying that sub-Saharan Africans have nothing to do with North Sahara Africa. And so I did some clips on the DNA that proved that wrong. So you know what? It would be interesting to hear some of the Hebrew Israelites' views of this DNA, because the DNA shows that actually the people that we call sub-Saharan Africans, actually some of those groups did migrate from the north, from North Africa, thousands, way before the slave trade, long before the slave trade, thousands and thousands of years before the slave trade. So I'd be interested to see what you think about that. And also some of my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters in general, what that would do, because I've heard a lot of Hebrew Israelites say that they don't hate Africans and that they are some of them, and that they're brothers and sisters with Africans. You know, they might have their different way of saying it, but in general, I've heard many say that, you know, something to that effect. So I'd be curious in hearing more about that, brother. If you wouldn't mind, come back. I'm gonna set it up. I don't know what day, but it will be soon in the next week or two. So if you wouldn't mind coming back and being a part of that discussion, that would be great, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, bro. I'm gonna chime out now. It looks like nobody else is hopping on the panel. It's probably gonna be tonight. I'm gonna invite everybody over to Shaka's stream tonight. If he's got one, I'm not sure. I think he might. Let me see here. Stephen P. What did he say about this? He says, Zion, Lex, and Polite, the woman is the highest form of God. The beginning is a quick clip that will. Okay, let me go to that real quick. Since he's saying that, Zion, Lex, and Polite, the woman is the highest form of God. Okay. Zion, Lex, and Polite, the woman is the highest form of God. Let's see this, Is this the one you're talking about right here? Yeah, you're right. It was important to review, brother, because this is what we were talking about. Now, the clip that we saw Zion Lex claiming that he has some information about Nepal and Sarnetta fighting over. This is the clip that this is around the same time. Do I got that right, Stephen P? Is that right? Let's see here. We're gonna play it. I believe it's right, but correct me, Stephen, if I'm wrong. Let's see what this is about here. I'm running from the top. Thanks for reminding me too, Stefan. I'm sorry.
Most of us in this room right now is between ages 20s and our 30s. How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister.
Right. Stefan, he confirms this is the same night.
He raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of if he don't know nothing about you. Look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now.
He put in that work, he put in that work, he put in that pain, he put in that pain, not playing no game, not playing. I'm making them.
In the Torah, a man becomes what we call morally responsible for everything that he does by age 13. Women become morally responsible for anything they do by the age of 12. Why the difference? Goes back to something Polite may have echoed. Now, he said something that was extremely controversial. So y'all know me, I'm a touch on it. I'm not going to back up from it. He said that women are more intelligent than men. And I'm a man and I'm a Scorpio at that. So maybe I might be feeling away. But let me say this. Our oral tradition teaches us verbatim 10 measures of speech descended upon the world. Women inherited 9.
The woman on the left of Polite, and she's now to the left of the screen, is the victim's mother, the mother of the child that Polite is going on trial or taking a plea for raping.
When you open up the book of Proverbs, it speaks of wisdom in the feminine aspect. Throughout the entire book, it says, and she and her. Watch this. What's the highest name for the creator in the Bible? Yahweh. It ends in ah, right? Isn't that the feminine? Because anything that ends in ah in Hebrew with the letter hey would make it a feminine noun. All of the highest attributes of the creator in the Bible they all end in what we're calling feminine nouns, which is showing us, first and foremost, the idea of God is both male and female. Even in ancient Kemet, it's both male and female. But there's more of a surgence of female energy there than there is quote unquote male energy there. But there's something that we also got to take careful thought to consider too. So when you talk about male and female, you're still talking about created concepts. And what I mean by that is, I'll use the Kemetic literature as an example as well. There's something that even precedes that. Because when we speak about the creation of male and female, and we're opening the Kemetic literature, those are two genders that are both said to be created. So what we're now going to want to talk about is...
Yes, Andrea, that's correct. Yeah, Polite is sitting to the left with his arm around the victim's mother.
The ultimate source of creation is genderless. But that which is revealed is supposed to be an aspect of the source. And the aspect of the source is the two combining to become one. The duality. The duality as in the male and the female principle. But
what Polite talking to her about? I mean, you know, Lex is asking a question, and Polite, he's all up in her ear now.
In both cultures, the female principle has a higher emphasis. The female principle has a higher emphasis, first and foremost, is because she's a co-creator. She secondly has a higher emphasis because she possesses a greater degree of intelligence. Speech represents your ability to articulate thought. Women have...
And just on record, later, I don't know if it's right here or not, Sonetter, at some point, Sonetter, he's insinuated as of late, you know, that that this woman could be a call girl, right? I don't know why he put that information out there. It's been you know, the trial has taken 2 years to take place, and this is a recent. He just threw that out there. You know, to me, it sounds like, you know, capping, or maybe, you know, maybe trying to throw some confusion in there just because the court case is coming up.
Have that better than men. Brothers like to say they always on the phone. She always want to talk. Well, brother, that's something that she has mastered. That's something that women on a whole have mastered. Brothers want to know why women could be on the phone 24 hours in a 24.
I mean, let's keep it real. Whether she's a call girl or not, what does that got to do with him raping her daughter?
4-hour day, right? But the reality is, if we understood African tradition, we would know that speech is the articulation of thought first, and women are always thought to have a much higher modality of thought, which is why no matter what African culture you're going to take me to, I can show you that all of the concepts that relate to cognition, which when we talk about cognition or thought, we can talk about thought minus articulation, which is just abstract thought. We can talk about hidden words or unforeseen concepts. Women tend to master the area of abstraction. Women tend to master the area of thought that's aloof. Men come in with what we call logic, which listen to what's significant. Listen to what's significant about this, though, because logic deals with that which is finite, and women master or govern that which is infinite. So, more than in more ways than one, it is always fostered in African culture that not that a male's word or his structure or his wisdom is not to be heeded, but we place more emphasis on hearing what women have to say. Why is that? Why is that? Because the speech that comes from a woman is purely divine, whereas a man passes through some kind of filtration, because men deal with logic. We deal with finite concepts. We deal with things that the brain processes and puts into categories. Women don't put things into category because they are literally an aspect of the divinity that shaped and molded the universe as we know it. Yeah.
All right, now you know I got to ask you this question, Zion, because you talked about in your culture, the woman, it becomes a woman at the age of 12 and a half years old. When I heard you say that, it took me back to GMS. And what I mean by that is me and Brother Polite went to GMS, I think about what, 8 years ago? Probably 8 years ago. And they said live on camera that a 50-year-old man is allowed to have sex with a young girl that's the age of 13 or maybe 14, 12. I know you're not saying that.
Oh, thank you, Ayil. No problem, bro. Anytime.
When you say that they become a woman, I know you reject that.
Excellent question. So we talk about the age of maturity. Maturity is synonymous with adulthood, no matter where you go. When we speak about the age of maturity, we're going from adolescence into adulthood.
What you talking about? You said he lied to Shaka. Wait. So he lied to Shaka? Who lied to Shaka? I mean, it's a whole list of people that have been lying to Shaka, lying on Shaka, lying to Shaka, running from Shaka. You know, they all done hit the tarmac at full speed. Like Shaka saying, "Come on over here and let's talk about it." And they like, run for your life.
What the Torah says is by the age of 13, a man is morally responsible for his actions. At the age of 12 and a half, a woman is morally responsible for his actions. So if you're paying close attention, the Bible's rhetoric.
Wait, you talking about Shaka Ndugu Kemet from Ma'at Forever or Shaka Amos?
Rick, is that women are more spiritual. They advance faster than men. That's the first thing you learn in that. The second thing is for GMS to say that
Sonetta said he never heard that before about GMS from the stream you did the other day. Oh yeah. Oh, he lied. That's what
can
damn
touch a 13-year-old, and it's valid. It's okay because her body seems to be agreeing with what he wants to do with her. Because at age 13, women are experiencing their periods, right? So
thanks for pointing that out too. That's important. I mean, the Sonetta be lying. He's a prolific liar.
I have twin daughters, and they're about to be 16 years old. And one of my twins first started having her period at 11. The other one just started having it at 14. But watch this. Any spiritual text that you can read in the face of the earth that can teach you that a grown man is able to have sex with a young woman, that's a Bible that you need to wipe your ass with.
Facts incognito.
Because let me just make something very, very clear. The biblical canon speaks of the marrying of certain key individuals in the Bible. But when you go into oral tradition, it says things like Sarah was Abraham's wife since she was 13, which, watch this, I'm going to be controversial. That's true. But you have to understand context. So the way that it worked in the ancient East as well as Africa, you could be promised to be married to a man by that age, but the consummation of that marriage doesn't take place until at least 18 years old. So on record, you could be considered someone's wife, of which when you become of a much higher moral standard, which a culture defines what that moral standard is, which in most societies around the age 18. So at the age 18, the woman could say, okay, I want to do this, or I don't want to do this. So she still has a right. At least in our culture, a woman has a right to reject to a prearranged marriage. But here's the thing, since I'm even talking about prearranged marriage, because this is
some cultures, prearranged marriage, period, is illegal. It don't even matter what the context is.
African concept, first and foremost. Prearranged marriage ensures that, first and foremost, the person you're dealing with is coming from a good home. Why is that significant?
Do you all know that Denmark, a Danish person cannot marry? You can marry a foreigner, but they can't come to this country to live with you unless you're above, that marriage is conducted above the age of 25. And they did that law because a lot of prearranged marriages.
You're looking at a sister that you met in the club, and all you're thinking, I'm gonna keep it 100% real, speaking for most men, damn, she look good, I want to smash. Well, do you know what home she came from? Because I can tell you right now, if she came from a broken home, I don't care how good what she giving you is, you're gonna be fucked, you done. Because most of us are a reflection of our environment. So what prearranged marriages do is that ensures that the person or
it damn sure sounds like he throwing darts at Polite though.
Or the people you entertain are coming from strong family households with a record of some moral soundness to themselves. And African culture is no stranger to that because we birthed it. And I think that when people speak about what they consider inconsistencies within the biblical's moral teachings, what they're always referring to is some nut job's view of the Bible.
You know, when I see this, you know, I'm looking, I'm not, you know, there's the micro where you go all the way in and look. And then there's the macro, you pull yourself all the way out and then look at the body and see how it looks. And what I see here is the victim's mother in the room with the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, Polite, who's in the same room with Sarnetta and Lex. That's what I see. These three men are in the same room. That's what I see with the victim's mother. So whatever they want to say, it doesn't matter. Biblically, they could say whatever they want to say. They could talk about African history all they want. They could talk about anything they want. But they're in the same room together. That's all I got to say. Yeah.
Because in its proper context, you can't pull a single passage from the Torah and relate it to something that's nonsensical. A single passage from the Torah and relate it to something that is not morally sound. For instance, people say things like the Bible allows or fosters the idea that a woman can be raped. You've heard this before, Deuteronomy chapter 22. The Bible fosters, right? The Bible fosters. Some people say that a Bible. So I'm going to use what he's saying. I was starting to say some people, but he seemed to be familiar with it, right? But because he's
and let's think about this too. Zion Lex, we just saw that he basically extorted Sarnetta, or it sounded like extorted him about a conversation with him and Nepal, right? But yet he's back on the panel today. Did we ever hear the information that he said he was going to put out that the community needed to know? That was so relevant for the community to put out there? Did he ever reveal that information? No, but he's back on Sarnetta's panel. And who else does Sarnetta want to have on his panel? After all these allegations came out, after all the evidence, he wanted to have Polite back on the panel. You see, so that's all I gotta say. That's what
I'm familiar with it. I'm gonna say we're gonna work with what Brother Sarnetta is saying. So according to Brother Sarnetta, the King James Bible seems to be describing in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 22 that it's okay to rape a woman, and if you are able to dominate her physically, watch my arm as I'm talking, I'm also flexing my arm. If you're able to dominate her physically, then she's yours, regardless of whether or not she wants to be yours. That's so stupid and incorrect. But watch this, there's a wisdom and a science to the way it's articulated in the script.
Right, but Yil, would you say that that's a good thing today or a bad thing? I mean, would you say what mankind knows about mankind and human development today, that practice should stand? Or do you think that practice that is just, that it has changed culturally, throughout our society anyway, the one that we live in? You see what I mean? Because I would argue, I don't think it's a good look either way, no matter what you call it. I mean, according to science, a male his brain doesn't fully develop until he's 27, and a similar age for females. That's what they know of today. They didn't know that 2,000 years ago. That's not documented 2,000 years ago through science, but it is today. So, yeah.
And I'm gonna make it make sense. Watch this. So the Bible says, if a man finds a virgin woman in the field, takes hold of her and grasp her and lay with her, and they are discovered, he shall go to the father of the woman, pay 50 shekels to the father, and he cannot divorce her for the rest of the days of his life. She shall remain his wife eternally. So people say, wait, the Bible just said, if he grab her, take hold of her, and have sex with her, she his wife. All he got to do is pay $50. So the Bible's saying, if I could overpower a woman, she mine. That's not what it's saying.
Oh, right. Yeah, he was referring to males in the Bible, that age. Yeah, but let's keep it real. Whether it comes to procreation or war, these are extreme situations. If there's the last man and woman on earth, then they both, and one's 20 and the other one's 14 or 15. I mean, do you want mankind to go on, or do you want it to cease existing? I don't know. I'll throw that out there, but similar case to war. If the last thing you have is, I would even say it's just too extreme. Just give it up, just give it up.
Follow the language and understand the concept. African spirituality always is given in abstraction. There's always an enigma. Why? People who speak enigmatically tend to be people who are deep thinkers, people who actually have something to say. People who are surface level, when they speak, usually have nothing to say. Watch how it makes sense. The Bible says, if a man finds a woman, grasp her and takes hold of her.
Right, but you're talking about war, brother, right, Ayil?
And they are discovered, he can't divorce her. The key words are, they are discovered. If it's actually rape, hold on, listen carefully. hold on, just no problem. Listen, if he actually grabbed her, if he actually raped her, I'm gonna wait till y'all done, because what I gotta say is very eloquent, minus the interruption. So go ahead. So watch this. The very vernacular that's being employed is being employed and being positioned for a reason. The Bible considers that a woman who is born or raised in the home of her parents, if you're having sex with her and you're not married to her, is as if you raped her. She's not being raped, the woman in the story, and that's what most people miss, because the Bible says, and if they are discovered, if she was raped, there's only one person hiding, that's the man. But the Bible says, and if they are discovered, that means they both are keeping something a secret, which means the Bible is saying the woman was implicit in the action. But the Bible is using the language of rape, because what the Bible is saying, if you're laying with a woman while she's in the household of her parents and you haven't presented to her parents that you have interest in her, then it is if you have raped the woman. That's why the language is if a man grasps her and hold her. The Bible's is not promoting the idea that a man can rape a woman. If that's the case, you got to wipe it with your ass, because that's what it can only be useful for. But hold on, let me finish. The bottom line is, if you understand the vernacular in its proper context, what the Bible is clearly saying is that sex within a proper perspective is something that will be biblically co-signed, but sex outside of that context is something that will always be condemned. So if a woman is living in her parents' home, remember all of this new age jargon. I'm independent, I'm on my own. People go out to college and they get their own house, so I don't got to live by your rules, mama, no more. That's not the ancient way. In African culture and African societies, the moment that you get married is the moment that you lose that protective covering, where you become your own covering, as it were. But until that moment occurs, you still are responsible for your parents. Your parents are still responsible for you. So that means in our culture, if you're having sex without the co-sign of your parents, the man is considered as if he raped you. That's the thing that people are not paying attention to. So it's easy to open the Bible and say, oh, he laid hold of her, he grabbed her. That's what it's saying. But it just shows the ignorance of people looking into a text that they have no clue of. Because if you understood the cultural context, which anytime you're reading into a people's culture and a people's history, you have to consider what's called cultural context. So the cultural context of the statement is that sex while you're under your parents' roof is something that we do not play. Play in African society, as we all know. Yeah.
What does the word grab means in Hebrew?
So I'm glad he pointed that out, because what he's doing is emphasizing my point. So the Bible says kazak. So the man will kazak the woman, which means to physically overpower her. Kazak is the Hebrew word. For strength. But here's my point, and this is the key word most people don't pay attention to, because common sense is not so common.
Look at the eyes.
The Bible says, key phrase, and they are discovered.
Why do they keep talking about rape? What came up where the conversation of rape have to be discussed according to how the Bible sees it? Why is that so relevant right now? I mean, everybody got to ask that question, because is that a coincidence that they talking about rape? Like, what's up with that? That is so weird. What's up, bro? Yeah, you back? You heard something that intrigued you, huh?
I'm still doing some other stuff, but I had to come back in because this is something that I used to hear with Michael Edwards, was another Hebrew Israelite that Sarnetta used to drag around and disrespect his religion and all that stuff too. He just ain't been around, and he was real articulate as well. The problem, again, this is where the spirituality games come in.
Hey, Todd, 2 seconds. I'm gonna go on mute. So go ahead and
Okay.
speak.
Now we got to look at the spirit. See, people don't know what it's chronological order is missing here. Now he's saying things that was never done. He talking about when you don't look at the Bible in the cultural context. When they put us into physical bondage and use the Bible, all of them was using their English versions of the book. There was no context given. Like he's saying, if you was, living with your parents, the child, and if the man was having sex without their consent, it was considered rape. But that wasn't all of Africa. What actually is, it's the same thing that people have now. It's a moral compass there, and it's just like with the Chinese, or when you watch the Chinese movie or something. When somebody does something wrong, they say, "What? You have dishonored my family." That's what it is. It's a form of dishonor. Everybody in Africa, if you follow what Zion is saying, he'll make you think that all of Africa was following the biblical text. That's not the way it goes. The continent predate the Bible narrative. A lot of that stuff in that book is compiled of ancient Sumerian stories, stuff from Kemet and all other places like that. So that's deceptive what he's doing. What he's doing is trying to save the Bible by going to the Hebrew. None of them people, even to this day, a lot of these teachers are not teaching from the language context. Neither was the slave masters doing that. So none of that stuff makes no sense. The point is, if you slept with somebody, even today, and they done it, whether it was consensual or rape, it's still wrong. He's jumping in between the context and moral issues and spirituality. I'll give you another one. The same way if you look at the Mary argument, right? According to tradition, because they don't have no facts and evidence, but we're just gonna play dumb. All right. A lot of them say Mary was 12 or 13 years old. Like he said, promised to be married to another man, right? Which is Joseph, right? They say Joseph was like in his 40s or something. She was 12 and 13, right? Now, an angel comes, and if you look at it's two different versions of that. When Matthew say, it doesn't say, it just says the Holy Ghost came. When you go look at Luke, it says the angel Gabriel came, and then it said, when you look at it, said that he said she's gonna be pregnant, she's gonna get pregnant with the child and all this stuff. And she was like, how I'm gonna be pregnant? I ain't know no man. See, again, the term not knowing a man, that means sexual contact. And then they said the angel Gabriel said, don't worry, you will be overshadowed. And when you look at the word overshadow, that means that's a physical thing. Again, you cast a shadow when you lay on top of somebody. So according to this, she was pregnant by the angel Gabriel. Now, if you jump all the way back to Genesis, when it said the angels or the sons of God, same thing. So they use different titles for the same stuff. The angels, the sons of God, saw the daughters of men, and they had sex with them. Some of them say, oh, those the Nephilim. That's if you read other books of the Bible that's not there, like man, I can't think of his name right now. Enoch, the book of Enoch. But the point is this, strip it all the way down. If we go by what Genesis said in the book of Enoch and other texts, the angel Gabriel, which is an angel supposed to have been on the planet before human beings. That means that angel was millions of years old, had sex with a 13-year-old. Now, what about that? That's super, super, super statutory rape. And it's an angel committing sex with a minor, 12, 13 years old. So now we have to jump back and look at this whole thing. That Bible, according to this, God allows, because he allowed the sons of God to come down and have sex with women, way back then, even if they are women, but the angels have to be thousands of years old before they have sex with. So that's rape right there. If we're looking at all of this, because it said the men took, they said the angels, sons of God, took all the wives that they chose. The key word here is took, right? So that means they didn't have no conversation. Say the angels, sons of God, took them. So this would mean that they was what? Raping. Because it doesn't imply that the women consented. And if they were giants, that means they had to be scared. Think about that, because they said these angels were giants. So if these were giants, that means everything on them had to be big. So how do the angels who are giants, 7 feet tall or taller, they have to have big private parts? So that had to be not just rape, but that had to be a terrible sexual experience of trauma. But here we go again and jump down into the book of Matthew and Luke. The same angel which represent the sons of God, because it said that when they had children, they became what? Mighty men of renown. When you look into the Hebrew for the word mighty, you get the word Gebra, which means giant, mighty, and big. And guess what? Gebra is the root word to the what? The word or the angel Gabriel. Gebra. So now we're seeing a history of spiritual beings from heaven that's been raping all along. So now, now you have to extend it all the way back to a bigger picture of a bigger problem. You understand? But what we're hearing here, when you watch the whole thing, is that you're looking at Polite debating Zion Lex about rape and how is it okay to rape. And even right now, Sarnetta and them about 2 days ago was talking about rape, but he used the word grape so he could put the word rape in the title. They still talking about rape. Why? Because these people have a spiritual connection to all of these particular negative forces that like to what? Rape. Sarnetta has raped the conscious community via money, misinformation, and confusion. You understand? So now we can take the word and just multiplicity it on different levels. All of them are rapers, but they may not be physical. Not Polite, we know, is a rapist.
Right.
The girl, I didn't even hear that before, that the girl that he was next to was a call girl. Did I hear that correct?
Well, that's what Sarnetta insinuated. That's what he put out at a later time. Now, he put that out recently to the public. But
so again, but this, see what I'm saying? But look at the line. See what in noon science we call all of this descending reasoning. This is why they're trying to. I told you, remember, religion, any religion, it's like a super duper Rubik's Cube. They're trying to fix it because the first line of colors didn't work. So now you're going for the English. Now we're trying to go to the Hebrew. But if you go to the Kabbalah, in the Mishnah, in the Kabbalah, in the Mishnah, which is the secret, the Talmud and the Mishnah that the Jews have, which is their own interpretation of the Torah, they have all that in there. Rape is permitted. Raping a little kid, and when they saying that when you rape a child less than 10 and 11, even a baby, they say the tears that come down from a child purifies the whole act. You can sleep with sheep and all this type of stuff. So Zion is not being he's not being honest. All you gotta do, go and duck, y'all, and type in rape in the Talmud and the Mishnah. And then you read what the Talmud, Talmud, one word, Mishnah, Mishnah, one word, and then look at what the Talmud and the Mishnah is. They're gonna tell you that those are all traditions and information that they claim that they received, that when Moses came down from the Mount of Sinai, right? He had information that they didn't write in the Old Testament. You see what I'm saying? So all that's lies too, because the two people that the Mount Sinai, real Mount Sinai, is the Giza pyramids. That was Thutmose I was going there during his time when Akhenaten came in and moved outside of Kemet because of his crazy beliefs. he made his folks build all of that armana, and they worked in the sun and had no shade. And the Hyksos Jews took that story of what Akhenaten did, forcing his people to build in the hot sun, and add that in the Torah too. That's why you won't find the Bible when they start putting that together was 300 and some years after Akhenaten had died. That's when the Torah started being put together. So they didn't have them as being a slave in Egypt, but they was in Egypt as the Hyksos, and they had their own dynasty. They was there for like 700 years.
Okay, but Tar, I'm following you, right? But check this out. I just want to bring it back a little bit. This day, as far as you know, because I know you've been following this somewhat, at least, right? This day, is this the same day allegedly that the minor was actually molested or raped? Is this the same day?
I don't know. I never knew where this location was that I could recall, but I know it was a while before the incident occurred. You know,
this day
but,
we watched,
right? But I know you maybe maybe Zion mixed. Maybe he mentioned it in this particular clip or somewhere. But wherever they at, they not in New York.
But
that's for sure.
Yeah, they're not in New York. But
I think they made this here. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. This may when they was over there in Vegas or something. I think this is when they was in Vegas. I think they was in Vegas.
Okay.
But if anybody out there, correct me if I'm wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah. Anybody out there knows for sure, let us know. But check this out. I find it just suspicious that they having this conversation anyway. Like with this woman, think about this. It's suspicious because you got these same individuals in the room together, right? They've come out against each other, and they're in the same room talking to the victim's mother about rape. How suspicious is that? Like, what's the relevance here?
Well, you got to realize around this time and before this, see, Sarnetta went on DMG podcast live talking about when people saying that he got this going at the Bible from Polite. And he was like, nah, I've been doing, no. You've been having people come on there and get at the Bible. Sarnetta and Polite specifically started this stuff with the what they call the Bible drive-by. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was, I don't know, 2 years ago or so, they started getting on the phone and calling up different preachers, Black Jesus Minister, J.J. 7th, whoever, even Michael Edwards, they was calling them up, asking them random questions. That was the Bible drive-by or whatever, the Hebrew drive-by, something like that. And eventually it gravitated from God putting doo-doo in their faces in the book of Malachi. They rolled with that for a minute. And then it went on to, it got to, the gay people in the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah, and then eventually it got to rape. And because the rape thing was such a hit, because remember, Polite had already started the rape thing when he was attacking GMS, when he was down there in Florida, and when he was in New York talking to another group with the older guys talking about rape and all that stuff like that. So that rape thing is a big topic, and it's going to stay a big topic because that's what they're spiritually like. Now I'm linking spirituality, meaning from the sons of God, which was negative spirit beings, all the way up to now, because it's about taking something that doesn't belong to you, but because you like it. And that's what scamming and thief, stealing, all that stuff is a form of rape, whether it's financial, mental, spiritual, physical, all of them together or a combination of those two. And that's why I just wanted to pop in and say, I'm still listening, but I got to go right now. I'm going to be back. I'm still listening though.
Okay, brother. Good one. Thank you for coming back
too,
man. Appreciate
You're welcome. True peace.
Yeah, peace. You know what? To me, at the very least, there's a victim that Polite is alleged to have assaulted, and we know he's going to take a plea or he's going to fight it in court, and we're going to find out that in the next month, less than 2 months from now. But it's very ironic because the subject is what is rape And then if I'm also correct, they're talking about the age and they're talking about all the different aspects of it. Now, how does that supposed to strike the mother? You're listening to how people rationalize rape, and yet it almost sounds like they could be talking about like somebody knows something is about to happen almost. Like what is the likeliness of a person being in a room, part of a discussion about what rape is, and then he ends up raping or allegedly ends up raping your actual daughter? I mean, that is just insane. Oh my God. I don't find it a coincidence at all myself. I don't find it a coincidence at all. And again, I like to pull myself back and look at the macro. And that's why I appreciate Tar coming in, because he can get into some of these details. He can look up close and break down some of these things. And I agree with what he said 100%. There's a context to this here. And the context is their character. And they're talking about rape. And the mother of a person, a minor, who is just alleged to have been raped by Polite, is in this same room with them. I don't know what else to say about it. And I'm using the word allegedly just to stay out of some kind of thing, because my personal belief is that the man did it. Definitely. That's my belief. And I don't see how he can talk his way out of it at all. If I was to put money down, I'm not saying I will, but if I was to put money down, my money would be on him being guilty, pleading guilty, or being found guilty. And in my mind, he is guilty anyway, and in my mind, these people in this room, these men, know something more than what they're sharing with the public, So in that regard, I'm gonna end the stream right now because, like I said, I'm about to have dinner with my son. He should be here soon, so I got to start preparing some things. But I appreciate everybody that tuned in. Click the like button. We like to have good conversation here, respectful conversation. We don't mind if people disagree. As you can see, there's been a little bit of debate about the religious aspects in the chat. That's for another day. We can have that conversation another day. But if people want to have that, it's good to have. And like Tar said, this conversation is not going away. So on that note, I appreciate you all. Let me just read the rest of this, what's in the chat. Let's see here. This may be a year or so before the Miami incident. Right. This may be a year or so. Right. So it falls in line with it's surrounding it, because again, the victim's mother is in the room. The victim's mother, the child's mother, who is alleged to have been raped, is in this room while these grown men are having a conversation about what rape is in full. And they're just having a full conversation about what rape is. It's just like all aspects of it. It's just like, what can I say? Why don't they let the people know that in ancient times, pharaohs and kings were called God? Yeah, true. V Benny, you're doing a good job. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. And we're doing a good job over here in our space. And speaking of gods, thank God we have a space. Thank the gods we have a space. Thank the ancestors we have a space to have some respectful, critical dialogue on this stuff, and that we're able to have it in a realistic, rational way. Rational way. Maybe not realistic, but rational way. Glad. Let's see here. What is this? Glad we got to know these are separate. These are separate incidents without a lot of scandalous behavior. I mean, to me, separate or not, they seem to be tied in. Again, we have these, Zion Lex, Son Netter, and Polite have all gone in on each other to some degree. And again, the victim's mother is in this room, and they are having a conversation about what rape is. I don't know what is more damning or what raises more questions than this in itself. Just those pure facts of it. When we let these dudes talk, they reveal everything. Absolutely, brother. I agree with that 100%. Remember, they were supposed to debate the topic. Could have been about rape, and this was a warm-up. Gaslighting. David said gaslighting, I mean, and gaslighting is an attack on the victim and the victim's mother, in my mind. But let's just, since we pulled this up, let's listen to the rest of it.
If a man lays hold with a woman and grasp her and lies with her, and they are discovered, then he shall pay 50 shekels. Why does it say and they are discovered? The only person that's guilty if it's rape is the man. It says they are discovered because the Bible is intimating that the woman was implicit in the act. She wanted to have sex. This is not a situation of real rape, but the Bible considers it rape.
And isn't this ironic? Because there was little comments, side comments coming out from Sonetta's panel with people saying that the victim, she might have been down with it. The little girl might have been down with it. I mean, think about that in context of what Zion X just said.
Because you're having sex under your parents' household and you're not doing things the African way. The African way is that if you love me so much, you could tell my parents that you love me. If you love me so much, think about this. Most of us in this room right now is between ages 20s and our 30s. How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't give you the whole person's, I can't say his age, I don't know his birthday, I don't know his first name, I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality.
What? Who is he? He seemed like he's talking directly to someone in the room. He raped you.
If he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of.
He's talking about polite.
If he don't know nothing about you, look at the tears coming from her because we speak in truth right now.
In America, if I grabbed a woman, right, aggressively, and I had got discovered having sex with her, right, I would have to pay a debt to society in the form of incarceration, right? Is that a metaphor for 50 shekels in the past? So I'm just saying, is there another way to look at it? Or are there some other verses there that are stipulating the things that Brother Zion is saying? Or can we just say there's probably two ways to look at it? That's all I want to know. Because if I get discovered grabbing some fucking woman and having sex with her, if I aggressively grab her, because we can say the woman is implicit in the act, right? But I don't know where it says that at.
Right. So let me say this. One thing that was crucial to what
he sounded like he's looking for a defense.
To his rebuttal that I actually touched on is a phrase that I use: cultural context. Brother Polite said, well, in America, if I grab a woman, I can catch a charge. If I grab a woman, that can be construed as rape. So I don't know. How is this to be interpreted? Remember, when I speak, I got a very, very long catalog, by the way. Mm-hmm. You could just type in the name Zion, L-E, and everything else comes up. So whenever I speak, it's always very, very meticulous. It's always straight to the point, and it's always very orchestrated in a way that you know exactly what I'm giving you is exactly what it is. What I said very keenly is cultural context. So American culture is different than biblical culture, or different than the culture of the people of the Bible, quote unquote, because American culture allows for the things that the Bible clearly condemns. So those are two different cultural.
Napa is to the right of polite. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so that would be to the left of the screen, actually. To the left, how we view it, it would be to Polite's left, but it's to his right.
Civilizations, and obviously two different cultural contexts. So watch this. In the Torah, there's a story that's presented that's going to validate everything I'm saying right now. And even Brother Polite knows the story, so watch how it comes full circle. There's a woman by the name of Dinah. She's the sister of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel in the book of Genesis. The Bible says that she goes out to see the daughters of the land. And then a prince in the land of Canaan by the name of Shechem, he finds her and lays with her and grabs hold of her. And the two become married. And then it says the brothers went and slew every man of the city because he had humbled their sister. Why did they do that? The Bible first and foremost tells you that Dinah was with it. She liked Shechem, but the brothers considered it as if Shechem raped her because Shechem never came to the father, never came to the mother. So that means even in the Bible's teachings, which precede the law that was given, the teaching is demonstrated before that edict was given on Mount Sinai, because Genesis naturally comes before Exodus, the way the Bible plays out. So we have a story in the Bible that validates that if you are living in your parents' home and you're having sex out of marriage, the parents in our culture regarded it as rape. And when I say rape, I don't mean rape in the sense that a man is forcing a woman, but you have to understand what rape is, even on a deeper conceptual level. Because when you
That's why I want Polite to go to trial, because then all the information is going to come out that way. Any type of comments, testimony, or what do they call it? Deposition that was taken, and then also what's said in the trial will actually have a possibility of coming out, so we can know, more about what's going on.
You're raping someone, you're taking something sacred from them, are you not? As a woman, when you are raped, one thing that is universal, women feel that there is something sacred that was robbed in
Look at the sister next to him.
that moment. There was something sacred that was stolen in that moment of time. What the Bible is showing you is, even if you are implicit, woman, even if you want to have this man within you, if you don't do it the right way, he is robbing you of something sacred. He is robbing you of something that is divine. He is robbing you of the very divinity that you know you possess. So this is a high cultural teaching. And until we return to those types of morals and edicts, you're going to have people getting fucked after the club. How many women you know seen a brother walk through the club? And I'm talking real. Listen, you want to know my record? So shout out to Wale. We talking about the year 2011 when I booked King of Diamonds with no money. I had a commercial running on 99 Point Jams. Shout out to my sister Hollywood on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook. She's Rick Ross's assistant manager. When I was bubbling with Maybach Music, and what we was doing was promoting something called Maybach Music Jamaica, which you could go on YouTube and you can see was a valid thing. And you can see that Zion Lex created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter. If you could get fucked because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong. Especially if in your wisdom, you come from a culture where a woman is deified. If in your wisdom, you come from a culture that women are considered gods. But all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polite, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? And I'm paying the money.
I'm asking for clarity. So the answer to the question where we didn't know if we was in Big Mama's house or Big Papa's house or if they're still together, the answer to if this was a law that you had to talk to parents first, otherwise it's considered rape. We're in a conundrum now because the answer to that question deferred our attention to another.
We ain't in no conundrum, dude. This is easy to figure out.
Scenario. And now for the new scenario that he brought up, to answer that question, I have the same question now. Does that new scenario have any supporting verses that say, hey, if you don't meet the parents, it's considered rape? Because now there's two scenarios. I have the same question. And I still want to know for the first scenario, why are we using this other scenario as if it's corroborating testimony for the first one?
Actually, I believe Zion X said, he said something slightly different. But anyway, look at the sister's face here. Look at her face. She don't look like she's having a nice time with this conversation at all.
I don't see the connection whatsoever.
And unlike what Sonetta insinuated, I don't think it has anything to do with what Sonetta insinuated. This looks like it has something to do with this actual conversation of rape, what rape is.
However, are we using the same words in Hebrew that we're using the first passage that are using the next one? Are we looking at humble and then humble is the same word that we're using for strength? Or like, I just want to know when the question for the first scenario was, is it a matter of being in mommy and daddy's house and someone's having sex in the house? Is it a matter of, hey, if you didn't meet the mother and father, it's considered rape for you to have sex, and the implication is on the man and the woman is implicit? I don't know where any of that information comes from other than the subjective aspect of.
Look at her body language. I mean, it's like almost a minute and she's just like staring down. She's staring down, you know.
Brother Zion's conceptual undertakings, right? And then when we get to the answering of that question, we don't exactly deal with that verse. We go, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to this verse not down the block. We're actually gonna catch a flight, right? Because we're gonna catch a flight, and we're gonna now discuss this narrative. And then now I still have the same question.
Facts. Overall, just the whole thing, it's still kind of making light of rape, you know, given the context, you know.
For the first one, so now I have the same question for both. So I just want to know what's actually going on. Where does it say that you have to know the woman's family, and if you don't and you have sex with her, it's considered rape? And that, yes. So go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
This is actually good.
She leaves the room. She leaves the room.
And if you don't and you have sex with her, it's considered rape. And that, yes. So go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
This is actually good. You guys have never discussed this.
Yeah, we never.
And I would think you
We never chill. We never chill.
talk to GMS.
Hey, all I wanted to know is where in the first scenario where in the first scenario is the official decree or the assertion that if a man doesn't.
Was the mother afraid of him? Well, you know, Storm, if you listen to Crypto Roots account, he mentioned some accounts of Polite talking to some woman named Nina, and he made it sound like Polite goes ham, you know, and that he said that Polite, he found out later, since he didn't say anything, that Polite kind of trusted him more, you know. In my mind, Polite is a dangerous person, and that yeah, I mean, when was the last time you met? I mean, how can I say this right? There's a lot of men that use mental and physical violence against women. So in my mind, Polite is one of those men.
To know the woman's parents, that it is considered rape, and that the man bears the burden of punishment, and the woman is considered to be implicit of it. And then in the second scenario, which was brought up to corroborate the first test scenario, which I believe, if a man doesn't know the woman's parents, that it is considered rape, and that the man bears the burden of punishment, and the woman is considered to be implicit of it. And then in the second scenario, which was brought up to corroborate the first test scenario, which I believe was a testament to the fact that we were lacking in information, supporting information.
Did he just say the woman was implicit in it?
Supporting evidence. We were probably lacking in supporting evidence for the first scenario, so we went to go to a second one, and that's legal. So I'm not disrespecting them. That's legal. But then even in the second scenario, I wonder, are they in the house? And I only ask these questions because of things that were said. And are they in the?
You know, and they always try to get to these little details. It's like, why you need to know where they're in the house, but what is this? You know, that is so interesting about the pathology. It's like all those little details he's interested in. He needs to know before he can really know whether something's right or wrong.
The house of the parent when it takes place. It's just a question because that could be irrelevant or not. Because
it's not just a question, it's your question.
If you debate anything, I first have to beseech understanding. You know, so this is more me getting clarity than it is an attack. You know, when I get clarity, then I can determine if I should debate or not. Yeah, because this might not even be a debate.
He said we haven't even began to debate. That's very interesting. And yeah, to hell with a debate. This conversation ain't happening because of no damn debate. This is not setting up a debate. Not the type of debate we know, you know.
You know what I'm saying? One of us get caught lacking. It's gonna go.
It sounds like a debate that happens in a courtroom.
Word. So I just want to know in the second scenario that's being.
None of us know how long it was because these are some details that the people in the room don't seem to be so willing to just throw out there. Like, what date was this? What's the exact date? You know, so we can have some kind of chronological order of events. But in my case, my feeling is that it doesn't even matter because what we have here is 3 men that have been going, they go out on each other, come out against each other on video publicly. Zion himself said he have information that and he's saying it to the public because he thinks the public's interested in it. He said he was going to release it on Sarnetta and Nepal, and he never released that information. Now he's in the same room with another man who has alleged to have committed rape of a minor, and the woman who just walked out of the room, that's the mother of the minor. And then we have Sarnetta in the room as well. So just that in itself tells me a whole lot.
And used to corroborate the first one, which is still legal. I'm not ignorant, man. Do we have the place?
I don't get caught up on the conversation as much as I get caught up on the core fact. Who's in the room having this conversation, and how have these people been associated with each other? That's what I look at. Then I listen to the conversation.
Of them being in the house when the sex taking place, and even if they're not, I could accept that. Can we find out if it's true that if a man doesn't know the woman's?
Oh yeah, let's check out. When was it posted? Let me see here. When was it posted? I mean, it was posted 2 years ago. You see that? It was posted 2 years ago, and 2 years ago is accurate. That is exactly around the time of this incident.
Meets the woman's parents, that the man bears the burden of being accused of rape, and there's a punishment there, and the woman is just merely considered to be implicit in it. These are the questions that I have. I just want to understand, where is this at? But again, I want to make it clear, I love the thinking. I love the concept. I'm appreciative. I think it's tremendously dope. You know, I'm with it. I just want to know that this is what they actually meant, well, beyond a reasonable doubt, or if it is subjective to the extent that it may not be true, but it's a hell of an understanding, because I could accept that as well if that's what's being asserted.
So first and foremost, the inquiry is.
Yeah, he said he did say he had witnesses, and he said there were other witnesses too. You know, we never get to know who else besides his son was a witness, or what was said, what really happened. We didn't get to hear that tape, but oh well. And he's on Sarnetta's panel today after 2 years later, and we still don't get to hear that tape. You know, it's like we don't get to know.
Is amazing, because we don't arrive at truth until we first have inquiry. We don't arrive at wisdom until we first have questions raised. So let me first say this. Your line of questioning is on point. The only thing that I will question, the only thing that I will tackle is this. You asked a question that does necessitate some assumptions. And
yeah, he said way before the assault. But Donnie, what is way before? I mean, what's the time? You know, I mean, and you know, it is also the aspect of we don't know. You know, Sarnetta posts things according to his own wishes. It may not be, you know, yeah. Who knows what the time are? These are the people. But see, just the mere fact that these are the people that know, and we're the people that don't get to know. See, that's a problem in itself. All of these individuals have stated they know things, and they just have not let others know.
And what I mean by that is, you said, can we find a clear and concise verse in the Bible that says that rape in this context is simply an act or?
Well, let's hope. I mean, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything outside of what has been said publicly, or you know, or in the information that's been released publicly. I don't know. So, but I do find the conversation very interesting, and as you can see, the mother of the victim, alleged victim, seems very interested in what Zion Lex is saying, and yeah, there's numerous things here to pay attention to, I think.
Demonstration of a disrespect to the parents and not actually physical rape. Where in the Bible can we find that? And here's the issue with that. No matter where you go in African spirituality, stories are told mainly through abstraction and enigma. So for instance, when you go into the weighing of the heart ceremony in the Runu Pert Hemeru, there is no text that you can go to prior in that text or in the Amduat, the Book of Gates, which can describe for you what you're going to garner or gather from the weighing of the heart. But you do know that there's something logical when you're interpreting literature. There's something that we can gather, or we can what we call infer. Inference is something that is foreign to the illogical mind or the ungifted mind. But to people that are gifted, we know that things can be inferred all the time. So what we're saying is, while Brother Polite, what he's harping on is true. You can't find a single verse in the Bible that says, when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is, the inference is there when you look at the word "they are discovered," because it's true. You can't find a single verse in the Bible that says, when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is, the inference is there when you look at the word "they are discovered," because when you say "they," you talk about two people. Two people means that one person is not implicit alone. There are more than one co-conspirators. If there's more than one co-conspirator, and we're talking about saying is, while Brother Polite, what he's harping on is true. You can't find a single verse in the Bible that says, when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is, the inference is there when you look at the word "they are discovered." Because when you say "they," you talk about two people. Two people means that one person is not implicit alone. There are more than one co-conspirators. If there's more than when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is, the inference is there when you look at the word "they are discovered." Because when you say "they," you talk about two people. Two people means that one person is not implicit alone. There are more than one co-conspirators. If there's more than one co-conspirator and we're talking about rape, then we're no longer talking about rape. So now you have to question, then why does the Bible describe the act as rape if we're not talking about rape? And here goes back to African culture and African spirituality. It's a great disrespect to your parents and the household if you're having sex while you're still in your parents' household. And he raised a great question when he said,
Yeah, I'm muted. Thank you. This, you know, what I'm hearing, and I'm just telling you, and thank you for telling me I was muted because I just said some shit. In my heart, I would never in my life think that any of these men in this room are innocent. I wouldn't. Because I find this dialogue they're having right here very suspect. And I'm talking about also Zion Lex's words. You know, I suspect, or I would suspect, that there is more going on than what meets the eye, and that it is very manipulative, especially to a person that finds themselves in these people's company. Straight up, this is very, this man, and I can only imagine what it's like to be the victim or the victim's mother to be in this situation.
well, how do we know if she was in the house? Was it, what did
You see what I'm saying? They keep raising questions and putting all this shit. Let's look.
that one person that stories are told, question that does necessitate some assumptions. And what I mean by that is, you said, can we find a clear and concise verse in the Bible that says that rape in this context is simply
Wow, you said it, brother. You said it. Because what's the hardest dynamic to figure out? When you have one side that seems to be the good side and one side that seems to be the bad side, but they playing under the table. That is a hard situation to figure out when you're in the when you're the one being played.
an act or demonstration of a disrespect to the parents and not actually physical rape. Where in the Bible can we find that? And here's the issue with that. No matter where you go in
Exactly,
African
Johnny.
spirituality,
No friends.
stories are told mainly through abstraction and enigma. So, for instance, when you go into the weighing of the heart ceremony in the Runu Perthem Meru,
What the fuck? What does this have to do with it?
there is no text that you can go to prior in that text or in the Amduat, the Book of Gates, which can describe for you what you're going to garner or gather from the weighing of the heart. But you do know that there's something logical when you're interpreting literature. There's something that we can.
Polite definitely seems like he knows what's about to happen and what's about to be said. You know, this,
gather, or we can what we call infer.
a fixed time.
Inference is something that is foreign to the illogical mind or the ungifted mind.
This is that going back to what Ching Ching said, that that fixed deck, that 5 card Monty, that Harlem hustle. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, playing both sides of the fence. I'm just telling you, I'm being honest. I wouldn't trust any of these men. They don't. To me, they seem like they on the same team.
But to people that are gifted, we know that things can be inferred all the time. So what we're saying is, while Brother Polite, what he's harping on is true. You can't find a single verse in the Bible that says, when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There
But
is no verse that says that that's not physical rape.
Now listen.
But what I'm saying is the inference is there when you look at the word they are discovered. Because when you say they, you talk about two people. Two people
Look at Polite sipping on that drink now. He was waiting for that one.
means that
And look at the mother's eyes, like what the? She thought it was going one way, and he's pulling it back.
when it says that a man is grasping hold on her, that's not physical rape. There is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is the inference is there when you look at the word they are discovered. Because when you say they, you talk about two people. Two people means that one person is not implicit alone. There are more than one co-conspirators. If there's more than one co-conspirator and we're talking about rape, then we're no longer talking about rape. So now
You see, son. You see, Polite nod his head. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you have to question, then why does the Bible, there is no verse that says that that's not physical rape. But what I'm saying is the inference is there when you look at the word they are discovered. Because when you say they, you talk about two people. Two people means that one person is not implicit alone. There are more than one co-conspirators. If there's more than one
She didn't like what he said there. That's what it looked like to me.
conspirator and we're talking about rape, then we're no longer talking about rape. So now you have to question, then why does the Bible describe the act as rape if we're not talking about rape?
What is she saying to herself right there?
If there's more than one co-conspirator,
More than one co-conspirator, the victim.
we're
This motherfucker, man.
talking about rape, then we're no longer talking about rape. So now you have to question, then why does the Bible describe the act as rape if we're not talking about rape? And here goes back to African culture and African spirituality.
What the fuck is he talking about? Africans? This has.
It's a great disrespect to your parents and the household if you're having sex while you're still in your parents.
Not if you're fucking getting raped, dude. Like, what the fuck?
His household. And he raised a great question when he said, well, how do we know if she was.
Look at that. Anybody want to come up on the panel? Yeah, my son is a little late. He just sent me a message, but it's all good. It's late. We do that. Yeah, this is heartbreaking to me. I'm like, you know, I've never really watched this video before. Not this one. I've seen clips of it. And I'm glad that I slowed this one down when I had the chance to take a look at it. But I'm just telling you, from this dialogue right here, I would be holding everybody, every man in that room. You know, I'm serious. These dudes seem like they involved in more than what meets the eye, more than what people talking about, because this looks to me like some high level manipulation of women and children under the guise of religion and talking about what is rape. You know, yeah. This is troubling. This is seriously troubling.
In the house, did the sex take place in the parents' house? In the dude's house? In a field somewhere? How do we know? Well, let's go back to African spirituality, because his questions arise.
This ain't got shit to do with African spirituality. You in America, dude. What about California, Florida? You know, what the fuck?
From a Western experience.
You see her eyes like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? What the fuck?
In the house, did the sex take place in the parents' house? In the dude's house?
I wonder what she's thinking right there. I wonder what she is thinking right there. Like, is she figuring out something? Because this is some sketchy ass shit he's saying.
A field somewhere? How do we know? Well, let's go back to African.
How do we know? You see her eyes go down. How do we know?
Spirituality, because his questions arise from a Western experience.
She looked around at everybody. She looked around at everybody and then looked back down.
Because it's in Western tradition that people go and leave their parents' home without being married.
This motherfucker. This motherfucker.
Married. That's not African tradition. In African tradition, let me finish my thoughts. In African tradition, you don't leave your home until you're married. So the first thing we gotta correct is the what.
What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck? What the? So rape don't happen if you leave your home before you're married? What the fuck?
Western standpoint. Because the Western standpoint is all the questions he just asked. He said, how do we know where it's taking place? Well, we're talking about something that's ancient. We're talking about something that's reflective of African spirituality. And African spirituality.
Wow. You talking about, you said pushed it to when the girl broke down. These two were so impressed with themselves. Okay, what you talking about? Is that forward or backwards?
You're not leaving your home unless you're married. We're not pushing our women or our men out on the fly and saying, go, God be with you. No, we're saying that woman and man comprise what we term the image of God. And if you're to be divine, you need to be together as one. So I'm not going to send a woman out alone. I'm not going to send a
This is not even ninja scholarship. This is rape scholarship. This is rape scholarship.
man out alone. The two must go out together. So in speaking to those points, what we first must understand is the African foundation within the story. It doesn't matter where it took place.
Okay, I'm gonna take it back. Let's hear this out.
The reality is, in our society, in days of old, unlike today, in Western tradition,
What is he talking
if a woman is not married, she's still in her parents' home. That's not Western tradition. Because in Western tradition, she turns 18 and she goes off to Syracuse University. She's in the dorm. In Western tradition,
What did this? So you in a dorm? It changes because now you in a dorm. This is where every girl goes when she graduate high school. Now it's the dorm, but you know how many women, file with the police that they've been raped in dorms? Well, like, why would he even use that? What the fuck does that have to do with this?
She turns 18 and she got a job with Microsoft. And she got her own studio apartment in Brooklyn.
This dude rape splaining.
In Sunset. So in touching that last point, let me say this. It doesn't matter where it took place.
So why the fuck did he say all of that? I mean, what the and Polite laughing, he's like,
once you understand the foundation of the story, in our tradition, a woman is considered under her parents until she's married. So if anything is happening before then the man has simply raped her.
I mean, this is the most convoluted conversation I've heard. With Zion Lex, he got so much in there. I mean, it's like he took it all the way to Africa, to the dorm room. I mean, the laws of Moses say, don't covet or want what's not yours. The New Testament says, do unto others. This is rape splaining. Exactly, brother. It don't matter because now he's going back to, if she's not married, then it's rape. But what is it in this context? In this context, being married or not married has nothing to do with it. So he just went way out somewhere. Let me take it back. Now, I'm sorry. I just want to take it back because I hope I'm not missing something here, but people were talking about when he was saying the girl cried, right? Let me see something here. The tear.
I know you reject that.
Excellent question. So we talk about the age of maturity. Maturity is synonymous with adulthood, no matter where you go. When we speak about the age of maturity,
is this about right, Stefan? Did I take it back too far?
we're going from adolescence into adulthood. What the Torah says is by the age of 13, a man is morally responsible for his actions. At the age of 12 and a half, a woman is morally responsible for his actions. So if you're paying close attention, the Bible's rhetoric is that women are more spiritual. They advance faster than men. That's the first thing you learn in that. The second thing is for GMS to say that a grown man can touch a 13-year-old and it's valid. It's okay because her body seems to be agreeing with what he wants to do with her, because at age 13, women are experiencing their periods, right? So I have twin daughters and they're about to be 16 years old. And one of my twins first started having her period at 11. The other one just started having it at 14. But watch this. Any spiritual text that you could read in the face of the earth that can teach you that a grown man is able to have sex with a young woman, that's a Bible that you need to wipe your ass with. Because let me just make something very, very clear. The biblical canon speaks of the marrying of certain key individuals in the Bible. But when you go into oral tradition, it says things like Sarah was Abraham's wife since she was 13, which, watch this, I'm going to be controversial. That's true. But you have to understand context. So the way that it worked in the ancient East as well as Africa, you could be promised to be married to a man by that age, but the consummation of that marriage doesn't take place until at least 18 years old. So on record, you could be considered someone's wife, of which when you become of a much higher moral standard, which a culture defines what that moral standard is, which in most societies around the age 18. So at the age 18, the woman could say, okay, I want to do this, or I don't want to do this. So she still has a right, at least in our culture. A woman has a right to reject to a prearranged marriage. But here's the thing, since I'm even talking about prearranged marriage, because this is an African concept, first and foremost. Prearranged marriage ensures that, first and foremost, the person you're dealing with is coming from a good home. Why is that significant? You're looking at a sister that you met in the club, and all you thinking, I'm gonna keep it 100% real.
Yeah, this arm thing with polite, it looks like groping to me. Like it's like control factor. It seemed like to me, like seriously. But
speaking for most men, damn, she look good, I want to smash. Well, do you know what home she came from? Because I could tell you right now, if she came from a broken home, I don't care how good what she giving you is, you're gonna be fucked. You done. Because most of us are a reflection of our environment. So what prearranged marriages do is that ensures that the person or the people you entertain are coming from strong family households with a record of some moral soundness to themselves. And African culture is no stranger to that, because we birth person or the people you entertain are coming from strong family households with a record of some moral soundness to themselves. Good, what she giving you is, you're gonna be fucked. You done. Because most of us are a reflection of our environment. So what prearranged marriages do is that ensures that the person or the people you entertain are coming from strong family households with a record of some moral soundness to themselves. And African culture is no stranger to that, because we birthed it. And I think that when people speak about what they consider inconsistencies within the biblical's moral.
let's fast forward here. Yeah, it's just some buffering. Don't know what that's about, but it's coming. Yeah, this is a whopper here. This one is just.
You could tell my parents that you love me. If you love me so much, think about this. Most of us in this room right now is between ages 20s and our 30s. How many people we know fuck somebody and still don't know their last name? How many people we know with a body count that can't get
But this is in context to rape. So he's like, how many people we know fuck somebody without knowing their last name? But what the hell does that have to do with rape? I mean, I don't get that.
Give you the whole person's. I can't.
I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying,
say his age. I don't know his birthday. I don't know his first name. I don't know his mama's name. This is not African spirituality. So at that point, sister, he raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of. If he don't know nothing about you, look at the tears coming from her because we speaking truth right now.
In America, if I grabbed a woman, right, aggressively, and I had got discovered
my God, man,
having sex with her, right? I would have to pay a debt to society in the form of incarceration, right? Is that a metaphor for 50 shekels in the past? So I'm just saying, is there another way to look at it? Or are there some other verses there that are stipulating the things that Brother Zion is saying? Or can we just say there's probably two ways to look at it? That's all I want to know. Because if I get discovered grabbing some fucking woman and having sex with her, if I
that's Nepal right there, right? Who just put her hand up.
aggressively grab her, because we can say the woman is implicit in the act.
This?
Right? But I don't know where it says that at.
You know what? This looked like they already talked about the conversation. It looked like they already talked about it. Because how would he just pop in his head where because this is, to most of us, this is like the wildest shit. Why even go to this specific scripture, or why have this particular debate? But it looks like they already talked about it to me. That's what I would be saying myself. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it's nowhere in hell they just pulled that debate up out of a goddamn hat. You see what I mean? Like, I don't get that. And then they just ramble on about it for some time. Like, that's really a point they need to discuss and try to figure out, This is some weird shit.
Let me say this.
Look at that. And look how easily he pulled
Or there's some other, right?
He raped you. You raped. He raped you of your culture when you don't know his birthday before he fucked you. He raped you of your spirituality if he don't know your mama's name before you gave him your womb. He raped you of everything that makes you the divinity that you spoke of. If he don't know nothing about you, look at the tears coming from her because we speaking truth right now.
In America, if I grabbed the woman, right, aggressively, and I had got discovered having sex with her, right, I would have to pay a debt to society in the form of incarceration, right? It, is that
Yeah, it's the woman to the right is crying too. She's crying, but
a metaphor for 50 shekels in the past? So I'm just saying, is there another way to look at it? Or are there some other verses there that are stipulating the things that Brother Zion is saying? Or can we just say there's probably two ways to look at it?
how did he just pull that out of a hat? That's what I'm saying. That can't be, to me, that don't look like no damn coincidence. Like, it looks like they talked about, like they already know what the conversation is going to be about before it happened.
That's all I want to know, because if I get discovered grabbing some fucking woman and having sex with her, if I aggressively grab her,
and let's keep in mind, it's not just about the book, it's about rape. They're going to the book to discuss rape, particularly while this woman is in the room and her daughter ends up being a rape victim of the man discussing it with, that they're discussing all this with. So it almost looks like, in my book, premeditation. Like, this is, I'm serious. I'm just saying.
Because we can say the woman is implicit in the act, right? But I don't know where it says that at.
Right. So let me say this. One thing that was crucial to to his rebuttal that I actually touched on is a phrase that I use: cultural context. Brother Polite said, well, in America, if I grab a woman, I can catch a charge. If I grab a woman, that can be construed as rape. So I don't know. How is this to be interpreted?
I mean, look, let's bring it back to the real world. If your child was raped, came home to you and said they were raped, and it ended up being somebody that you knew, and that there were other people that know this person well, that somehow knows of this person's character, the second thing I would be thinking in my mind is, what do you know about it? That's what I would be thinking. I'm serious, because I'm not going to just stop and be like, who did it? I'm going to be like, who else do they hang out with? Who else knew about it? Who else could have stopped it? Who else, who else has been around my child? I'd want to know all of it. You see what I'm saying? Nobody would be off of my radar for investigation. Myself, I wouldn't be, because, of course, that's the company that these, you have to ask these questions, but I mean, I'm just saying, that's me.
Remember, when I speak, I got a very, very long catalog, by the way. You could just type in the name Zion, LE, and everything else comes up. So whenever I speak, it's always very, very meticulous. It's always straight to the point, and it's always very orchestrated in a way that you know exactly what I'm giving you is exactly what it is. What I said very keenly is cultural context. So, American culture is different than biblical culture or different than the culture of the people of the Bible, quote unquote, because American culture allows for the things that the Bible clearly condemns. So those are two different cultural civilizations.
It don't allow for rape. It doesn't allow for rape. You know what is he talking about? American culture. What? What's he talking about? What the this is just some mumbo jumbo.
Is different than biblical culture or different than the culture of the people of the Bible, quote unquote. Because American culture allows for the things that the Bible clearly condemns. So those
American culture allows for the things that the Bible clearly condemns. But we're talking about rape. We're talking about rape in American context. You are in America as you make this statement, and everybody else is in the United States for that matter, not just America. But what is this?
are two different cultural civilizations and obviously two different cultural contexts. So watch this. In the Torah, there's a story that's presented that's going to validate everything I'm saying right now. And even Brother Polite knows the story. So watch how it comes full circle.
You see what he said? He said, and even Brother Polite knows this story. So watch how it comes full circle. You know,
There's a woman by the name of Dinah. She's the sister of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel in the book of Genesis. The Bible says that she goes out to see the daughters of the land. And then a prince in the land of Canaan by the name of Shechem, he finds her and lays with her and grabs hold of her. And the two become married. And then it says the brothers went and slew every man of the city because he had humbled their sister. Why did they do that? The Bible first and foremost tells you that Dinah was with it. She liked Shechem. But the brothers considered it as if Shechem raped her because Shechem never came to the father, never came to the mother. So that means even in the Bible's teachings, which precede the law that was given, the teaching is demonstrated before that edict was given on Mount Sinai.
and in the U.S., they consider it rape when you forcefully grab a woman or a minor or anybody. So I don't get what he's trying to say.
Because Genesis naturally comes before Exodus, the way that the Bible plays out. So we have a story in the Bible that validates that if you are living in your parents' home and you're having sex out of marriage, the parents in our culture regarded it as rape. And when I say rape, I don't mean rape in the sense that a man is forcing a woman, but you have to understand what rape is, even on a deeper conceptual level.
This just some okay. So, but what is it on the standard of the country you're in? What is that standard?
Because when you're raping someone, you're taking something sacred from them, or you're not. As a woman, when you are raped, one thing that is universal, women feel that there was something sacred that was robbed in that moment. There was something sacred that was stolen in that moment of time.
Yeah, their body. You stole their body. You stole their body. You stole it. You took them. You raped them without their consent. That's what you took. But I don't get the parables here, man.
What the Bible is showing you is, even if you are implicit, woman, even if you
are implicit, why they keep going back over this that way, you know? even if you're complicit. You know, what is this? What the fuck does that have to do? Rape means it's not
to have this man within you. If you don't do it the right way, he is robbing you of something sacred. He is robbing you of something that is divine. He is robbing you of the very divinity that you know you possess. So this is a high cultural teaching, and until we return to those types of morals and edicts, you're going to have people getting fucked after the club. How many women you know seen a brother walk through the club? And I'm talking real. Listen, you want to know my record? So shout out to Wale. We talking about the year 2011 when I booked King of Diamonds with no money. I had a commercial running on 99 Point Jams. Shout out to my sister Holywood on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook. She's Rick Ross's assistant manager. When I was bubbling with Maybach Music, and what we was doing was promoting something called Maybach Music Jamaica, which you could go on YouTube and you can see was a valid thing. You can see that Zion Lex created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter. If you could get fucked because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong.
This is really weird, man.
Especially if in your wisdom, you know you come from a culture where a woman is deified. If in your wisdom, you come from a culture that women are considered gods. But all it takes is a man pulling out.
Well, how about from a culture where they don't want it, period, and you take it?
No disrespect to Brother Polite. 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? And I'm handing
I'm asking for clarity. So the answer to the question where we didn't know if we was in Big Mama's house or Big Papa's house or if they're still together, the answer to if this was a law that you had to talk to parents first, otherwise it's considered rape.
That's interesting that he's talking like this is so crazy.
We're in a conundrum now because the answer to that question.
That's the mother. That's the mother right there. The mother of the child that he's going to court for, accused of rape with the DNA evidence.
Deferred our attention to another scenario. And now for the new scenario that he brought up to answer that question, I have the same question now. Does that new scenario have any supporting verses that say, hey, if you don't meet the parents, it's considered rape? Because now there's two scenarios. I have the same question. And I still want to know for the first scenario, why are we using this other scenario as if it's corroborating testimony for the first one? I don't see the connection whatsoever. Are we using the same words in Hebrew that we're using the first passage that are using the next one? Are we looking at humble and then humble is the same word that we're using for
now we're looking at the American version of it. We're looking at the English version of it.
Strength or like, I just want to know when the question for the first scenario was, is it a matter of being in mommy and daddy's house and someone's having sex in the house? Is it a matter of, hey, if you didn't meet the mother and father, it's considered rape for you to have sex, and the implication is on the man.
Oh, it's definitely like that, sister. Love Me Fruit. They having a whole conversation about rape. Where do the women interject? And particularly the two on the right, but or the mother.
And the woman is implicit. I don't know where any of that information comes from other than the subjective aspect of Brother Zion's conceptual undertakings, right? And then when we get to the answering of that question, we don't exactly deal with that verse. We go, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to this verse not down the block. We're actually going to catch a flight, right? We're going to catch a flight, and we're going to now discuss this narrative. And then now I still have the same question for the first one. So now I have the same question for both. So I just want to know what's actually going on. Where does it say that you have to know the woman's family? And if you don't, and you have sex with her, it's considered rape. And that, yes. So go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Do what you got to do.
This is actually good. You guys have never discussed this.
Yeah, we never. Huh?
See, all the women should have got the hell up out of this room and been like, let them figure this shit out because there's some bullshit.
We never chill. Hey, all I wanted to know is where in the first scenario where in the first scenario is the official decree or the assertion that if a man doesn't know the woman's parents, that it is considered rape, and that the man bears the burden of punishment, and the woman is considered to be implicit of it. And then in the second scenario, which was brought up to corroborate the first scenario, which I believe was a testament to the fact that we were lacking in information, supporting information or supporting evidence. We were probably lacking in supporting evidence for the first scenario, so we went to go to a second one, and that's legal. So I'm not disrespecting them. That's legal. But then even in the second scenario, I wonder, are they in the house? And I only ask these questions because of things that were said. And are they in the house of the parent when it takes place? It's just a question because that could be irrelevant or not. Because before I could debate anything, I first have to beseech understanding. You know, so this is more me getting clarity than it is an attack. You know, when I get clarity, then I can determine if I should debate or not. Yeah, because this might not even be a debate. You feel what I'm saying? One of us.
Yeah, this might be real life.
Get caught lacking. It's gonna go down. Word. So I just want to know in the second scenario that's being used to corroborate the first one, which is
because if one of y'all get caught lacking, well, one of y'all got caught lacking.
Still legal. I'm not an ignorant man. Do we have the placement of them being in the house when the sex taking place? And even if they're not, I could accept that. Can we find out if it's true that if a man doesn't know meets the woman's parents, that the man bears the burden of being accused of rape and there's a punishment there and the woman is just merely considered to be implicit in it? These are the questions that I have. I just want to understand, where's this at? But again, I want to make it clear. I love the thinking. I love the concept. I'm appreciative.
He want to know, when is the woman complicit? That's what he want to know. You know, the video is called Zion Lex and Polite. The woman is the highest spiritual form of God. And the discussion is, when is the woman complicit in her actual rape?
I think it's tremendously dope. You know, I'm with it. I just want to know that this is what they actually meant.
Shaka, what's up, bro? Oh my goodness, man. But please.
What's up, brother? Brother, this is crazy what we just heard. Greetings to all. I think I may change my mind because I changed my mind a lot. I think I'm gonna go live later on and make a video entitled Zion Lex is disgusting. And I may add, something about the rape doctrine. Please, brother, take note of the timestamp now so you can go back to it. It looks like it's 3017, right?
Yeah, something around there. And then it was something before that was what, 34? No. Who said something before? Somebody said something before, but yo, you need to go to the whole damn video, brother, because this shit is like damning. I mean,
no, but check this out. I never heard that exchange, because some people are, Zion Lex is pseudo. For those who don't know, he's real pseudo. One day, Garfield got a guy who's actually a professor of Hebrew. Now, granted, the guy did not introduce himself as such, and Zion Lex was trying to style on the dude, made a fool out of himself. And Zion Lex, wanted to challenge the guy for a debate. It never happened, I think, because Zion Lex knew that he was going to get crushed. But anyway, that being said, please, brother, the timestamp right now is 3017. Please go back a little bit to the part where it talks about the story of Dinah, because that guy, he said they got married and she was with it. And I want people to hear it again.
That was back. That was back, man. In the
middle. No, that was. I mean, I don't know if you fast forwarded the stuff.
Well, there's 10 minutes between. There's 10 minutes back. That's not long.
Yeah, but he wasn't 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Try to go back a little bit, like a few minutes.
A total of 40,000. You should give him something sacred that.
Right there, right?
No, it's when he talks. He talks about that story of a lady called Dinah, and there was a prince, a Canaanite prince, or something like that.
Oh yeah,
and he said,
that's man, that's back.
That's all I want to know because it.
Hold on.
Coming from her because we speak in truth right now.
It's not now. It's going to be after.
Okay.
It'll be after, and after he says that, she's going to have that expression like with her hands on her face.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it says that at.
Well, it looks like no part to me.
One thing that was crucial to his rebuttal that I actually touched on is a phrase that I use: cultural context.
Go forward a bit.
Well,
go forward a bit.
In America, different cultural contexts. So watch, they do that. The Bible first and foremost tells you that Dinah was with it. She liked
Yeah.
Shechem.
Okay. Please go back a little bit. Just a few seconds. You can use the back arrow with your keyboard, and
That she
it's going
goes
back
out
by increments.
to see the daughters of the land.
Yeah.
Book of
Thank you.
Genesis. The Bible says that this story allows
No,
for
no,
the
no,
things
no.
that the
That was
Bible
okay. That
clearly
was okay.
condemns. So those are two different cultural civilizations, and obviously two different cultural contexts. So watch this. In the
Listen,
Torah,
brothers and sisters,
there's a
listen
story that's
closely.
presented that's going to validate everything I'm saying right now. And even Brother Polite knows the story. So watch how it comes full
This dude
circle.
is discussing. I'm going to show you why, brothers and
There's
sisters.
a woman by the name of Dinah. She's the sister of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel in the book of Genesis. The Bible says that she goes out to see the daughters of the land. And then a prince in the land of Canaan by the name of Shechem, he finds her and lays with her and grabs hold of her. And the two become married. And then it says the brothers went and slew every man of the city because he had humbled their sister. Why did they do that? The Bible first and foremost tells you that Dinah was with it. She liked Shechem, but the brothers considered it as if Shechem raped her because Shechem never came to the father, never came to the mother. So that means even in the Bible's teachings, which precede the law that was given, the teaching is demonstrated before that edict was given on Mount Sinai, because Genesis naturally comes before Exodus, the way that the Bible plays out. So we have a story in the Bible that validates that if you are living in your parents' home and you're having sex out of marriage, the parents in our culture regarded it as rape. And when I say rape, I don't mean rape in the sense that a man is forcing a woman, but you have to understand what rape is, even on a deeper conceptual level. Because when you're raping someone, you're taking something sacred from them, are you not? As a woman, when you are raped, one thing that is universal, women feel that there is something sacred that was robbed in that moment. There is something sacred that was stolen in that moment of time. What the Bible is showing you is...
Yo, what the?
Yeah, can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, great. I had to come back. Something happened. Brother, please share your screen to Google. Just open another page. I know that story. I grew up in a Christian family. I know many stories of the Bible.
Okay.
And that's one of the stories that, oh, I'm here twice. Well, feel free to remove the other one. I think that's why there's an echo. All right.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, now let me see. Share screen to Google, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And this
That's
is
one of the stories you remember, like Cain and Abel, the unfairness of Yahweh's judgment. Now, please type Genesis 34. Right. So, no, go to all. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that's it. The first one, New International Version. Right, thank you. Now, if you can make it larger, you need to use your trackpad.
Can I just do it like this? Oh no.
Or if you want, you can do it like that.
Is it large enough now?
Well, I guess so. People in the chat will tell you.
Can you all see?
Let me just, it's okay. Let me read it, please.
Okay.
I'll just need you to scroll down, please. All right?
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the book of Genesis, verse 34. That's the story that he talked about. You see the name? Dinah and the Shechemites. Now, Dinah, the daughter Leah, had born Jacob. Went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, the ruler of that era, saw her, He took her and raped her. Now, do you remember what Zion said?
Let's go back.
He said they got married, and later on, he said she was with him. He's disgusting. Zion Lex is disgusting.
Should we play that back?
No, you don't need to, because what we're going to do, you can play it after.
Okay.
Now, let me continue. His heart was drawn to Dinah, daughter of Jacob. He loved the young woman. There's no echo on your end, right?
No.
Okay, good. It's on my end. That's great. He loved the young woman and spoke tenderly to her. So after he raped her, now he was talking tenderly to her. And Shechem said to his father Hamor, get me this girl as my wife. He didn't ask the girl. Oh, hello?
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. The echo is gone. Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So he didn't ask the girl. He asked the father. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he asked his father. He asked his father.
He lied.
Zion Lex lied. He lied on the Bible, and that's what those guys do. Then it says, when Jacob heard of his daughter Dinah had been defiled, his sons were in the fields with his livestock. So he did nothing about it until they came home. Then Shechem's father Hamor went out to talk with Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob's son had come in from the fields as soon as they heard what had happened. They were shocked and furious because Shechem had done an outrageous thing in Israel by sleeping with Jacob's daughter, a thing that should not be done. But Hamor said to them, my son Shechem has his heart set on your daughter. Please give her to him as his wife. Intermarry with us, give us your daughters, and take our daughters for yourselves. You can settle among us. The land is open to you. Live in it, trade in it, and acquire property in it. Then Shechem said to Dinah's father and brothers, let me find favor in your eyes, and I will give you whatever you ask. Make the price of the bride and the gift I am to bring as great as you like, and I pay whatever you ask me. And give me the young woman as my wife. Because her sister Dinah had been defiled, Jacob's sons replied deceitfully. As they spoke to Shechem and his father Hamor, they said to them, we can't do such a thing. Basically, they're going to say, you have to circumcise. That's how we get down. Once they circumcise, they are recovering, they're going to go and slaughter them. And you will see that the father was not happy about the act. So if this is where they used to get down, the father will be okay. Even the father was not okay about what they had done. But Zion Lex said they got married and she was with it. So Zion exchanged rape into marriage.
Yeah.
Not just having sex. You see, brothers and sisters, how we've been talking about Deuteronomy 22, verse 28. They were like, oh, you know what I'm saying? They're just having sex. It's consensual. He is not just having sex, he's getting married. But let me continue. Because their sister didn't have been defiled. Okay, I read that. They said to them, we can't do such a thing. We can't give our sister to a man who is not circumcised. That will be a disgrace to us. We will enter into an agreement with you on one condition only. That you become like us by circumcising all your males. Then we will give you our daughter and take your daughters for ourselves. We'll settle among you and become one people with you. But if you will not agree to be circumcised, we'll take our sister and go. Their proposal seemed good to Hamor and his son Shechem. The young man was the most honored of all his father's family. He lost no time in doing what they said because he was delighted with Jacob's daughter. So Hamor and his son Shechem went to the gate of their city to speak to the men of their city. The men are friendly towards us, they said. Let them live in our land and trade in it. The land has plenty of room for them. We can marry their daughters and they can marry ours. But the men will agree to live with us as one people only on the condition that our males be circumcised, as they themselves are. Won't their livestock, their property, and all their other animals become ours? So let us agree to their terms, and they will settle among us. All the men who went out of the city gate agreed with Hamor and his son Shechem, and every male in the city was circumcised. 3 days later, while all the men were still in pain, two of Jacob's sons, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, took their swords and attacked the unsuspecting city, killing every male. Every male. They put Hamor and his son Shechem to the sword and took Dinah from Shechem's house and left. The sons of Jacob came upon the dead bodies and looted the city where their sister had been defiled. So they killed every male and they looted the city. They seized their flocks and herds and donkeys and everything else of theirs in the city and not in the fields. They carried off all their wealth and all their women, and they took their women and children. Remember when it's commit, when there's war, and then they say, well, we captured male, woman, children. They're going to split the families. Now, what do they say? Oh my goodness, human right violation. They took people, but it's war. Here, was it war? They said we're going to come to an agreement. You're going to marry our daughters, you're going to marry ours. Anyway, taking as plunder everything in the houses. Then Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, you have brought trouble on me by making obnoxious to the Canaanites and Perizzites, the people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed. But they replied, should we have treated our sister like a prostitute? So you see, you see, now please go back and let's hear from Zion Lex, who changed rape into marriage, and he added that she was with it.
If you are living in your parents' home and you're having sex out of marriage, the parents in our culture regarded it as rape. And when I say rape, I don't mean rape in the sense that a man is forcing a woman, but you have to understand what rape is, even on a deeper conceptual level. Because when you're raping someone, you're taking something sacred from them, or you're not. As a woman, when you are raped,
try to fast forward a little bit, by hitting that.
Women possess. So this is a high cultural teaching, and seeing a brother walk through the club. Shout out to my sister.
No, it's before that.
Moment. There is something sacred that was stolen. You is even if you are implicit, woman. Even
it's before that, brother. Yeah,
it's before that. Sorry.
Yeah, try here. Try. No problem at all. No problem at all.
Married.
Brother.
Here it is.
Of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes.
Right.
Yeah, that's it.
Clearly condemns. So those. What I'm giving you is exactly what it is. What I said very keenly is cultural context. So American culture is different than biblical culture, or different than the culture of the people of the Bible, quote unquote, because American culture allows for the things that the Bible clearly condemns. So those are two different cultural civilizations, and obviously two different cultural contexts. So watch this. In the Torah, there's a story that's presented that's going to validate everything I'm saying right now. And even Brother Polite knows this story, so watch how it comes full circle. There's a woman by the name of Dinah. She's the sister of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel in the book of Genesis. The Bible says that she goes out to see the daughters of the land, and then a prince in the land of Canaan by the name of Shechem, he finds her and lays with her and grabs hold of her, and the two become married.
You can stop here. You can stop here. He finds her, grabs her, lays hold of her, and the two become married. But when we read the Bible, what does it say? After the fact, he says, I want to marry your daughter. He's a liar. Zion Lex is a liar, and he is disgusting. We have different variations of the rape doctrine and the excuses that they are making for the rape. This is disgusting. This dude was already pseudo by saying that Yahweh is Nyame is Yahweh. Nyame is one of the names for God in the Twi language, or Akan language of Ghana. Linguistic gymnastics and linguistic acrobatics. Then he pulled up some Midrash, Rabbah, whatever that is, the Talmudic type of literature, exegesis of the Bible, to try to validate the color of Shem and all that. Talking about Shem, Japheth, and Ham. The same Midrash Rabbah, I made a video about this. You have the story of the curse of Ham, explaining that black people basically were cursed because of Ham seeing the unity of his father, and he said, "Cursed be Canaan." And it explains that's why the hair is going to be kinky, curly. That's why the male member is going to extend ignobly. You know what I'm saying? That's why the skin's going to turn dark. And now this dude is trying to change rape into marriage. He's lying on the Bible. He's lying to everybody. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, right before our eyes too. And thank you for pointing that out, Shaka, because I mean, I'm not that verse in the Bible. I'm not, that's not my lane at all. But that's why it's important to link up with people that have different strengths, so that we can get a well-rounded view. But brother, you just caught that. You just caught that for everybody, and I saw it plain as I could see this screen right now. StreamYard. It's like the brother lied, and on top of that, I saw so many things. I heard him say so many things that I find so suspicious in this video. And I'm just telling you, it doesn't even matter. I have the right to my opinion, but from what I seen in this video, deep down in my heart, I feel like that brother is part of this puzzle. Like that's what I feel. Like there's something bigger going on. In my heart, I feel like there's something bigger going on than just this one girl. Because when I watch these two team up talking about the Bible and rape and watch this sister's face change through the conversation, and when I listen to them, how they just navigated this story, I don't find that to be a coincidence at all. I don't. To me it seemed like they know something. They practicing something, they're involved in something. This seemed like co-conspirator type shit. I'm just telling you. It's my opinion. I don't give a shit what they think of me. I could care less. I have the right to my opinion, and that's what it is. Yo, Shaka, you still there?
Yeah, I'm there, brother. On another note, I was informed that Chris Snakes had a live stream going in on the pseudo killers. Some of you may not know them. It's Unc's crew. Unc was part of the pseudo killers. Then he got kicked out of the pseudo killers because they considered him pseudo. And apparently he may have been back, but that team's kind of, scattered, what I'm saying, splattered. So he was going in on them. And then shortly after I was informed, he made the video private. So probably he deleted it. So those guys are going at each other, and then maybe they try to look good, try to look united. So somebody must have told him, look, it's a bad look, let's look united and whatever. And then he made it private.
But
and there's so many videos. Yeah, hold on, let me just say this, please. There's so many videos that Chris Next, that's Chris MVP Harry, has made going at people. Then he deletes them, and then he acts like he's Mr. Decorum, that he doesn't do beef to. But go ahead, brother.
Oh no, but I was just going to say I agree with you, and I was just going to say it doesn't matter. They can do anything they want, and of course they're going to do it, and of course they're going to have their little convo behind the scene. But it's not going to change the outcome because they've already been on record this whole time, And this is way past the hop off point. They've been on board with all of this stuff they've seen, and they came after people who spoke out about this consistently over a long period of time. You see, so whatever shenanigans they're up to, the vortex has already been created. The conscious community's downfall spiral, and I don't think they're going to get out because they waited way too long. They waited way too long. They argued against people that were speaking up about this stuff and attacked people that were speaking up about this stuff. And everybody saw it. It's on record. You see, so on that note, brother, I want to thank everybody for coming through. Let's go over to Shaka. Shaka, you about to do a live or what?
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna hop on the computer and get ready to set up. You know what I'm saying?
I got
and
you.
Or if you have a few minutes, I could share the link. It won't take me long. If you have a few minutes, let me do that so I can share the link in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, let's do that. And this has been a great conversation and an enlightening day. And of course, it's teamwork. Teamwork from good people. Teamwork from good people of different backgrounds. You see what I mean? I mean, we share the macro, but on the micro, we coming from different spots in the country, different spots outside of the U.S. But we able to have unilateral understanding of this situation and how relevant it is to discuss it, combat it, for the betterment of all of us. You see what I mean? So on that note, we are, Shaka, he made a post saying Pan-Africanism is dead, but I would say a lot of us in our heart, we are acting. We may not call ourselves that, but we're the true actors of unity. We're being real actors of diasporan unity. We're standing up for each other and doing it in different ways. You see what I mean? But there's a lot of details to be worked on, but we're doing the work, and we're just doing the work of good people too. You know, the work that any good people would do. You see, that care about their own communities, and so on that note, all of these shenanigans, all these accusations, all of these attacks that these folks have put out against good folks, it went to waste. They wasted all of that energy. They could have just spoke up for what was right in the beginning. As soon as they saw red flags, they could have spoke up for it. But instead, they kept making excuse after excuse after excuse for months and months and months and months and months. And it didn't stop us 1 second. We didn't change. We stood on our platform. We stood on our square, and kept it, just kept moving forward. Let me take a look at something. Hold on. I just got one little message here. Yeah. And so on that note, everybody that was along for this ride, thank you so much for staying, for just coming back and supporting our platforms. I want to thank Shaka because listen, this is the one another real aspect of this. Shaka, he's been down in the conscious community since the beginning. He had his own platform from the beginning. He's been following things from the beginning. But the other thing about it is that he's like 10 years younger than me. Shaka is literally 10 years younger than me. And that's one thing that puts some serious fear in these folks' asses. Because you see that Shaka is young enough to keep going day after day after day for some years. He is going to outlast a lot of these fools, a lot of these folks, these evildoers. He's going to outlast them. And so that's one of the reasons why I supported Shaka, because I knew about his character, and and I hope that's the same reason why a lot of you all support me, just because of my character. But then again, Shaka has been a good soldier for peace, and for values for us all. So let's continue to support him. For these low lifes out here, thank you for providing the opportunity for me to build my platform, and connect with good people. Because if there wasn't an alternative force, I would never even be in a situation to do it. I would never even see the purpose, right? So thank you for giving me purpose also. We're getting a lot of views. I'm getting a lot of hits. I'm getting a lot of retention. And I'm going to use that to monetize. I'm going to use their foulness, what they've been doing, tracking them down, covering the conscious community's downward spiral to monetize my channel. You see? And then we're going to get into some more work after that. This work is not about the monetization, but as you know, YouTube got rules. They want you to live up to stuff. They don't necessarily reward you if you're not putting in content, and so that's part of the battle, and as you see, a lot of folks has been putting out this garbage for years. They've been raking in money. And you see what that money did. You see what they did with that opportunity. I'm just letting y'all know that's not my direction. My direction is, the monetization is going to be used to support other good platforms and a good conversation and good dialogue about more than just these bastards. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to use my platform to help unite us in the whole diaspora, to bring us together, to repair some of the damage that's been done, because I know that's what some of the elders who've done real good work would want from me. So, I'm going to follow in that. Yeah. So we're just waiting for Shaka to give us the link. Let me see here. Let me see if I can turn this back up a little bit. Let me just change this now. Yeah, I'm going to put some little go-go music. This is the go-go from my hometown. I hope y'all understanding how powerful the drums are. Let the dominoes fall. Indeed, brother. Yeah, we're just gonna wait for Shaka to get back on the link. Todd, good looking out also for joining the panel and bringing that insight to us as always. Here we go. Everybody, the link is up from Shaka. I'm going to take it out now. Thanks again.
Thanks, brother Bennett.
You there?
Yeah, thank you, brother Bennett.
Oh, you're welcome, bro. I'll see you in a second over on your channel. Bless. Oh, nah, that's about to be right now. So just hit the link. Yeah. Shaka's going to adjust it. It's coming up right now. So just hit the link. I'll see y'all over there.
Oh yeah. Wednesday night. I don't see no suckers in sight. Oh yeah. 901 boy. In a minute. Thugged out. Sick party. We black. Hold us off. This thing I'm